Leo finished clearing the insulated containers from the coffee table and walked into the kitchen with a sigh to clean up. Isabella followed him in. I love you. Can't you love me? That's the kind of thing a complete novice at love would say, Leo said, his back to her as he started the dishwasher. You can say it to me, but if you say that to anyone else, they'll take you for everything you've got. But we've been trying for days, haven't we? We can fix all the problems eventually. Isabella saw nothing wrong with her logic. And you yourself said it was a trial, right? Leo turned around. A real relationship doesn't involve one person throwing a fit while the other still makes sure their meals are delivered on time and then offers to do a post-game analysis. I just want to know exactly what I did wrong. I need specifics. Your mistake, Leo said, shaking his head, is that you only remembered to adjust yourself. You forgot to ask what I wanted. He gently placed his hands on her shoulders to guide her out of the kitchen, but she stubbornly refused to move, demanding an explanation. Boss, some things are too hurtful to say out loud. Once you're past this phase, you'll look back and understand. I want to know now. You're trying to make a man who is being tortured by an on-again, off-again relationship fall in love with you. You're full of hope and curiosity about love. I am in agony because of it. I've already told you. The timing was all wrong for us. Fate was a strange thing. If she hadn't walked, exhausted, into the Cypress Lounge that night, she never would have met the Leo who was so good at charming women. If it hadn't been for the whole situation with Summer Lynn, she never would have had those deep conversations with him about self and love, and the sugar daddy arrangement would have fizzled out on its own. Through a series of bizarre experiences, a deeply self-centered person had fallen in love, and the boomerang she'd thrown in the past had now silently returned. But can a person ever truly start over? So, they were back to being boss and employee. This time, she was determined to be a good boss. In the professional world, it was best for people to stick to one role. With her experience in business management, Isabella understood this principle perfectly. Since she couldn't balance love and self, she might as well be completely herself. In short, Leo was facing a situation even worse than before. His movements were restricted, and he was required to be home every night. Leo, for his part, adapted just fine. He spent his free time running around the yard, playing like a maniac with the dog. But Isabella couldn't adapt. She spent her free time hiding under her covers, crying. Because for her, it was a failed romance. It had lasted only a few days, and every single one of them had ended in failure, requiring the comfort and analysis of a guy who showed up like a regularly scheduled food delivery. People who fail at love always try to peer into the other person's mental state, scrolling through their social media, their Instagram stories. Cyberstalking, basically, they do it because when they're sad, they want to see some emotional change in the other person to find a sense of balance. Her strictness with Leo could be interpreted as a message. Don't think I can't get over you. I'm already over you. It was the same logic as someone changing their profile picture and posting a carefree status right after a breakup. All just little tricks of a lovesick mind trying to fool itself. Isabella still monitored everything Leo did, try to catch a glimpse of sadness or gravity. 3 days passed. She tried to find sadness on his face so she could feel better. She failed. 5 days. She was still searching his expression for any hint of grief. This time, she decided that if he looked sad, she would stop restricting his freedom. She failed again. 7 days. She was practically begging him to just be sad for a moment so she could have an excuse to say, let's get back together. This time, Leo was sad. It was time for his late-night snack run. Isabella looked at his heavy expression. You don't look so good today, she said. Just a little tired. Leo never said things like that. If something's wrong, you can talk to me about it. Isabella offered him the first step down. No need. I'll be fine after some sleep. I'm not busy tonight. I have time. She offered the second step. It's fine. I'm just gonna go lie down. Call me when you're done eating, and I'll do the dishes. We're going for a walk. We have to. Isabella decided he'd had enough steps. Okay. Leo hurried upstairs to grab a jacket, hastily asking if they were just staying in the yard or going somewhere. We're going hiking. Fine. Isabella had finally found a moment when Leo was off his game. She wasn't going to waste it. I'm not giving up, she said, her voice wavering. Your legs are shaking, and you're still pushing? Leo glanced at her, then crouched down, motioning for her to climb on his back. After all this time, she was pressed against his back again, but the feeling was completely different. The last time, she had just fallen in love. This time, he was already her ex-boyfriend. Yes, that's how she thought of it. A foolish, lovesick mind is an expert at self-deception. Even though they saw each other every day, it felt like there was a natural chasm between them. What's wrong with you today? She asked. Hey, can we not talk while I'm carrying a person up a mountain? Am I heavy? Hearing that kind of cliché, insecure line come from you is genuinely unsettling. Surprisingly, Isabella wasn't angry. She felt like they were back to how they were on their first real date. Can we see the sunrise today, too? Yeah. There were no real mountains near Riverbend, just a few high hills. The best spot for a sunrise was a scenic overlook about 2,000 feet up. They reached the top, her eyes full of anticipation, him panting for breath. They sat together on a large rock. Leo draped one piece of clothing after another over her, then sat quietly beside her, not saying a word. Just like always, he didn't ask why they were there. Are you feeling any better? He asked. You thought this hike was for me to feel better. Why else would we be out here in the middle of the night? Oh, thank you so much, Leo said sarcastically. Next time, you can try carrying me. But he didn't protest further. They were already there. It would be a waste not to see the sunrise. Isabella really didn't have any other ideas. She'd read somewhere that when you're feeling down, you should go watch a sunrise from mountaintop. So here she was. She felt like this was the perfect moment to get back together. Leo must be overwhelmed with emotion. Leo, let's get back together. Do you hear yourself right now? We have to live under the same roof anyway, with this wall between us every day. The contract is almost up. Isabella's head snapped up in shock. She quickly turned away. I'm asking him to get back together, and he's telling me the contract is almost up? She wanted to grab him and jump off the mountain. Leo patted her shoulder. Boss, I'm grateful to you, I really am. But that's all. Don't overthink it. Is it because I don't have any relationship experience? That's not a flaw in a relationship. Plenty of guys would love you for it. Then why? Because you haven't even figured out what you love about me. You're just looking for a way to keep me here. And let's say you succeed. Then what? Leo didn't give her a chance to answer, just stared calmly towards the horizon. You've seen pretty much the best version of me. A version even Summer Lynn never saw. I've thrown every trick I've learned in my short life at you. The cooking and cleaning? I learned that from my mom. When I was a kid, she worked shifts at the factory days and nights. If I wanted to eat, I had to cook for myself. If a pipe broke, I had to figure out how to fix it. The tricks for charming women? I learned those at the lounge. Yeah, I practiced on women who were paying for the pleasure of my company, just like you. I'm always positive around you because I'm afraid you'll dock my pay, fire me, or refuse to pay me at all. I was standing by your side with ulterior motives from day one. So where does love fit into any of that? Leo smiled as he looked at the rising sun, closing his eyes to feel its warmth on his skin. Isabella felt he was wrong, because she knew all of this. Did I not know you were after my money? Did I not know you were using every trick in the book to please your boss? I knew. So why did I still fall in love? What is it that I love? Isabella paced frantically on the large rock, trying to find an explanation. But her mind was blank. How could she describe the feeling in her heart? Images flashed through her mind. Leo, holding Summer Lynn's dog, asking to stay at her place? No. The military green jacket he wore when the security guard stopped him at the hotel? Or that letter? No. Escaping her own wedding on his back? No. The sunlight pierced her pale blue eyes, dyeing the crystalline humor a shade of gold. The sun was rising. The pessimistic boy at sunrise? Isabella whipped her head around, desperately trying to form the words to describe what was in her heart. She knew. She had always known. How could she say it? A romantic moment deserved beautiful words, like flowers from beyond the mountains or pearls from a sea. She tried to copy what Leo had said to her once. She remembered it clearly. I want to watch the sunrise in your eyes. That was it. That was good. If she said that, he would surely remember that moment and understand what she meant. It would mean something like, I saw the real, pessimistic you, and that's why I fell in love. Isabella turned back, needing to look him in the eyes. She leaned in close, so close she could see his eyes clearly. And in that instant, her mind went completely blank. Every thought vanished. She reached out and gently brushed his cheek just below the corner of his eye. Her fingertips came away wet. 1,000 words under the light of the rising sun, distilled into a single thought. I never want to see him cry. Back in Isabella's mansion, the story left Leo stunned. He once again had to ask the fundamental question. How in the world did you take a royal flush and manage to play it this badly? Shut up. A proud Sunder CEO would never admit to being a defeated simp. So what happened in that minute? The minute. Tell me. Don't make me beg. What's your hurry? Isabella pulled the comforter over herself, kicking Leo for good measure. It was a casual, thoughtless kick. Leo clutched his groin and howled. What was that for? It's not like you're using it anyway. That sunrise changed nothing. The only thing that changed was time. Their contract was nearing its end. Isabella approached him for one last talk. Leo, this is the last time I'm going to ask you to get back together. Look forward, boss. Leo's words were becoming shorter, the usual stream of sarcastic bullshit gone. Their fizzled-out relationship was like so many first loves. It started in a haze of confusion and ended the same way. But Isabella wasn't one to admit defeat. And, just like so many people in their first love, she was willing to run headfirst into a brick wall rather than turn back. Then, sensing something was off, she received a message from an unknown number. It said that Leo was getting very close to a girl at the university named Skylar Reed. A horrifying thought struck her. Was the reason she couldn't win back her ex because he already had someone new? This time, she felt a real sense of panic. The contract was ending, and a suspected new girlfriend had appeared. What should she do? She found Leo again, trying to fish for more information. Leo, are you still with Summerlin? We broke up a few days ago. It's over, Isabella thought. This is really bad. He's cleared the way for someone new to move in. She had to think of a plan, and a foolish, lovesick mind always comes up with extreme solutions. She found one. The inspiration came from her conversation with Leo when he was at his lowest. Why are you so tired but still so obsessed with Summerlin? Responsibility. Yes, responsibility. It was the only way she could think of to tie Leo down. Responsibility required a relationship as a tether. A parent's responsibility to a child, a boyfriend's to his partner. What kind of responsibility could be established between them? If a boss sleeps with her boy toy, doesn't the boss have to take some responsibility? Yes, in her world, there was no Leo sleeping with her. There was only her sleeping with Leo. The boss has to be responsible, but the boy toy has to be responsible too, right? That didn't sound quite right. What if an ex-boyfriend sleeps with his ex-girlfriend after they've broken up? She felt that argument held water, but she was afraid Leo wouldn't acknowledge it. She hesitated for a few days, then decided to stop thinking about it. To hell with it. They were going to sleep together. But there was a catch. Leo would definitely not agree. So, her foolish, lovesick mind succumbed to the same mistake so many girls make. Try to use her body to keep an ex-boyfriend from leaving. Isabella herself had no aversion to the act, only a lot of anxiety. She had already considered marrying him. What was the big deal about sleeping with him? It was going to happen sooner or later. The anxiety came from her lack of experience. The first time, she tried a passive approach, wearing something more revealing around the house, hoping to awaken Leo's inner beast. The result? Leo sat on the couch, laughing his head off at some show on TV. Thinking he just hadn't noticed, she sat down next to him. All she got was a blanket draped over her. Cover up, you'll catch a cold. The second time, she pretended to be asleep on the couch, her head resting on his lap. Her ragged breathing made her exceptionally nervous. After a long wait, she finally felt Leo move. She felt a hand touch the back of her knees, and then she was floating, being carried upstairs in his arms. She wanted to say that anywhere was fine. Why did they have to go back to the bedroom? Then Leo placed her on the bed, covered her with the blanket, and left. The third time, she summoned him to her office. A beautiful woman knows how to play to her strengths. She had him sit and wait for her to finish work. She could feel his gaze constantly drifting to her legs, clad in a pencil skirt and black heels. So, you're not immune after all. Isabella suddenly turned and stared at him. She didn't even need to strike a pose. Just that visually stunning face, so close he could feel her breath. As their eyes met, her sharp gaze softened into a hazy, alluring look. No one could resist that. Leo couldn't resist either. But he said, "Come on, boss. We can't. Not while the contract is still active." Isabella gave up. In retrospect, she could only laugh at her own foolishness. She wasn't the type to just give herself away. She'd really lost her mind. Until the day the contract officially ended. She saw Leo, reeking of alcohol. Her first thought was that something was very wrong with him. She had seen him energetic, and she had seen him way down, but she had never seen him look so light. His eyes were full of the calm that comes after a great burden has been lifted. She could only assume it was the relief of the contract ending, like a student walking out of their final exam. She sat on the sofa, looking up at him with a bitter taste in her mouth. "So you're this happy the contract is over?" "It's not just the contract. It's all over." Isabella couldn't read his eyes. If she had to describe them, they were like the calm, gathering eye of a storm. A quiet madness. "What are you going to do after this?" "Go back to school." Leo shook his head without a word. "If you run into financial trouble, you can still call me." Even though she had rehearsed this scene in her mind countless times, when the moment of parting truly came, she felt an indescribable emptiness. "Thank you, boss. I'll always be grateful. I'm not your boss anymore." "Thank you, Isabella." Leo stood up to leave, but Isabella stopped him. A woman's sixth sense told her something bad was about to happen. "Don't go. Come back to my room with me." "Okay." Leo's calmness was terrifying. They went back to her room, though she didn't really know why she'd asked him to come. She just had some regrets she hadn't resolved. She really did want to do what adults do with Leo, outside the confines of their convoluted relationship. She was a mature woman, and she knew that the love between them had been born from a strange confluence of events that could probably never be replicated. Few people had ever gotten close to her heart. Silas could attest to that. Her body was her own, and she didn't want to be left with regrets. Leo, if you're really grateful, will you grant me one request? You don't have to be responsible. After it's over, you can forget it or whatever, just you. I can. Isabella had thought Leo would refuse. She could barely even finish her own sentence. But he understood what she meant and agreed without hesitation. It was terrifyingly calm. This time, it was Isabella's turn to panic. She walked over and looked at his face, the face she had seen day in and day out, a face she could never forget. He was so off. She developed feelings for the dog in the yard. How could she not have them for the person who had become such a deep part of her life? Leo, this is our home. You can always come back. Yeah, I know. Honestly, I can't really accept you leaving. Isabella's words trailed off as she wrapped her arms around his neck and began to cry. The familiar scent of him filled her senses, and she felt herself go limp in his arms. Love was the best aphrodisiac. Her eyes hazy, she looked at his face and whispered in his ear, I want you. Leo was a real person. That was Isabella's first thought, because she felt pain, a tearing physical pain. In fact, the entire experience was painful. A girl's first time often lacks any real sense of pleasure. She dragged her body up, trying to get some kind of reaction out of Leo, but he just sighed, walked to the side of the bed, and pulled a cigarette out of his pocket. Can I smoke? Since when do you smoke? Just occasionally. Leo sat casually on the edge of the bed. They were naked together, yet it felt like they were miles apart. You're my last stop, he said. Isabella didn't understand. Her long legs felt numb and heavy as she slowly moved to the edge of the bed, trying to touch his skin. I'm making you my last stop because I want to thank you. You don't have to thank me for the money. It wasn't much to me. It was a lot to me. $125,000 just for housework and keeping you happy. I can't think of anyone beside the sucker like you who would do that. There was more than just money between us, right? That's why I'm here to thank you. To give you one last relationship review. Leo stubbed out the cigarette in a water bottle, stood up, and got dressed. He leaned quietly against the headboard. Deep down, do you feel like love is a really hard thing? Not really. You're always talking about getting back together, which means you've psychologically defined this as a failed relationship. Leo shattered her stubbornness in a second. So what if it failed? It's not like I was planning on starting another one anyway. Are you not planning on it, or have you lost your confidence? Leo waved a hand in front of her unfocused eyes, asking the soul-searching question. People lost in love have a hard time understanding their own thoughts. Only when someone points it out do they wake up, as if from a dream. Have I lost my confidence? At first, it sounded like a joke. How could someone with her advantages lose confidence over a failed romance? For most people, a breakup was just a part of life. But not for Isabella. For someone so extremely self-centered, who didn't even consider her parents' feelings, it was difficult to ever fully invest in a relationship. But by a twist of fate, she had fallen in love, and true to her all-in nature, she had thrown everything at it. Her home, her money, her feelings, her body. And after all that, she couldn't generate a single spark of love in him. She was genuinely questioning herself. To be fair, I was inexperienced too, he said. I've never been a boy toy before. Even though I tried my best to stop all this from happening, I'm still sorry. I thought when you said you were inexperienced, you were talking about just now. Does it still hurt? Yes, but we can continue. Whoa, what are you saying? Leo tucked the blanket around her and knelt by the bed, looking at her. I came to thank you for your love. As for the money, I did the work so we're even. But for the love part, all I can do is thank you. MHM. Saying it was the wrong place, wrong time. I was really saying that to myself. A helpless smile touched Leo's lips. He took a lock of her hair and twisted it around his fingers. If I wasn't a host slinging drinks for a living, if I hadn't been in absolute misery over summer when I met you, I would have been brave enough to give it a real try with you, no matter what. Some of the things Leo said were for himself. He said a lot. My teenage fantasies were all about love and romance, but I wouldn't have dared to even dream of dating a woman like you. What's wrong with me? You want me to compliment you, don't you? Well, I'm going to compliment you. A wicked grin spread across Leo's face as he propped himself up and leaned in close. A mixed-race girl who looks like a supermodel, rich but not stingy, willing to change for me, willing to wipe my tears. Trust me, most men wouldn't be able to handle that. Hearing the praise made Isabella happy, but not that happy. Most men couldn't handle it. So how come you could? Isabella's expression turned frosty. It even occurred to her. Was sleeping with her just another one of Leo's attempts to help her regain her confidence? To show her she shouldn't underestimate herself? So you're just complimenting me to boost my confidence? Was sleeping with me part of that, too? I don't need that kind of pity. No, I just couldn't resist. Really, I'm a normal young guy. We lived together for a year. Anyone who didn't have those thoughts should probably just become a monk. Isabella's face bloomed into a smile. Her eyes even held a hint of a uniquely feminine coyness. Being desired by the person you like is a wonderful feeling. Her shattered confidence was slowly piecing itself back together. She even replayed his compliments in her head, savoring them again. He actually can't resist me. So everything he said was true. From now on, don't believe any man who says sleeping with you is for your own good. That's just a dirty old trick scumbags use to get you into bed. MHM. Don't just MHM me. Are you taking to heart? It doesn't hurt anymore. Do you want to? Leo shot her a look, tucked her in again, and stood up, taking a deep breath. Get up. Time for dinner. He made her one last meal. When she was carried downstairs by Leo, able to take only small steps because of the pain, Isabella felt she had reached the pinnacle of happiness. The entire table was filled with her favorite dishes. Shrimp scampi, braised short ribs, truffle mac and cheese. She ate with pure joy, completely ignoring Leo's instructions about setting her own alarm, who to call to fix the plumbing, or where the garbage bags were kept. Why would I need to set my own alarm? Isabella suddenly looked up. You're still leaving? The food in her mouth suddenly lost its flavor. I have to go do something important. Can I still find you at the lounge later? I'm not going back to the lounge. Leo hadn't eaten a single bite, just kept peeling shrimp and muttering to himself. Isabella lowered her head and ate in silence. This time, she didn't cry. A person's confidence is a mysterious thing. When you give your all in your first real relationship and get nothing in return, it's a devastating blow. You become a beggar, pleading for love. But when you know you can attract the other person, your mental state instantly finds its balance. You become yourself again, because it's a search for love between equals. Hearing Leo's words, she just spoke softly. Does this important thing you have to do require my help? Probably not. Isabella slammed her chopsticks down on her bowl. She was not happy. Actually, there's some small things. Can you look after my mom? I mean, if she suddenly gets really sick and has no one to take care of her. Why don't you ask Skylar? She's still just a student. You have the ability to help. Score. That was exactly what Isabella wanted to hear. She nodded in agreement. Her mindset shifted in an instant. She suddenly pulled herself out of that state of trying to tie Leo down and returned to the person she was meant to be. Confident and independent. She stood silently at the door, watching Leo bundle up in his coat and leave. Maybe neither of us was the problem. It really was just the wrong time and the wrong place. She silently replayed the past in her mind. As rationality returned, her thoughts began to clear. If they hadn't met at the lounge, two people from such different worlds would never have crossed paths. Without Summerlin, she never would have had the idea of becoming his sugar mama. And starting out that way filled their early relationship with tension, forcing Leo to show only his best side. But if she hadn't seen his best side, would she have come to rely on him? So even if they tried again with a different mindset, could they change what had already passed? It was all a tangled mess of yarn that even the best tailor couldn't unravel. If only we could start over as our purest selves. Perhaps many people have gone through this, watching a failed relationship slip away. After nights of tossing and turning, of crying themselves to sleep, they eventually find peace with the passage of time. And then they let out a long sigh. If only we could start over. For most people, recovering from that grief and rebuilding their confidence takes a long, agonizing time. It took Leo 4 hours to make her whole again. This inscrutable boy was now moving through the night, his body light inside his windbreaker as he walked down the path. Isabella watched his retreating back. For no reason at all, she thought of his crying eyes. Just then, as if on cue, Leo suddenly turned his head in the darkness and waved to her. He turned to the house he had lived in for a year and bowed deeply. Then he yelled at the sky. Fuck! He turned back with a huge grin and broke into a jog, running away like he'd just broken free from a long-forgotten chain. The southwest wind whistling through the high-voltage power lines composed the metallic romance of the city. The vast expanse of stars was a congratulatory gift for his freedom. Leaning against the doorframe, Isabella burst into tears. The first time she saw Leo, this was how he had smiled. If only first impressions could last forever, there'd be no need for the sorrow of goodbyes. On the first day after Leo left, Isabella couldn't cope. She tried her best to do everything the way he did, but people have things they are good at and things they are not. She thought about hiring a housekeeper, but she couldn't stand the thought of a stranger in the house. So she looked at the dog in the yard. Leo had forgotten him. She had finally found a reason to call. Hello, what about the dog? Someone will come pick him up. On what grounds are you taking my dog? No way. When did he become your dog? Wasn't he mine and Summer's? It's decided. No one is picking up the dog, and you have to come visit him often. Isabella hung up, feeling that she had been a bit foolish before. Just because the sugar daddy contract was over didn't mean they could never see each other again. There were always ways if you just thought about it. But that night, she couldn't sleep. She tossed and turned and finally sat up. A night without Leo was a night for someone else to sleep through. She sure as hell couldn't. The withdrawal was killing her. Was she just supposed to endure it? She really wanted to call Leo and tell him to come over. It hurt a little yesterday, but it would be fine to try again today, right? She would never think of sleeping with someone as being taken advantage of. That kind of thinking only existed in the minds of people who put a price tag on their own bodies. Otherwise, why would you use a term from the farmer's market to describe a person? This was Isabella's subjective opinion and had nothing to do with anyone else. I like this man and I don't care. But she couldn't bring herself to just say, come over and sleep with me. So she put on a pair of black stockings, took a photo, and posted it to her Instagram close friend story. Underneath it, she waited for the comment she wanted. Leo, delete that. Satisfied, Isabella deleted the post. She waited for Leo to arrive. But a moment later, she realized he wasn't there for her at all. What are you looking for in such a hurry? Have you seen my USB drive? Isabella had seen it, but she didn't say so. Now of all times, you're worried about some stupid flash drive? She figured she'd give it to him after they were done. But then she realized his purpose for coming had nothing to do with that. His comment to delete the picture was just a pretext, a lie he told because he was afraid she'd get mad if he just asked for the drive outright. That made her even less willing to give it to him. She just sat there, legs crossed, watching him search. Wasn't it obvious? Make me happy, and the flash drive will magically appear. But Leo was too distracted to notice. When he couldn't find it, he just threw up his hands and rushed out of the house. Staring at Leo's back, disappearing into the night, Isabella felt a sudden sense of panic. She chased him to the gate, yelling that the drive was here, but his e-scooter had already vanished. Her heart pounding, Isabella frantically dialed his number. She could only hope it wasn't anything important. If it was, surely Leo would have kept asking her about it. He wouldn't have just left without another word. Uneasy, she ran upstairs, grabbed the USB drive, threw on a coat, and chased after him. Leo's phone had a location tracker installed. She saw that the signal wasn't far. She slammed her foot on the gas and sped to the scene. From a distance, she saw a Hummer stopped in the middle of the road, its front bumper torn off. Her heart began to pound against her ribs. And then she saw him, Leo, lying on the ground, his face covered in blood. At that moment, Leo was still somewhat conscious, his lips trembling as he tried to speak. She cried, I'm sorry, I didn't know the drive was so important. Leo said, it's okay. It wasn't important. Isabella could barely reconstruct the memory. All she remembered was that from that day on, she was no longer afraid of gory scenes in movies. Because on the day of the accident, she couldn't even wipe the blood from Leo's face. Many people arrived before the police and the ambulance. She couldn't see them clearly, didn't recognize them. Many tried to take Leo from her arms, even tried to pull her away by force. She went crazy, shoving everyone away, and called the father she hadn't spoken to since running away from her wedding. Dad, she said, I'm begging you, help me. But then a man stepped forward and said, you don't need to call anyone. Leave it to me. She recognized him. It was Silas, the man with the ponytail. Silas refused everyone's offer to move Leo, even a man who claimed to be Leo's father. Silas said, whoever moves him dies. He turned to her. Wait for the ambulance. You go with him. Can you handle things at the hospital? Isabella nodded. Yes. Silas said, don't mention what happened here to Leo. Act like none of this ever happened. Okay. Isabella said. In the ambulance, she saw Leo's lips moving. She had to lean in very close to hear him. She heard, son of a bitch. It's all over. She said frantically, Leo, you're not going to die. Just keep talking to me, okay? Leo's eyes suddenly shot open as he forced a smirk. Damn, I get hit by a car and I don't even get reborn? I was ready for a power fantasy do-over. Buy some Bitcoin, play the stock market, something. A tear rolled from the corner of his eye, mixing with the blood on his face. As it trickled down his cheek, Isabella caught it with her finger. She grabbed his hand and said they could start over, move somewhere else, forget everything. She had plenty of money. Leo listened to her, as if only then dimly aware of her presence. He turned his head to look at her. He spoke his last words before losing consciousness completely. "You're really beautiful. If I get reborn, the first thing I'll do is make you my sugar baby." She cried and said okay. Leo was wheeled into the operating room. She waited at the door with his mother, pulling strings to get the best doctors. That night, she stood vigil until midnight before leaving. She went to find Silas. There was a score to settle. She knew when he showed up at the scene that this was not a simple accident. Silas told her it involved a powerful family's internal feud, and she shouldn't get involved. She said she didn't care what kind of feud it was. A killer had to pay. Silas said Leo wouldn't die, and she shouldn't be so stubborn. In the end, they had to respect Leo's own wishes. Isabella thought he was right. She had only left after confirming that Leo was out of immediate danger. Everything had to wait for Leo's decision. But as she was leaving, Silas warned her, "If Leo doesn't bring this up, you shouldn't either." "Why? You come from a powerful family. You know how these things work." Isabella nodded. There was nothing good about powerful families. The next day, she didn't go to the hospital. She spent the day at the office, postponing future work, and that evening, she boarded a flight to Boston. She knew Leo's personality. The moment the accident happened, it meant he already had one foot in the door. Even if he only had one hand left, his mind would be consumed with plotting revenge, like stealing the manhole covers from his rival's front yard. If you can't kill them, annoy them to death. She had to go help him prepare. But the moment the plane landed, she got the news. Leo had amnesia. Some self-proclaimed, all-knowing psychologist thought she was the first to find out. But Isabella had gone straight to the hospital director. Did anyone really think Leo's condition wouldn't be reported to her immediately? But Isabella couldn't get away. So she stayed in Boston and settled her family's affairs. She returned to Riverbend on the 5th day. But as she walked towards the hospital, she felt a flicker of fear. What if Leo had forgotten her? An amnesiac remembers nothing. How was she supposed to face that? A clean slate? It was like the anxiety of returning home after a long time away. On a night of confused emotions, she went alone to hike that same hill. Under the glow of the sunrise, she thought she saw those crying eyes again. Leo, forgetting is probably a good thing for you. Is there a second chance in love? Isabella suddenly woke up. Wasn't this exactly what she had dreamed of? She and Leo had met at the wrong time and in the wrong place and had a completely failed relationship. Could they start over now? She rubbed her tired eyes and stood in front of the mirror, rehearsing how she would face him. She massaged her aching legs. If life is only like the first meeting, then we should meet in our purest forms. She had to be her most authentic self, too, because Leo had said love was accepting all of a person. On the day of his discharge, she went to the hospital. She saw that familiar face. Leo was sitting on the hospital bed, fiddling with his broken phone. He looked up at her, bewildered. She wanted to laugh. "So you can make that face, too. Stop messing with your broken phone. Miss, could you please introduce yourself first? If you hadn't been trying to run away, you wouldn't have been hit and lost your memory." Isabella, the eyewitness, had defined the narrative of the accident. She was worried Leo would go looking for answers. "I live at your place. It's our place." After leaving the hospital, Isabella thought she had performed well. But then Leo showed up at the lounge, trying to cut ties with her. She had no choice but to show him the video. "You're going to use something like this to tie me down?" "No." Isabella was stunned. She realized this was exactly what she had done before the accident, trying to tie him down by offering herself up. How could she have made the same muddled mistake a second time? Isabella came to his place for a late-night snack. Leo's attitude was firm, but she produced the contract she had prepared long ago. She had thought it through. She couldn't let him go back to the lounge. She had to find him a suitable job to make money. Since he had said the place was wrong, he couldn't go back there this time. The moment Leo signed the contract, coerced by a debt of gratitude, she suddenly realized. They were back to being sugar mama and boy toy. How was it the same again? She posted the Instagram story, trying to tempt him. Finally, he came, but to her surprise, after all his fiddling, he still just asked, "Where's the USB drive?" The same again. She decided to make a change, to attack from a different angle. Starting with the video on the drive, she would show him a piece of his past. She was his only home. But the gate of Skylar Reed's estate, Leo's retreating back was just as resolute as it had been on the day his contract ended. He walked freely down the street, and she could only watch from afar. Another familiar scene. Still the same. She decided to be his partner, so she went to the family banquet. This time, she finally attended as his girlfriend. But this time, it was Leo who had a fiancé. Was this crashing a wedding? Why was it still so familiar? In Isabella's mansion, she lay on a large bed, hugging her knees, exhausted as she recounted these stories. She finally understood why failed relationships can't be started over. Because a do-over between two people is just a repeat of the same mistakes. She was still she, and he was still he. Even if Doctor Strange gave them infinite chances to start over, the result would always be the same. She was just a foolish, lovesick girl. Even with a second chance right in front of her, she still couldn't get it right. Leo was still like the wind, impossible to catch. She cried harder and harder, not even noticing when she was pulled into Leo's arms. She didn't see the look on his face, more solemn than ever before. Once a story is told, it no longer belongs to the storyteller. In everyone's heart, a story has a different meaning. Leo clutched her damp hair, tried to find traces of the past in her lingering tears. Yes, for most people, starting over is just repeating the same mistakes. But the wind will always blow, and the one who cares will always be there to give chase. P.S. Actually, every part of this story has a title hidden in the chapter names. Things like, "The days are long," and "My dear, you cannot be weak." Isabella thought Leo must be possessed. Why was he staring down at her with that goofy grin? Isabella decided to just give up. She was really out of ideas. It would never work out anyway. Fine. Let it all burn. Heh, so cute. What's so cute? Whatever. Isabella didn't care anymore. She was done with love. I'm bad at it, so I just won't do it, right? I'm never falling in love again. You don't have to force yourself to come back here to sleep. The more Isabella talked, the angrier she got. She buried her face in the comforter and tried to bite a hole through the duvet cover. Oh, well, focusing on a career is a good thing. What did you just say? You're the one who said you were done with love. Leo propped his head on his arm and looked at her, a wicked grin on his face. Isabella lowered her head, lost in thought. After a moment, she looked up suddenly. Leo, do you think there's another chance to start over? You wanted to get amnesia again. Maybe I can ask someone to look into painless amnesia methods. Isabella genuinely thought this was a solid idea. She even started shaking Leo's arm, hoping he would agree. Pleading was a woman's instinct, after all. Whoever wants amnesia can have it. I'm not going through that again. Just one more time. Isabella tilted her head, her face practically screaming. Please get amnesia again. I'll do anything. We don't need amnesia. Leo patted her head, a rare, serious expression on his face. He believed about 80% of her story. Was there deception? Maybe, but on the whole, it was believable. You had to look at the motive. He listened to Peyton's story as just a story, because her motive was unclear. He believed about half of Evelyn's story. Her motive was clearer, but still not completely transparent. Even knowing that Dr. Shaw's goal was within the realm of a relationship, he couldn't fully grasp her thoughts. How did he know her plan wasn't to scream, "I love you," while dragging him to their mutual destruction? Let's put it this way. No one should ever try to understand Evelyn Shaw with a normal person's worldview. She was absolutely cooking up something huge. But Isabella's motive was crystal clear. Was she after his money? Obviously not. She just wanted to be in a relationship with him, to simply be in bed with him, moaning and groaning. At worst, she was a bit of a control freak, a bit self-centered. But can you really say someone has a problem just because of their personality? Leo switched to another question. Do you support my war against the Miller family? Of course. In the past, a lovesick Isabella had gone all in on a bad relationship. She had given everything. The one thing she had never offered to give up was her career. In fact, she was probably the person most supportive of Leo pursuing his ambitions, because that was her comfort zone. Then you should be able to understand that Willow Shang's position as my fiancé cannot be touched. Isn't it just for show? Even if it's for show, it doesn't change the fact that I have to appear with her at many events, and we'll have contact in the future. Leo's subtext was clear. For now, his other half could only be Willow Shang, at least until his grandfather passed away. Could Leo fool around on the side? Of course. He could do whatever he wanted. His fiancé wouldn't care, his grandfather wouldn't care, no one would care. But how could he say that to Isabella? It's fine. I'll come home to you every night. We could be friends with benefits. Peyton might be happy to hear that, but that clearly wasn't what Isabella wanted. She wanted to be his girlfriend, openly and officially. But Isabella's strength was that she had a long-term vision when it came to business. She could understand his actions. So, in the future, we'll forget the past. This is the real new beginning. Leo turned over to sleep, saying no more. He didn't get out of bed. If she didn't kick him out, he wasn't leaving. The bed smelled nice. He liked it. But in reality, Leo's mind was racing. Because Isabella's story had been the most paradigm-shifting. Before she told it, he had viewed her through the lens of a boy toy looking at a powerful, rich woman. It was normal for a sugar mama to develop a dependency during the arrangement. But now his perspective had shifted to that of a pursued man looking at his pursuer. It was a completely different feeling. He had to admit, their personalities still had huge conflicts, and the Miller family situation temporarily restricted his actions. But that didn't stop him from wanting to try a different way of being with her. One person trying to start over is bound to repeat the same mistakes. But what about two? That was the last thing Leo said before he fell asleep. And then he was kicked out of bed by Isabella. What was that for? We're starting over now. You can't sleep with me. Seriously? It's the middle of the night. I have to go make the bed in the guest room. We're partners. Sleeping together will cause a huge mess. Leo shot her an annoyed look. His eyes met hers, peeking out from behind the comforter. He reminded her, next time you start over, don't just give yourself away. You can't keep a man with your body. She said, I do what I want. Leo asked, so, are you giving away now? Get out. Leo trudged off to the guest room, leaving Isabella giggling in her cocoon of blankets, burying her face in his pillow to breathe in his scent. After his amnesia, she had been unwilling to tell him the story. If he knew what happened before, would it still count as starting over? She would rather watch the situation get worse and worse than open her mouth. But now she suddenly realized, forgetting was not the right way to start over. Letting go was. Only by truly abandoning the past could they welcome a new beginning. It was like this perpetually messy mansion, the house sealed with all those chaotic memories. Even if she locked Leo out forever, he would only think she was hiding secrets and turn and walk away. She had to let him in. What are you doing? Because once she let him in, he would grumble and nag while cleaning the house from top to bottom. And then he would tell her, remember, the best way to organize things is to throw them away. A smile on her lips, Isabella hugged her blanket and drifted off to sleep. She wouldn't pester Leo to tell her stories, wouldn't force him to come home to clean the house. Because on this day, their sugar daddy contract was officially terminated. She was no longer his boss. The bonds of the past could finally disappear completely. In the future, she would be his partner, his comrade in arms, or his wife. The thoughts in her mind gradually morphed into a sweet dream. Under the moonlight, the high bridge of her nose looked exceptionally defined. Perhaps the sweet dream suddenly turned into a nightmare. Her brow furrowed, and she began to wave her hands as if pushing someone away. She mumbled, Leo, put it on first. Then her brow furrowed even tighter, and her hands gave up all resistance. She continued to mumble, if you won't, you won't. Hurry up. An unreadably complex expression appeared on her face. She suddenly sat up, eyes wide, trying to make sense of the scene before her. There was only a fleeting dream. Confused and flustered, she slipped on her slippers and walked to the guest room. She pushed open the door and looked at the sleeping Leo. Her expression suddenly calmed. She wanted to crawl into his arms and sleep, to sleep comfortably. But she stopped herself. A new beginning. No need to rush. She was never one to rush. In the past, she had rushed to possess him, to control him, and what good had that done? It had looked like she had all of him in her hands. But he was like the wind. He seemed catchable, but in reality, he had already slipped away. Would this do-over have a different result? Isabella tucked the blanket around him, shook her head, and left the guest room, lying quietly in the moonlight. She didn't dwell on the question. Someone who dares to go all in doesn't worry too much about winning or losing. Gain and loss, bloom and wither. For those who care, the answer will find its way. Still couldn't nail it, even with a mulligan, you dummy. There's an extra chapter from Another Boss today. Please wait a moment. Life is about the daily grind. You can schmooze and toast at a fancy family banquet where you're the star of the show, but you still have to come home and eat your oatmeal. Son, the comforter in your dorm room is a little thin. Take a thicker one from home. Diane Miller looked at the son she hadn't seen in a while, her eyes filled with happiness. The fact that she hadn't seen him for a few days didn't strike her as odd. He was a college student. Of course he was sleeping in the dorms. A son like hers, who came home whenever he had a spare moment, was already a rarity. It's okay, Mom. The dorm isn't cold. It's already winter. How can it not be cold? It was November, and the morning wind had the bite of a razor. I'll just use my roommate's. A comforter is a personal thing. You shouldn't just borrow someone else's. Seeing her son's insistence, she could only sigh and carry the comforter back to the bedroom. Leo finally had a moment to check his phone. It had been 2 days since he'd left Isabella's house. He had spent those 2 days relentlessly pushing Peyton to get the money and the company sorted out, but the process was far more complicated than he had imagined. The money was being routed through the family office, which meant it couldn't just be handed over. Meetings had to be held. He heard his uncle Edward had given the fence-sitters a hard time during the meeting. In short, nothing could be rushed. But some things were urgent. For instance, Isabella kept insisting the dog was sick and that he needed to come check on it. He asked her to describe its symptoms. She said the dog had eaten 3 bowls of kibble that morning. Leo told her the dog wasn't sick, it was just hungry. Willow Shung was also in a hurry. She said her mother had never met him and was desperate to see a photo of them together. Leo said, "Who takes couple photos at a family banquet?" Willow replied, "After the banquet. I've already been on one date with you." Leo got it. A phantom date. But it served as a reminder. If everyone thought they were dating, and Willow happened to get pregnant, would he be on the hook for it? Miss Shung, if you're dating someone on the side, please be sure to use protection. We don't want any awkward situations later. What are you talking about? Willow's face flushed red as she sat on her dorm bed. Sensing a prying gaze from beside her, she quickly hid her phone. She was met with Skylar Reed's beaming smile. "WH, what's up? Has our little Willow been dating someone lately? You're always on your phone, texting someone." Skylar giggled and leaned in, trying to dig out her friend's little secret. "And no, your shy eyes have already betrayed you. You're doomed. You've fallen in love." Skylar clapped her hands and laughed, the fluffy hood of her pajamas bouncing in the air. Then she suddenly stopped smiling. "That jerk Leo hasn't called me in days." "Maybe he's busy," Willow offered. "Busy chatting with what other woman? I wonder. You better hope I don't catch him." Skylar laughed without a care in the world. Willow forced a smile. That's right. She still hadn't told Skylar anything. Even though Leo had already helped her strategize, even planning out all the follow-up moves, it was no use. She didn't have the guts to say it. As someone who observed Skylar closely, no one knew better than her how much Skylar liked Leo. How could she possibly say it? Even with the entire playbook in her head, she couldn't open her mouth. "Willow, it's so boring this weekend, and Leo won't even hang out with me. Why don't we have her boyfriend come out and meet us?" Skylar's big eyes lit up as she came up with a plan. "I'll take a picture of you and your boyfriend walking ahead of me. Then I'll play the victim to Leo and complain about being a lonely college girl with no one to hang out with. Maybe he'll come out and play with me then." "I don't have a boyfriend. You're flustered. Let me see your chat history from just now. It's just a friend. Leo and I are friends, too. That doesn't stop me from wanting to date him." Seeing she couldn't get any entertainment out of her best friend, Skylar turned her attention back to Leo. "You know what? I'll just ask Leo to hang out. You want to come?" "Wait, don't do that yet." Willow quickly stopped her, because Leo probably thought she had already told Skylar everything and wouldn't be careful about mentioning Willow's name. But she hadn't. How would Skylar see her then? A person who kept secrets. She decided to make the first move. A problem she couldn't solve, she would hand over to someone else. She texted Leo. "Want to meet up? You need to figure out how to tell Skylar." Leo was in no position to deal with her at the moment, because an unexpected guest had arrived at his house. He leaned against the doorframe, tilting his head as he sized up the figure outside. "What is it, old 3? What's this old 3 business?" Right. It used to be Rick the Rainmaker Miller, a big shot on the streets. "I should call you Big Rick." Rick Miller paused, then gave a bitter smile. "You've seen the old man?" "I have. Otherwise, how would a son like me get the chance to learn about your glorious past?" "Son, it's not that I didn't want to tell you. I have my reasons." "I know your reasons. If you have something to say, say it. If not, you can go." "Son, can I come in and talk?" "Big Rick, that's crossing a line. This isn't your house." Leo cocked his head, then grabbed his jacket from inside and stepped out. The father and son walked through the long hallway. Rick couldn't wait to explain. "Son, all these years, I really had no choice." "I understand. And I have no choice but to call you Big Rick." "Son, sending you money from abroad would have only hurt you." "Stop. The past is the past. What are you here for this time?" Leo squatted down on the ground next to his father. Rick finally spoke with difficulty. "What's the word on the family banquet?" "The money's been approved. The company's been approved. It's all going through the process. I hear they promised the Shung family's daughter to you." "Yeah, we're just letting it ride for now." Leo took a breath and turned to ask, "What's the deal with my uncle? He doesn't seem like the type to just ignore the outside world." "I don't get him either. He said he was renouncing the world and just did it. Won't answer any questions. There wasn't some big fight back then. No, it was just a normal day. He suddenly said he was going to become a reverend." There were clearly some things Rick didn't know either. He looked at his son and suddenly said, "I came this time to remind you, your grandfather doesn't operate on feelings. And I can't help you much here in the States. You're no different from him. I wasn't counting on your help anyway." "Son, how can you say that? It's the truth. He chose to be the captain of a ship. You chose to be a man. Neither of you can consider anyone else's feelings. Just wait, son. Soon, I'll make sure you and your mother can live a safe and happy life. I've been waiting since I was 10. Leo calmly patted his father's shoulder. The father and son, who shared a resemblance, stood face to face. He said in a low voice, "Rick Miller, as a man, I respect you." Then he held up his middle finger. But unfortunately, I'm your son. All I can say is for the rest of your life, don't even think about stepping foot in this house. Leo had grown up. He had seen a bigger world, met more people. Many of them were willing to give him love. He now had the ability to build his own world. But the unspeakable vulnerabilities of his childhood would always surface in familiar settings. The familiar Riverbend estates, the familiar exercise equipment, the familiar supermarket freezers, the familiar smell of life being lived. He had spent his entire childhood here, a childhood almost completely devoid of a father. The group of kids running wild in the distance, their faces flushed and panting for breath, were just like he used to be. Rick Miller, let me ask you, did you know about the car accident beforehand? Yes. In fact, I was waiting not far from the scene that day. I wasn't supposed to die that day, was I? The car was never supposed to hit you, let alone kill you. Leo took a deep breath. These words were clearly within his expectations. Although he couldn't distinguish the truth from the lies in every story, he could piece together clues from different accounts. Certain facts seemed to be quietly emerging. So that day, Leo said, I was the one who drove into it, wasn't I? P.S. Thanks, boss. You're too generous. Thank you. The fact that Rick Miller hadn't gone nuclear on Edward Miller over the car crash was a telling sign. Even Rick's reaction after Leo's amnesia was abnormal. In the past, he should have immediately stormed the Miller compound. He certainly wouldn't have voluntarily revealed information about the family to Leo. Even the fact that Leo was being watched was something Rick had told him. According to Rick's usual character, he should have handled it himself, instead of just telling Leo to be careful. This meant that even Rick was intentionally peeling back the curtain on the Miller family. So the car crash was definitely connected to him. But he certainly hadn't wanted Leo to die. You wanted a bargaining chip to use against the old man. That was the only thing Leo could think of. Letting Ethan orchestrate the crash was a way to manufacture an incident, creating an opening for Rick to attack his brother, Frank. It was a chip for you, Rick said. Son, I don't know if it was the right choice. I hesitated for a long time. He knew he wasn't a responsible father, but all he could do was keep Leo away from the family's power struggles. That had been his guiding principle throughout Leo's entire childhood. Rick fumbled in his jeans pocket, pulling out a cheap cigarette and sticking it in his mouth. He said, Son, the first time you tried to kill yourself, I found out the next day. Silas called me to confirm your identity. He asked me, your son being a gigolo, that doesn't cross any lines, does it? I can't even describe how I felt then. I've been a goddamn coward my whole life, and it made my son suffer for it. I knew then that you weren't doing well, but I couldn't do anything. I could get money from overseas, but setting aside whether it was clean or not. And there are clean ways. There's always someone watching. Frank was watching. If I dared to bring money in, and you dared to spend a dime, he would have taken us both down. I wanted you to have a life away from all the conflict. I couldn't, under any circumstances, set a trap for you. So I divorced your mother early on. I followed the law here, try not to give Frank any opening. But after your first suicide attempt, I realized I was wrong. The life I had planned for you was making you miserable. You said I was just like my father. You're right. He's my dad, and I made the same damn mistake. I thought I knew what was right, but I never once asked you what you thought. So, I had to be different from him. You don't have to participate, but there are some things you need to know. But that put me in a difficult position. Because once you know some things, you can't go back. This glittering world is intoxicating. Can a young man really face all that wealth and not be tempted? But that wealth has a price. Too many people in this world have thrown their lives away for money. I had to prepare you beforehand. If you were tempted, I wouldn't blame you. I was just afraid I wouldn't have the power to help you win. Because I've lost before, so I had to come up with a plan for you, to at least give you a bargaining chip. What if, after you learned everything, you got played? Ethan gave me that opportunity. You know why Frank couldn't stop him? Because Frank wasn't even in the country at the time. I had some guys blow up his boat in the port of Houston, and they found a bunch of undocumented Vietnamese immigrants on board. If he didn't leave, the plan wouldn't have worked. If Ethan was trying to pull off some other scheme, I wouldn't know. But when it comes to dirty tricks, he's still too green. The fugitive he hired was promised money and that his family would be taken care of. But he doesn't understand what a fugitive needs most. They want to live. I found a fugitive and told him, I'm Rick Miller. As long as you don't actually hit him, I'll get you to Southeast Asia. I didn't even have to give him a guarantee. He would have done it for me, no questions asked. To lowlifes like him, my name is a gold-plated brand. Of course, he's in custody now. I never intended to send him anywhere. Gotta follow the law, after all. Luckily, he hit you, so the mission was technically a failure. It saved me from the bad reputation of breaking my word. But that's where the problem is. Rick turned and stared at his son's face. Son, why did you drive into it? You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? I thought maybe it was because life was tough and you'd given up. That's also a possibility. Leo was just as baffled. Who the hell was he supposed to ask? He was completely in the dark. If it wasn't for Isabella's story jogging his memory, he wouldn't have even realized this. For now, he could only classify it as a suicide attempt. He had a prior record, after all. It wasn't out of character. You're not mad that I gambled with your life? I'm not that dramatic. Just give me a heads up next time. Everything has risks. Do you think opportunities to make easy money just fall into your lap? Besides, Leo trusted that his father had things under control. Leo didn't dwell on it. His experiences since the amnesia had taught him that if he just followed the path, the truth would eventually surface. Actively searching for it would only make him more likely to be deceived. But he had a rough idea of who he needed to talk to. The conversation ended. Leo rubbed his eyes and looked around. Want me to buy you lunch? I'm kind of hungry. It was just a polite offer. If you actually eat, that's on you. Well, if it isn't my little daughter-in-law. Rick looked past Leo and waved at someone in the distance. Leo turned around. It was Summer Lynn. Hello, Mr. Miller. Call me Dad. Mr. Miller, we've already broken up. Breaking up doesn't stop you from giving me grandkids. Rick spouted nonsense, motioning for his son to hurry up and buy him lunch. There's a noodle shop by the gate. Put on my tab. Get a bowl of noodles, but don't order the lamb skewers, okay? Yeah, I know. Rick waved and walked away. Summer Lynn stood in the distance, biting her lip and offering a hesitant greeting. What's up? I arranged with your mom to come over and learn how to knit. Aren't celebrities super busy? How you have time to knit? It's a special situation right now. I have some downtime. Oh, okay. Leo didn't ask any more questions. He didn't have any particular feelings for Summer Lynn. As long as she didn't bring up getting back together, it was fine. That was his attitude towards all his ex-girlfriends. Summer Lynn was a name that appeared frequently in every story, and always in a negative light. Influenced by this, Leo didn't have a great impression of her. Setting aside the subjective nature of all the stories, just based on the fact that she was his ex, Leo wouldn't get too close. I broke up with you before my amnesia, so there must have been a reason. I trust my pre-amnesia self. They could chat a bit, and if it didn't work out, they could just go their separate ways. Besides, he had a whole host of other people to think about. Why focus on X? As for the knitting with his mom, he figured they could just do their own thing. Outside of their romantic history, they were old neighbors, and his mom had watched her grow up. It didn't matter. But Summer Lynn stood at the entrance to the building, hesitating. Leo, how's Buttercup? Who's Buttercup? A nickname for an old classmate. The dog we raised. Jesus. So the dog's name was Buttercup. That huge Doberman was clearly a male. How did it end up with a name like Buttercup? He's fine. Ate 3 bowls of kibble this morning. Where's he being kept? You want to take him back? If it's possible, I'd like to. I'll ask. Leo was actually quite fond of the dog, but it was less his dog and more Isabella's. He didn't have time to take care of it, and he wouldn't be going to Isabella's mansion often. Isabella couldn't even take care of herself, let alone a dog, and she probably held a grudge against the person who bought it. Giving it to someone who could take care of it seemed like a good idea. At least it would be fair to the dog itself. Leo took out his phone and told Isabella about the situation. He said, "You don't have time to take care of the dog either. Why don't I go pick him up? Isabella, can your place even handle a dog that big?" He replied, "Summer Lynn wants to take him." Isabella didn't reply for several minutes. Leo asked if she agreed. After a long pause, Isabella sent a video call request with only 5 words. "Let Summer Lynn take this. The choice is yours. If you can't bear to part with him, then don't give him back." Leo's reasoning was simple. Isabella couldn't even manage her own mess, let alone a real dog's. If she didn't have time to take care of it, she should return it to Summer. But if she was attached, she should keep it. What do you mean, give him back? Brutus is my dog. That name fits him better than Buttercup. It was a bit generic, but Brutus was definitely more suitable for a powerful male Doberman. Leo never handed the phone to Summer. He just said, "It's fine," hung up, and turned to her. "You can't have Brutus back, but don't worry. She might not be great at taking care of a dog, but she has money. He won't be mistreated." Okay, that sounds like Isabella, right? Yeah, your relationship now is partners. We're on good terms. This was the awkwardness of meeting an ex. Stilted, one-sided conversation. But in this case, the only one who seemed awkward was Summer. Amnesia had its perks. Everyone felt like a new person. Leo waved goodbye and was about to leave, but Summer stopped him. "They must have said a lot of bad things about me, didn't they?" "Not really. Well, maybe a little. In your mind, am I the evil woman who leeched off you? I'm not stupid enough to form an opinion of someone based on what other people say. If he truly believed she was a vampire, he wouldn't be having a casual chat right now. He'd probably be throwing punches." Forming an opinion based on someone else's subjective account was the height of stupidity. All the stories Leo had heard were from the storyteller's perspective. Even the expressions described were what they saw, not his own objective thoughts. Peyton hadn't mentioned much, but she'd alluded to a pessimistic past. Isabella mentioned her a fair bit, but her bias was overwhelming. And as for Dr. Shaw, her attacks were off the charts. She pointed the finger directly at Summer, practically wishing Leo would stab her to death. Though the common thread in all the stories was Summer Lynn is a terrible person, Leo had never discussed her with any of them after hearing their tales. He had his own stance. You have to move forward. Since our futures aren't connected, the past doesn't matter. But which way is forward? Summer took a deep breath. Any way is forward. Leo stuffed his hands in his jacket pockets and picked up a remote-controlled toy excavator that had bumped into his foot. A nervous-looking kid walked over, head down. I'm sorry, mister. I didn't mean to. You broke my foot. Pay up. Mister, I don't have any money. Let me play with it for 5 minutes and we'll call it even. A wicked grin spread across Leo's face as he took the remote. The other kids stared, confused, then their eyes lit up. Summer Lynn. She was a celebrity. Summer wasn't famous enough to be universally recognized, but the kids in her own apartment complex would definitely know that a star had emerged from their old neighborhood. It was no different from a golden phoenix flying out of a small village. The little girls gathered around for a group photo, ready to show it off at school to satisfy their minor vanity. For Summer, this scene felt familiar. The same building, its warm-colored exterior faded with age. The same group of kids running wild on a weekend. The same aroma of scallions frying and hot oil wafting through the air. She was still surrounded by a group of little girls, and when she looked up, she was still looking at the same figure leading a pack of little boys, letting out strange whoops and hollers. He was telling the boys, "You all go to Northwood Elementary, right? Ever heard of Leo Miller?" Yeah. All the teachers know you," the kids shouted, clapping. They never mentioned my glorious achievements. The teacher said you and the celebrity Summer Lynn were childhood sweethearts. They watched you guys dating since you were kids. Leo froze. Hearing this, Summer couldn't help but smile. Some things had changed. In the past, her name was always attached to his. When people mentioned her, they'd add, "You mean that shy little follower who was always trailing after Leo?" She was just an accessory to a campus celebrity. Now, times had changed. They had grown up. When people mentioned them together, it seemed Leo had become her accessory. Even the teachers, when they talked about him, would ask, "You mean the one who dated Summer Lynn?" Was this what she had ultimately wanted? She tightened her coat, wanting to see how Leo would react. He would probably puff out his chest, point a thumb at himself, and say with feigned wisdom, "That's right, I'll lock down the big star early on. Let me borrow the remote-controlled car for another 10 minutes, and I'll give you some pro-level dating tips." And after he played with it for 10 minutes, he would surely whisper to the curious kids, "What are you thinking? Kids aren't allowed to date." At that point, Summer would have to walk up, link her arm in his, and say, "Hurry up, we're going to be late for our dinner reservation." She would have to rescue him from the crowd of children. And why say they were going on a date? To play along with his final act of mischief, of course. Not only would he not teach them, but he'd also rub their noses in it. Leo loved being a little shit like that. She didn't understand it, but she would play along. He would be happy after his antics, and watching him happy while she held his arm made her happy, too. It was a silent understanding built over long years together. Something no one else had. But Leo, hearing the kids gossip, just paused for a moment before saying casually, "That's right, the big star and I dated. Let me borrow the remote for another 10 minutes, and I'll give you some pro-level dating tips." The kids eagerly offered up their remotes. 10 minutes later, they crowded around, eyes wide with anticipation for some relationship wisdom. Don't get your hopes up. Dating young leads to nothing good. I'm the cautionary tale. Next time, tell your teachers to use me as an example. Huh? The kids looked at each other, confused. What, huh? Go back and tell your teachers we broke up a long time ago. Are you kidding, mister? Hell no. A celebrity dating could blow up into a scandal. Tell your teachers to stop spreading rumors. Leo, having played with their cars, led his little army into the corner store, where he bought snacks for everyone. Summer followed behind, whispering to Leo as he paid, "I'm about to terminate my contract. Dating is... It's fine. I was just messing with them and telling the teachers to stop talking nonsense." But what the teachers said was true. The gossip sites and tabloids don't care about the truth. They'll just find a teacher, record them saying it as proof to add credibility, and then make up the rest. Leo sighed and walked out of the store. He was actually a bit bored today. Otherwise, he wouldn't be messing with kids for entertainment. Still thinking about getting back together? Leo glanced at her, puzzled. "No." Summer shook her head. "Then do you have a story to tell?" "No. It wouldn't do any good." "Then why aren't you knitting?" Leo was truly baffled. Was a celebrity like her really this idle? If you're so free, go knit a sweater. I thought you might need me to rescue you. Summer crouched down with a bitter smile. They were changing, after all. The half-grown kids had become mature adults. Leo would still be a little shit, but he had also learned to think from a more mature perspective. So is this what she wanted? In this old apartment complex, people came and went, grew up and grew old, but there was always a group of kids running wild downstairs. After all these years, the two of them were still squatting under the locksmith's ad by the building entrance chatting. But they no longer knew each other. Alas, time flows on, a river that never stops. Leo, how are things with the Miller family? Summer finally managed to ask, after holding it in for a long time. Where did you hear about the Miller family? You told me when we were together. You said you might be a rich third-generation heir and that you were preparing to do something big. I told you that? Wait, what did I hear about it? This news was as shocking as dropping a bomb in a pond. Leo's shock was the churning water. Do you have proof? Our chat history. Summer expertly found a long list of messages about the Miller family. Most were Leo expressing his shock. I just fucking realized I'm a rich kid. I can't accept this. Leo Miller, am a young master. My dad is a rich second-generation heir. There are also questions from Summer, like who told you this? Don't believe it, just yet. They might have ulterior motives. Leo was vague about who had told him, but he had assured Summer, don't worry, I won't do anything rash. Leo stared at the messages, stunned, muttering under his breath. Why didn't you tell me this at the lounge last time? You're underestimating how devastating it is to see someone for the first time after they've lost their memory. Summer spoke slowly from the side. I don't know how others acted when they first saw you, but as your girlfriend, all I could think about was my heartbreak and how to quickly stuff your memories back into your head. I had no other thoughts. Besides your mom, I'm probably the person in this world who least wanted to see you lose your memory. Leo was taken aback. He developed a stereotype. On the day he was discharged, everyone had acted with such strong ulterior motives that he assumed anyone facing his amnesia would have a similarly calculating, rational response. But a real reaction to amnesia should have been a simple outpouring of emotion. Someone who truly had feelings for their partner would, in fact, probably only have time for heartbreak. Wait, I didn't tell anyone else about this, which means I definitely didn't want it getting out. You didn't tell others because your fate had nothing to do with them. But I was your girlfriend. Our fates were already tied together. Hold on. I need to go find someone first. We can talk about our stuff later. Leo had to find Peyton. If he really knew about the Miller family before his amnesia, the information could have only come from two people, Rick Miller or Peyton. But Rick had just said the car crash was a setup to have him killed while he was unaware, thereby creating a narrative where Ethan murdered his innocent cousin. The crash had to happen without his knowledge, otherwise it would raise questions with the old man and Uncle Edward. Were Rick and his son putting on an act? If all other possibilities were eliminated, it had to be Peyton. She was hiding something. Leo scrambled to leave, but Summer stopped him. Don't rush off. Give me a few minutes. What is it? I have some information for you. Summer waited quietly for Leo to decide whether to stay or go. It used to be like this. All the decisions were really up to him. She didn't want him to fight, but he fought. She didn't want him to be a little shit, but he was. She was just a tag-along who followed him around. All she could do was quietly patch him up after a fight, or help him out of a jam after he'd been a little shit. Leo forced himself to calm down. If it's going to take a while, let's go upstairs. Okay. They walked up the stairs, one after the other, to Diane Miller's shocked gaze. One was her son, the other a girl she had watched grow up. Neither was a stranger, but she knew they had had a rough breakup. Confused, Diane didn't say anything, just asked if Summer had eaten and then returned to her room to knit. People are always a bit hypocritical. If she saw some other neighborhood boy bringing different girls home all the time, she'd have a few choice words in her head. But when it was her own son, well, out of sight, out of mind. She'd ask him about it later. What did you want to tell me? Leo even took out a notebook. He needed to jot down key points and then verify them through other people or objective evidence. Blindly trusting someone was not an option. Actually, it would be beneficial for you to get on good terms with Isabella, or even marry her. Why do you say that? I've been looking into the girls around you. If you're really a young master, she's clearly the most suitable match. Dr. Shaw is, at best, a wealthy professional. Skylar's parents are in tech. That's a different world from old money families like the Millers. They don't have the standing and wouldn't want to get involved in local power struggles. That's not important, and it's certainly not for you to comment on. Are you unwilling to be with Isabella? Summer's eyes flickered. I can't. Leo cut the topic short. But Summer was right about some things, though she clearly didn't know about Willow Shung. This was a limitation of her social class. To the Millers, celebrity was just a celebrity. Willow was a better fit than Isabella. The old man's vision was clearly more long-term. So long-term, In fact, that Leo had to think about it over and over. If Isabella's family situation and her running from her wedding wasn't a big deal, why did his fiancée have to be Willow? After all, Willow was only a barely suitable match. Because Isabella was too suitable. This visitor from Boston was more powerful, both in terms of background and personality. The standard for measuring a family's power is vague. You can't just sit everyone down and compare bank accounts. But humans have a habit of ranking everything. So, subjective factors like development trends become the yardstick. To put it simply, what is the future of your family's business? This depends on social trends and other unspoken factors. Willow's family was in real estate. In the early days, that industry involved a lot of rough and tumble, which is why her father and Rick Miller got along so well. The future of that industry was uncertain. At least the Millers weren't subjectively worried that a married-in Willow would have ulterior motives. They could keep her in check. But Isabella was different, especially paired with someone as ambitious as Leo. The introduction of her powerful bloodline would eventually alarm the fence-sitters in the family. A discarded pawn paired with a powerful wife with a strong background. Are you coming back to inherit the family business, or are you bringing in outsiders to snatch the fortune? Imagine this scenario. The Miller men are having a meeting. Isabella walks in and takes a seat. The fence-sitters ask Leo, "Why did you bring your wife to the meeting?" Leo shrugs helplessly. She has something to say. Then Isabella waves a hand. "Are you discussing the new shipping routes?" "I can handle that." The fence-sitters ask, "How can you handle it?" Isabella says, "Don't worry about it. Just consider it part of my dowry." After that, would you let Isabella come to the next meeting? You couldn't refuse. What if she brought a new dowry every time? Her power, earned with real results, would only grow. Eventually, there would be no need to call a meeting. The two of them could just hash it out in bed. Helping the Miller family was a good thing. But what if this dowry was an investment from Boston, an attempt to swallow a piece of the Miller empire? Now, combine that with Leo's own personality and Rick's past. The fence-sitters would become instantly vigilant and take preemptive measures. This hypothetical was exaggerated. But as soon as Leo made a move, they would harbor suspicions. They would then cozy up to Uncle Frank. The two factions would unite, crying a river of tears in front of the old man. And Leo would be out. "My fiancé is someone else. And what does this have to do with you anyway?" "Another one." Summer's mouth dropped open. After composing herself, she said slowly, "What I wanted to say is related to this. Ethan found me." "Ethan? Going after my ex-girlfriend to get back at me?" "Terminating my contract was supposed to be a huge hassle. Even after it expires, there are many ways to keep me there. But Ethan showed up and solved all those problems." "Go on." "He knows our relationship is complicated. He wants me to get tangled up with you again and try to get back together." Sounds like a plan his pea-brain would come up with. It wasn't a terrible plan. He'd probably just throw money at a new company to sign her. Maybe he had a chain of thought, like using the ex-girlfriend to piss off Willow and break up Leo's engagement. The goal was sound, and the plan even seemed feasible. And Summer bringing it up probably meant, "I think someone else is more suitable for you at this stage. Don't worry about me doing what Ethan says." Yes, it sounded a bit green tea bitchy. But Leo didn't need that kind of self-sacrifice. "Listen, if you want to use Ethan as a springboard to get out of your contract, you can agree to it." Apex Media was a mess of bad debts, and the family's funds hadn't come through yet. Ethan was definitely using his own money. So this was a good thing. The enemy's loss is my victory. As for pissing Leo off within the company, we'll see who's pissing off whom. If he really pushed me, he shouldn't be surprised if I ended up sleeping with his wife. Just do what you want. Once you're at Apex, if you want to terminate your contract, you can do it anytime. Ethan doesn't call the shots. Okay. Summer seemed very calm, as if she was just informing Leo of the situation, without any thoughts or plans of her own. Then, she casually asked, "I acted like I hated you in front of Ethan, complaining about how you got involved with so many girls after your amnesia. So, we should probably put on a show at the company. We don't need to act. Just be normal. So do you hate me?" Hard to say. Leo really didn't want to answer this question, because Summer was the only one who made him feel like amnesia was a good thing. This didn't come from the stories others told. It came from a video on the USB drive. He saw himself hunched over in the alley behind the lounge, vomiting uncontrollably, like a slug crawling under a wet brick. Seeing his past self with his own eyes was an indescribable feeling. That image was seared into his mind. "Leo, can you tell me what I'm like in other people's stories?" Gossiping about people behind their backs is not a good habit. I know. That's why I've never said anything about any of them. But if we're telling stories, I'm sure I could tell more than anyone. Let's hear it. If I tell you, will you believe me? Tell me or don't. Leo lay on the bed and saw a message from Willow, but he ignored it. Instead, he texted Peyton, asking if she was free to chat and probing about Ethan's movements. Since Peyton was trying to hide things, he couldn't rush it. Rushing would only increase the probability of hearing lies. Cousin-in-law, got time to chat? No time recently. I'm with Ethan at Apex, dealing with the renovations. Well, finally embracing your fiancé duties and becoming a supportive partner. Cut the crap. If Ethan doesn't pay for the renovations, you will. It's better to trick him into spending the money first. You're the best, Peyton. I knew you could do it. Leo scratched his head. Being a young master didn't seem so tiring. Who said being a rich kid was hard? This was a breeze. A moment ago, it was cousin-in-law. Now that there's something in it for you, it's Peyton. I see right through you. I really need to talk to you. Tomorrow. The paperwork should be mostly done by tomorrow, a work day. You need to come to Apex to sign things. I have to go to the Miller estate tonight to push for your money. Okay. On the other end of the line, Peyton stared at the single word, okay, and fumed. He hadn't said a word to her in days, but when he needed something, he was all sweet talk. And when he got what he wanted, all she got was an okay. Leo, you really are Peyton when you need something, anyone when you don't. That's not true. I'm not just with anyone. Ethan is signing an artist. It's your ex-girlfriend. Be careful. Your intel is a bit slow this time, little Peyton. I'm doing your paperwork, chasing your money, dealing with the old Miller fossils. When do I have time to pay attention to Ethan's business? You're so heartless. Sorry about that. You're really working hard. That's it. I run around for you, and all I get is that you're working hard. Then what do you want? Peyton didn't answer immediately. She brushed back a stray lock of hair and glanced at Ethan, who had his back to her. A flicker of something crossed her face. Chapter 130. What did Peyton want? What else could she want? A son. But for both sentimental and logical reasons, he couldn't give her one. What if she really was the killer? She'd show up with a baby, tears streaming down her face, saying, I may be guilty, but could you really let a child lose its mother? Besides, Leo himself was a bit hesitant about having kids. Setting aside his age, Rick Miller's example was a stark warning. He didn't think he could be a responsible father. What, you have money now? Rick had money back then, too, more than most. And Leo still ended up as a gigolo. Come work at Apex. I'll find a spot for you, Leo offered. He was establishing his position. The company was already preliminarily divided into two camps, his and Ethan's. Because of her status, Peyton would naturally be labeled as part of Ethan's camp. Leo's offer was a reassurance, like a file being opened for an undercover agent at police headquarters. The subtext was, go ahead and work with Ethan. The organization hasn't forgotten you're a double agent. She had done so much for him. He couldn't give her a son, but he could show his goodwill. Whether that goodwill was worth anything was another question. Silas was always saying, work hard, and you'll get a raise, his wrinkled old face beaming, smiling wider than anyone. But he hadn't raised anyone's salary by a single cent. That old bastard was making a killing. Learning how to be a boss from him couldn't be wrong. Closing the chat with Peyton, Leo finally got around to dealing with Willow. He read her messages and felt like he'd just stepped off a battlefield and into a kindergarten. Did she really need to ask him about this? Didn't I teach you how to say it? I can't bring myself to say it. Then get ready for Skylar to catch you in the act. I'm not worried. You boys don't understand the subtleties between girls. If I say something like that, she'll definitely hold a grudge. What? I don't understand women. Have you ever heard the saying, the only person who knows you better than yourself is your enemy? Who's the enemy? Aren't I your fiancé? With your level of intelligence, I'd advise you to just say it. Otherwise, Skylar will figure out your little secret within 3 days. Don't expect me to buy a front row ticket to the cat fight. Leo couldn't help but laugh as he read the chat. He really hadn't expected to find someone with a lower combat effectiveness than Skylar. He really wanted to go see the girls' dorm. What kind of feng shui could produce two such incompetent geniuses? Tie them both together, and they still couldn't beat Evelyn. Wait, tie them together. A bold idea suddenly came to Leo. The idea grew, feeling like the key to breaking the stalemate. He muttered, tie them together, and suddenly looked up at Summer Lynn, staring at her so intensely she shivered. What did you say about tying together? Are you going to the company tomorrow? Yes. As a shareholder of Apex Media, I demand that you not be late tomorrow. A wicked grin spread across Leo's face, the look of a plan coming together. He then picked up his phone and called the dark and mysterious Evelyn. Dr. Shaw, where are you making a killing these days? Sarcastic tone, rising inflection, and calling me Dr. Shaw. What thankless task do you want me to do? Just checking in. Leo switched to a very serious tone. Are you sure you're just checking in? Of course. Do you really think I'm some kind of king? Only calling on my ugly but useful queen when there's trouble. I happen to be at home right now, So, when is Master free to come walk me? Leo's face froze. Damn it, she was at home. This wasn't Dr. Shaw, this was Evelyn Shaw. Summer had been trying to act casual while eavesdropping, but hearing that bizarre term, she was instantly dumbfounded. Huh, a new kink? OMG, ladies. After years of dating, I never knew my boyfriend's real fetish. Leo, looking like he wanted the earth to swallow him whole, quickly cut her off. Stop it. Let's talk about something serious. Besides, we live in a new society. There are no slaves. Who still uses a term like master? Leo continued, stop messing around. I was just asking about the situation with Ethan. You don't visit me, you don't feed me, you don't walk me. I have no motivation to work. Come to the company tomorrow. I'll arrange a psychologist position for you to do checkups on the employees. It'll be a perfect opportunity for you and Ethan to meet. Ethan is coming to my clinic tonight. How did you get in touch with him? Leo was puzzled. How did these two, who were poles apart, manage to connect? Tell me you miss me, and I'll tell you. You're playing games with me, are you? Please, be a little rougher. It feels so good. Leo took a deep breath and gestured for Summer to leave. You really think I can't handle you? As his father said, only a pervert can defeat a pervert. Summer carefully closed the door, her slippers making soft tapping sounds as she walked to the sofa. Then she kicked off her shoes and tiptoed back, pressing her ear to the door. She was too curious. What else was there to know about Leo? The old house didn't have great soundproofing, but Leo seemed to have anticipated this. To avoid social suicide, he had buried himself under the covers. Summer could only faintly hear a muffled, angry voice and some disjointed keywords. On the other end of the line, there's only a soft sound. After a moment, Evelyn finally spoke. Her gentle voice changed. I found his social media through his phone number. From the people he frequently interacted with in the comments, I managed to get into his social circle. A bunch of rich kids. No, it's a support group for people who claim to have had bad upbringings, sharing stories about their childhood trauma. Ethan has a bad upbringing. I don't know about that, but I can confirm he has serious psychological issues and a strong desire to talk. That's my target demographic. Hasn't Ethan seen a psychologist before? Because he doesn't think he's sick. So I spent 3 days in the group chat, analyzing his subconscious through his dreams and his understanding of patriarchy, and successfully convinced him that he is, in fact, sick. But I'll need to talk to him formally to know the specifics. Hearing this, Leo couldn't help but feel a chill, even though he knew Evelyn was on his side, his accomplice. Anyone would find this story insane. You don't think you're sick? No problem. I can make you think you are. Be careful what you say when you talk to him. Find out as much as you can. Don't worry. I'm more professional than you in this area. Can I hide in a closet and listen in, or plant a bug? I want to hear what he says with my own ears. If you're next to me, or if I know you're watching in real time, I can't be professional. But I can record the whole thing and show it to you later. Thank you. Cursing me out is how you thank me. You fucking. Thank you. That was nice. Come to my company tomorrow. I'll send you the location later. Your company? That's great. Another location marked for activities. Leo Miller was about to start a game of Mafia. A real, face-to-face game. He knew that tiny lies, when stacked on top of each other, could create a mountain of deceit. But supporting one lie required 100 others. It was like when your girlfriend tells you she's going to bed, but she's really at a bar. She has to have pictures and videos of herself in bed ready to go. She even has to invent an excuse for why she'll wake up so late the next day. It was one thing to maintain a lie between two people. But what happened when everyone sat down together, face to face? After hearing everyone's stories, Leo could feel the thick, sticky coating of subjectivity on each one. It was that awful feeling where your heart wanted to believe, but your head was screaming at you not to be an idiot. So a game of Mafia it was. Different players, different agendas, all sitting around a table. If you lied, someone else would be there to call you on it. Dr. Shaw was a must. She had the unique ability to guide everyone into the right headspace for a game like this. Without her, it would just be an awkward, stilted conversation. Summer Lynn was also essential. She was the natural antagonist to the other girls, and from the sound of it, she had a few things she wanted to get off her chest. But pitting her against a group wouldn't be fair, and it wouldn't get Leo the objective truth he needed, which was why Skylar Reed had to be there. She was the only one who didn't seem to hold a grudge against anyone, not even Summer after the whole USB drive incident. He needed someone objective, someone who could point out inconsistencies based on her own memory, without any ulterior motives. Getting Skylar to come was easy. All he had to do was explain the idea of the Mafia game, and she'd jump at the chance to play. Leo also sent a quick text to Willow Shang. You two come out. Time to sort this out. He still remembered her mother's request for a photo. This was the perfect opportunity to kill two birds with one stone. They were supposed to be an engaged couple, after all. He had to at least pretend to consider her feelings. After sending the text, Leo got up and opened his bedroom door, just in time to see Summer Lynn tiptoeing away, barefoot and panicked. He cleared his throat. Listen, Summer. I broke up with you before the amnesia. It has nothing to do with my memory loss. The money's paid back. I don't have the time or energy to get tangled up in this any further. Go be a star. If you do well, I make money. It's a win-win. But if you're here trying to get back together, I can find a way to break your contract, and you can go wherever the hell you want. Think about it. If you agree, be at the company at 8 tomorrow morning. There's a meeting you need to be at. He didn't wait for her answer. He grabbed a jacket from the couch, slipped it on, and poked his head into his mom's room. Hey, I won't be home for dinner night. He still had questions for her. He wanted to know what, if anything, she knew about the Miller family. That was the problem with hearing stories from different sources. His mom, Diane, was absent from every version of the Miller family saga. He subconsciously assumed she and his dad had gotten together during Rick's down-and-out phase after he'd been cast out. Besides, his mom came from a small town outside Riverbend. He'd only been there once when he was little. She would have had no contact with the big-shot version of Rick Miller. Mom, he asked, testing the waters, do you know who Ethan Miller is? Is that another one of your little girlfriends? Have you brought her home before? Never mind. Leo, honey, just tell me. Who are you serious about right now? His mom put down her knitting needles, a gossipy glint in her eyes. No one. So, everyone, she said, a look on her face that said she saw right through him. She didn't press the issue. She'd always been lenient with him, as long as he didn't do anything stupid. And as for stupid, son, don't you go making me a grandma my age. You be careful about that. That's not happening. By the way, did you quit your job like I asked? I put money in your account for expenses. I did. See? I'm sitting here knitting. But seriously, honey, don't get into any real trouble. I won't. See ya. Leo gently closed the door. Diane Miller slowly lowered the sweater she was working on, a nostalgic look in her eyes. Ethan, that's the second brother's boy, right? A few years older than Leo, wasn't he? An ordinary person's life can sometimes contain extraordinary chapters, and it's those chapters that teach you how unpredictable the world really is. She was a traditional, simple woman. She could cook, clean, do laundry, and raise a child. But life had shown her things far beyond her original understanding. It had taught her to let things go. Wealth and status weren't all they were cracked up to be. She didn't crave them. She didn't think her son did, either. But does not craving something mean it won't come looking for you? Diane rubbed her sore arm. Her reason for lying to her son was simple. She didn't want him worrying about her while he was out there fighting his own battles. It was the same thing she had done when she was with Rick. If you don't have the power to change things, you step aside. That was the lesson her past had taught her. Did she have any advice for her son? After all, she had witnessed plenty of the Miller family's history firsthand. But what truths could a simple homemaker, living in seclusion, really have seen? Telling him a bunch of half-baked stories could do more harm than good. So, she wouldn't meddle. What she could see, her son could surely find out for himself. And what she didn't know, that deadbeat Rick Miller could tell him. Rick probably wouldn't let his own son get completely screwed over. The most she could do was stay home, watch her son grow, and not interfere with the storms raging outside. As long as her boy could come home to a hot meal and find a good wife, that was enough. As for Rick, as long as he was still breathing, that was enough. When Leo stepped out of his mom's room, he found Summer Lynn still standing there. Why haven't you left? I have one last thing to say. Go on. I want to sit down with those girls and talk. In front of you. Leo turned, his brow furrowed. Are you a mind reader? Leo, she said, her voice intense. Aren't you the least bit curious why we only broke up right before you lost your memory? I know. You said it was because I wouldn't secretly marry you. I'm asking why our relationship lasted until then. Leo scratched his head, several answers popping into his mind. He picked the most plausible one. Responsibility? Who told you that? Does it matter? Let's just say I was afraid you wouldn't pay back the money if I dumped you. Summer took a deep breath and tried a different angle. Fine. If you think it was responsibility, let's agree on that for a second. Do you really think you'd be stupid enough to feel responsible for a blood-sucking vampire? Seems perfectly normal to me. You women don't get it. A guy's first real love always involves a degree of self-delusion. Self-delusion is what simps do. Look at how we were. In what universe did I ever treat you like a simp? That's normal too. I couldn't see it clearly before. After the amnesia, I can. But your personality hasn't changed. Or if personality is too abstract, let me give you something more concrete. Summer opened her phone, switched the camera to selfie mode, and aimed it at Leo's face. Look at yourself. You put this face on the Northwood Confessions page, and you'd have a line of lonely college girls begging for your number. Why on earth would you need to be a simp? And if that's just a hypothetical, then tell me this. Why didn't you break up with me even when all those other girls were throwing themselves at you? Thanks for calling me handsome, but I trust the pre-amnesia version of me. Leo was now convinced that hosting a game of Mafia was a stroke of genius. His attitude towards Summer hadn't changed one bit. Even if everything you're saying is true, we still broke up. What's with this avenging angel act? The fact that I haven't chosen anyone proves you all have issues. It's that simple. He told her that the meeting tomorrow was for exactly that purpose. Since she was so eager to join the fray, she should come prepared. Summer Lynn stood frozen in place, watching him walk away. She had stayed hidden for so long precisely to get a clear view of everyone's true colors. She admitted she had been wrong, and she wasn't trying to force him back into a relationship. But right or wrong, she wouldn't accept a version of the truth that came from someone else's mouth. She wanted the real story. Leo rode off on a shared e-scooter. He hadn't expected such a strong reaction from Summer. His original goal for the Mafia game was actually aimed at Peyton. The drama in his love life wasn't a high priority for him. What he really cared about was why he seemed to know about the Miller family before the car crash. But Peyton was a tough nut to crack. You could never tell if she was telling the truth. So he'd cooked up the Mafia game as a solution. This is getting more and more fun, he muttered to himself, a sense of anticipation building for tomorrow. As for any criticism that he was just setting this up to watch a bunch of women tear each other apart, Leo would just say, "You'll have to speak up. You're all allowed to lie to me, but I'm not allowed to set up a game to find the truth." He arrived at the familiar Cypress Lounge and walked down the alley. From a distance, he could already hear Skylar Reed's laughter. She was sitting in front of an arcade machine, mashing the buttons. Willow Shung was next to her, looking flustered and glancing around nervously, constantly checking her phone for his message. Why were they meeting at the lounge? Because after receiving Leo's text, Willow had been ecstatic, but then she froze. Why didn't Leo just text Skylar directly? How was she supposed to explain this? "Skylar, Leo wants to meet up." "Why do you know that?" "He texted me." "When did you two get each other's numbers?" "Why became his fiancé?" "When did you become his fiancé?" A little while ago." So, Willow had resorted to a convoluted plan. She suggested they go to a mysterious new place and lured Skylar to the lounge. Then, they could happen to run into Leo, who was just a humble employee working his shift. It would all seem perfectly natural, but the plan was already hitting snags. The moment Skylar saw the lounge, she shot Willow a look. "Isn't this where Leo works?" "He works here?" "Oh, I had no idea you knew about this place." "Willow, this place is awesome. The arcade games are free." "Really? I thought it was just a bar." "It is. If you get a membership card, make sure you do it through Leo. Help him hit his sales quota." Seeing Skylar's bright, sunny expression, Willow was hit with a wave of guilt. I should have just told her from the start. If I tell her now, what if she asks why I didn't say anything sooner? Willow felt like her entire moral compass was being put through a meat grinder. She couldn't be in love with the same guy as her best friend. It was all a mistake. She didn't even like Leo. I'm doing this to help Skylar. As this complicated thought took root, Willow's mind started racing like a cornered animal. A bizarre idea emerged. Fact, Skylar and Leo are just friends, and they support each other's dreams. But as her best friend, I have my own personal stance. Skylar's going to be traveling for years. By the time she gets back, Leo could have 10 kids with 8 different women. That blue-eyed, long-legged Isabella. Even I get flustered looking at her. You think a scumbag like Leo isn't going to want a piece of that? Of course he will. But if I firmly occupy the position of fiancé, I can block Isabella from making her move. I'm not just innocent. I'm a hero. In that instant, Willow had a revelation so profound it was like a galaxy brain moment of divine clarity. In some new age fantasy world, she might have just achieved a twisted kind of sainthood. From this new perspective, all her problems vanished. Even if Skylar found out one day, she had a ready-made defense. "Skylar, why did you betray your best friend?" "Willow, I was helping you hold on to your man." "Skylar, why were you sleeping in the same bed with him?" "Willow, if I didn't sleep with him for you, the blue-eyed girl would have." "Wait, no, cross that out. That will never happen. It's just a hypothetical." With this newfound mental framework, Willow felt a weight lift from her shoulders. But then she saw Leo walking toward them from a distance, and her expression froze. Oh crap, what if Leo just tells her everything? Then I'll go from being the noble protector of their love to a backstabbing, traitorous friend. No. Willow tapped Skylar on the shoulder, saying she needed to step out and take a call. Skylar, lost in her game, didn't notice a thing. Willow scurried out to intercept Leo. Please, she begged, don't say anything yet. Leo stared at her, utterly bewildered by her earnest expression. What? Something's happened. I, Leo Miller, have officially lost the ability to understand women. He looked at her, confused. Weren't you the one who asked me to come? The plan has changed. If you tell her, I'm a bad person. If you don't, I'm a hero. Don't you have that backward? The moment Leo asked that question, he knew he was about to be subjected to some truly baffling logic. As Willow nervously glanced over her shoulder while explaining her grand plan, Leo felt like the world had been turned upside down. All he could manage was a simple evaluation. You keep calling me a scumbag, but you're not looking so great yourself right now. We're different. I have no feelings for you. I know this might sound arrogant, but based on the stories I've heard, that's how they all started out. Can you just promise not to say anything? Willow pleaded, her eyes filled with hope. But Leo offered her only despair. He shook his head. It's not some dirty secret. Why hide it from her? In her eyes, I'm the good friend with a strong moral compass. If you tell her, my whole persona is ruined. And if I don't tell her, I become a liar. But you're already a scumbag, Willow said with unnerving sincerity. It's not like it would ruin your persona. Leo almost laughed out loud. Okay, you know what? Explain it to me. Tell me exactly how I'm a scumbag. If you can't give me a good reason right now, I swear I'm telling Skylar everything, and not even God himself can save you. How am I a scumbag? You play with girls' feelings. Whose feelings have I played with? Skylar's, the blue-eyed girls. Have they been hurt? Willow's brain spun furiously, but no words came out. While she was stunned, Leo grabbed her phone and held it up to her face. Face ID unlocked. He casually flashed a peace sign, snapped a selfie of the two of them, and posted it directly to her social media feed. Willow snatched the phone back. Why would you post that? Your mom wanted a picture, didn't she? Your feed is full of everyday moments. You even post pictures of stray cats sleeping on the sidewalk. But when it comes to something as big as a fiancé, there's nothing. This is why. Willow nodded in surprise. That was exactly it. She asked him how he knew. Did your dad tell you what really happened at the family dinner? No, just that my fiancé had been decided. There you go. Winsheng's stance couldn't be clearer. The old man was definitely on their side, so he'd gone home and only reported the good news. The engagement is on. He conveniently left out the part about the fiancé bringing his girlfriend. His intention was to support them, but in Willow's mother's eyes, it just looked like a normal, happy engagement between two young people. It was the same scene all over again. Skylar sat under the setting sun, frantically wrestling with an arcade joystick, baring her teeth as if she wanted to climb into the machine and devour the final boss. Leo leaned against a nearby wall, patiently waiting for her to finish. It wasn't until she ran out of credits and got up to get more that she finally looked up. When she saw who it was, her brow furrowed, then relaxed, then furrowed again. She whipped her head away with a sharp hoof. I'm inviting you to a very fun game of Mafia. Sign up now and get a 20% discount. I don't know you. My mom told me not to talk to strange men. Even if I were a strange man, I wouldn't bother kidnapping you. All skin and bones. Couldn't get a dime for you. You take that back. Skylar spun around, biting her lip, ready to demonstrate her combat skills. She took 2 steps toward him, ready to pounce, only to be effortlessly overpowered and pressed back on her stool like a feisty, snarling puppy. You have 3 seconds to let me go. It is my sworn duty to take down all heartbreakers. When did I become a heartbreaker? In my eyes, you see me as the headliner at the brothel who entertains but doesn't sleep with clients. We had a wonderful time. You promised to buy out my contract, and then I turn around and you've run off to another brothel, dropping 58 grand on a diamond VIP package, leaving me to wash my face with tears every day. Boo-hoo-hoo. Skylar messed up her hair, let out a pathetic whimper, and looked up at the heartbreaker with pitiful eyes. The heartbreaker just grinned, grabbing her chin. That would never happen, because I only go for the ones who do sleep with clients. Entertaining, but not sleeping with them, is my bottom line with the madam. And corrupting good girls is my favorite pastime. Oh, sir, my stomach hurts. I think my period's coming. Next time, I promise. Willow leaned against the front counter, watching this bizarre drama unfold in a daze. All this talk of brothels, corrupting good girls, and selling bodies. She wanted to listen, but she was afraid to. The receptionist just handed her a bottle of water, motioned that it was free, and put her headphones back on. In the Cypress Lounge, this was kindergarten-level banter. If you actually eavesdropped outside the private rooms, you'd hear guys calling for their mommies. Skylar was losing this round, but after a quick glance at her surroundings, she switched tactics. Loyal subject, Leo. Outside these doors, you can ask me to sell my body, and I won't blame you. But inside these doors, what are you supposed to call me? My esteemed customer. Glad you know. Now, Take off your shirt and let me see those abs. I'm a big tipper, you know. Skylar winked. I could take it off, but would you dare to look? Leo made a move to lift his shirt. Skylar instantly covered her eyes, shouting, "Avert your eyes. Avert your eyes," while slowly spreading her fingers to peek through a crack. Why isn't he taking it off? What's this? Just a belly button? A little higher. Unlocking further content requires payment. Ugh, you cheapskate. Her little play finished. Skylar dropped her hands and stared into Leo's eyes, a grin spreading across her face. All right, tell me, what have you been up to? You want to check my game history, my spending records, my chat logs? Who will defend a man's right to privacy in this day and age? Insolence. Your failure to report your activities can only mean you've been engaged in some illicit affair. This is treason. Willow, drag this traitor out and have him beheaded. Willow, suddenly pulled into the drama, trembled. If I'm the one he's having an affair with, do I get beheaded too? She decided to stay out of it. Whatever Leo did was his business. Leo sat down on another chair and began slowly. Oh, nothing much. Just got myself a fiancé. You're getting married? And the bride isn't me? It's a marriage of convenience. It's fine. I've already figured out how I'll play the tragic part. At your wedding, I'll stand up and sing at the top of my lungs. Thank for the special invitation to come and witness your love. And I'll point at you, all tanned and looking like you just got back from a trip to Africa, and I'll shout, "Everyone, get your phones out. We've got a clown over here." At the mention of a trip around the world, Skylar fell silent for a moment. She didn't reply. "Leo, are you serious?" she asked quietly. He nodded. She probed further. "Can she go to the park with you and just sit in the sun? Can she spend all night with you at a land center? Can she stand on a street corner with you and pretend to be a dinosaur?" Leo shook his head. "Can she get your jokes? Can she play these little games with you? Can she dye your hair platinum blonde?" He shook his head again. "Then why are you engaged to her?" "Because we're walking down the same road." Skylar's smile vanished. Her head dropped, her expression lost. Leo's answer was serious. He stared into her eyes, wanting to see the shift in their clear depths. He caught it, a flicker of sadness gone in an instant. Now, it was Leo's turn to grin. "Try to play games with me now. I knew I could get you." From a distance, Willow listened to their conversation, her heart in her throat. She felt like her name was about to be called out at any second, followed by Skylar pointing a finger at her nose and saying, "The old proverbs were right. Guard against fire, guard against thieves, and guard against your best friend." Leo watched the silent Skylar and patted her back with false sympathy. "Don't tell me you're this sad, just because your buddy got engaged." "I'm sad, but not because of the engagement." Skylar looked up, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "Leo, getting engaged is supposed to be a happy thing, but you don't look happy at all." Leo's smile faded. Skylar studied his profile. "The path you've chosen. It doesn't make you happy, does it? Overall, I'm happy, but that's just life. Look me in the eye and tell me. These days we haven't seen each other. Haven't you been exhausted?" Leo thought about it. It hadn't been so bad. He'd gone to the Miller estate and stirred things up. The battle lines were drawn. He'd heard a few stories about his love life, but the Mafia game was about to start, and he'd get his answers soon enough. "Not really tired. It's been pretty fun, actually." "Well, I haven't had fun. I've been tossing and turning, unable to sleep, wondering if I'll regret my future. Thinking about whether you'll regret not staying when you get my wedding invitation after you finish your big adventure. No, thinking about whether I'll regret it if I don't complete the plan I've dreamed of since I was a kid." Leo turned to her, his eyes wide with disbelief. "You're thinking of not going?" "Just thinking. I think you should still go. Life is long. Who knows what will happen?" Honestly, Leo fully supported Skylar's dream. It wasn't just some cheesy sentiment like, "I don't want to see others change because of me." It was that life was a long journey, and leaving didn't mean it was the end. He much preferred the vibrant, joyful Skylar. You can't find a great white shark in any aquarium in the world, because those creatures, which spend their entire lives swimming, will kill themselves the moment they hit a wall and realize they're captive. A shark in the ocean is not the same as a shark in an aquarium. He was at peace with her decision. "According to the plan, I'm supposed to leave after celebrating New Year's Eve at home one last time," Skylar said quietly. "That's great. So what have you really been up to?" "I told you, getting a fiancé." "I curse your fiancé to be a bossy, controlling woman." "What kind of curse is that?" "Because you hate people who try to meddle in your life." Skylar didn't seem overly concerned about the fiancé. Leo had mentioned her so calmly, which obviously meant he didn't like her. "There's a whole line of us waiting, and you jumped the queue to become his fiancé. Do you even know how to do the job right? So, what's this Mafia game you were talking about?" "A game of Mafia where no one has to close their eyes." "I'm not playing. The competition's too weak." There's no sense of accomplishment for me. The players include Summer Lynn and Dr. Shaw. I'm in. Where do we play? The combat-averse Skylar lit up at the mention of those two names. This game sounded thrilling, way more fun than some boring fiancé. Leo didn't answer her right away. He led her toward the Serenity Room, with Willow tagging along like a little accessory. He needed to brief Skylar on the rules, to help her play the role of the hunter or the guard. Since she had no personal bias, she could be the one to step in when the accusations started flying. She could deliver the final blow when a liar was exposed. As someone who had been close to the pre-amnesia Leo, she had to know a lot of details. She might just be his secret weapon. Willow finally relaxed. Just as Leo had predicted, Skylar didn't really care about the fiancé. The game they were talking about must be about helping Willow set up a date or something. Completely oblivious, Willow felt the danger had passed and happily followed them. Along the way, she glanced at her phone. The post Leo had made was already getting comments. Willow's in a relationship. You guys look so good together. Ship it. Private messages were flooding in, too. Some people recognized Leo. Others asked, Willow, does Skylar know you're dating Leo? Willow stood frozen, unsure how to respond. She had always fantasized about her first relationship announcement, choosing the right song, the perfect romantic picture, the clever caption. And instead, it was just this. A casual snapshot where Leo was even grinning like an idiot. Her first time just like that. But being the subject of all this gossip. It was a strangely thrilling feeling. She was used to being the one gossiping. Now that it was her turn, she felt a little itch of excitement. She stood there, replying to the messages. Yes, that's Leo. Thanks. She politely answered the questions in her comments and DMs, but she deliberately ignored the ones asking if Skylar knew. In her small social circle, the news of her boyfriend had clearly spread like wildfire. Even her mom had texted, Finally, I get to see my son-in-law's face. Are you two on a date? I guess so, she typed back, the word guess feeling heavy. It was heavy because she looked up and saw Skylar buzzing around Leo, chattering away, and for a moment, she couldn't tell who was actually on the date. Leo explained the details to Skylar. She was to lie low at first, go with the flow, and gather more evidence before delivering a decisive blow. The main point of the Mafia game, he explained, was to figure out why he knew about the Miller family before the car crash. Skylar nodded, then asked, What's the deal with the Miller family? My uncle and my cousin are trying to take me out, Leo explained. Just picture one of those primetime dramas about a rich, dysfunctional family. Got it, Skylar said. They're the supervillains who've been hiding for years and are now emerging to steal the fruits of victory, right? No, Leo corrected her. The supervillain who's been hiding for years and suddenly emerged is me. Okay, this time I really get it, she said. Ethan is the cousin who just returned from overseas to seduce his younger cousin's wife and steal everything he has. Leo shook his head again. That script is probably still me. That's not right. You have to be the hero. How can you be the villain? As a person with an unshakable moral compass, I can't just accept your uncle and cousin as the enemy. It's simple, Leo said. My fiancé was arranged by my grandfather to strengthen my position against my uncle and cousin. Your uncle and cousin are dead to me, Skylar declared. You should have just said that from the beginning. My rage meter just shot through the roof. I also want to use this opportunity to see if anyone else is lying, Leo continued. But to keep the game balanced, I don't want you to target Summer Lynn. Don't worry, Skylar said, patting her chest reassuringly. Leo breathed a sigh of relief. He was about to say, okay, see you tomorrow, but Skylar grabbed his arm. I agree to play your game. Now you have to spend some time with me. Doing what? You've never properly served me before, have you? I want the full experience. Willow shot him a confused look from the side. Are you going to tell her or not? Give me a straight answer. This is killing me. If you're going to tell her, I'll confess right now. If not, I'll stick to my role as the noble hero. Leo looked at the two of them and sighed, returning with 2 glasses of whiskey. He placed them on the table. Just a little. Is this how you treat your customers? Skylar complained, but Leo silenced her by stuffing a French fry in her mouth. It's free. What more do you want? No, I have to teach you how to serve a client. Skylar kicked off her shoes and crawled across the tatami mat, signaling a role reversal. But Leo just shook his head wearily. He wasn't in the mood for these games. When something was nagging at you, it was hard not to feel irritable. His mind was entirely focused on the Mafia game. He was about to refuse when he felt Skylar lean her head on his shoulder. Leo, you look really tired, she said softly. I've been going to bed pretty early. I don't have dark circles, do I? Skylar tilted her head. I can see it. You're like you used to be. You have a thorn in your heart, don't you? Leo leaned against the wall of the lounge, not confirming or denying. On the wall behind him was a painting of Oiwa, the vengeful ghost from a famous kabuki play. He smiled faintly. I can't even get into video games anymore. What truly bothered him, he said, were the memories he couldn't control. All the stories he'd heard felt so real, but he was afraid they were laced with lies, so he couldn't fully trust any of them. It had gotten to the point where he couldn't listen to anyone speak without subconsciously searching for logical fallacies. He let it all pour out. The complicated relationships, the Miller family saga, the mysterious car crash, the liars. He just kept talking, stream of consciousness, whatever came to mind. A sudden, urgent need to express himself washed over him, to talk about all the things he couldn't discuss with anyone else. Skylar listened. Willow listened too. She realized she knew very little about her supposed fiancé. A car crash, amnesia, an ex-girlfriend? It was such a bizarre story that she couldn't help but chime in, offering a rational analysis, saying that if he just calmed down, he'd find a thread to follow. As a true daughter of a wealthy family, she had a certain insight into family squabbles. Skylar, on the other hand, said something completely different. Do you know why I want to take you away with me now? Leo shook his head. You're always like this, she said, her voice gaining energy. You always love to struggle and thrash around in the mud. But running away is the greatest skill humanity evolved to survive. She was getting worked up now. Think about it. Since the beginning of time, haven't humans always been running? Fleeing the East African Rift Valley, escaping south across the Yangtze. It's because when things get hot, you gotta scram. Otherwise, humanity would have been wiped out ages ago. Our ancestors were smart. Willow thought Skylar was missing the point. Leo's problem wasn't about whether or not to run. But Skylar sat back down. And do you know why I still like a big dummy like you who doesn't know how to run? She asked. Because you never run. You just charge ahead. I love that stubborn grit. Leo let out an unexpected laugh, relaxing against the wall as he watched her gesticulate wildly. Skylar leaned in close, her eyes sparkling. So don't worry about whether they're sincere or not, because I'm sincerely into you. Don't worry about who wanted to hurt you in the crash, because I'm sincerely into you. And don't worry about winning or losing, because there will always be someone in this world who is sincerely into you. Skylar sat cross-legged, her hands flying as she spoke. According to my original plan, I should be in Fiji right now, looking at the ocean. Do you know why I didn't go? Because I wanted to find a chance to tell you that I still really like you. A like that has nothing to do with being your girlfriend. Leo said he knew. No. Skylar wagged a finger. You don't know. The like I'm talking about is completely different from yours. Like right now, Willow is probably thinking, why do you say you like him but still want to run off and travel the world? Because the like you guys talk about is about possessing someone's good qualities. You like them because they're rich or have long legs or a gentle personality. You want to be with them to possess those so-called virtues. I used to think that way too, but not anymore. I've imagined it so many times. What if I didn't travel the world and just stayed here, went to school, and dated you? Could we be happy together? The answer is no, because you have all this crap to deal with. And I would go from regretting not staying to regretting not traveling the world. Skylar suddenly stood up and waved at Leo, her expression comically dramatic. Normally, I should be waving goodbye to you right now. But I just like you, and that's something that doesn't follow any logic. Thank you for your heartfelt confession, though I'm not sure I understand what you're trying to accomplish. There's no goal. I'm just telling you not to worry too much about the truth, because there's someone in this world who is super, completely, purely into you. I'm not worried. You are. Because you've heard so many stories, and now you have to verify them. You're afraid the truth you find won't match the stories you were told. Are you a mind reader? Not taking apprentices. With that, Skylar took a sip of her drink and pointed at Leo's chest. You need to always be confident. No matter what happens, don't ever feel hopeless. Because you have to remember that somewhere in this world, there's someone who saw you at your absolute lowest and still liked you. Leo had to admit, she'd hit a nerve. He'd been so thoroughly defeated by Dr. Shaw last time. So how was Skylar so effective against him now? Was he worried? A little. He had to admit, the stories he'd heard were all moving. But the more beautiful the story, the more likely it was to contain lies. The truth could be worlds apart from the fiction. But Skylar's words, there was a certain freedom to them. Did he have that kind of freedom? Skylar leaned in and whispered in his ear. Leo, have you, with your fiancé, done what? The baby-making thing. No. Then tell me honestly, do you have feelings for me? Leo looked down at her. Her face was flushed as she rested her head on his shoulder, her thick eyelashes fluttering. She probably hadn't expected to see him, so she wasn't wearing any makeup. It gave her skin a raw, real quality. I do, but the line is pretty long right now. So are we. Wait until you figure things out for yourself. What do you mean? I haven't figured things out. Leo playfully nudged her head, still pretending to be so carefree. I know exactly what you're like. Skylar stuck out her tongue. I'll always like you. If you ever call and say you need me, I'll come running back immediately. Leo nodded. He believed the like part. The always part? Not so much. Only an idiot would believe in forever. But that didn't stop him from finding this moment beautiful. How many forevers do you get in a lifetime? But weren't these fleeting moments what life was all about? In the familiar Serenity room, the girl prayed to the ghost on the wall. A little drunk, she leaned her head sleepily on the boy's shoulder. She said that no matter where she went, she would always like him. Whether she was in the oceans of Fiji, a stadium in San Antonio, or the Aegean Sea, she would always like him. Leo, she said, when you're troubled, the world feels so loud. It's like there are 100 people talking in your head. She held up her small hands and covered his ears. The world is noisy. Let me cover your ears for you. Leo shot her an exasperated look and said she was the noisiest one of all. But he didn't stop her from playing her childish game, because when she covered his ears, he could faintly hear the sound of his own heartbeat. Why didn't you ask who my fiancée is? I don't care. I'm sure she's a total lightweight. Really don't care? Well, you can tell me. Just as long as it's not DR. Shaw, she's way out of my league. Don't worry. She's no supermodel. Leo pointed to the lightweight sitting next to them, Willow Shung. Speaking of Willow, she'd been sitting there through the whole mushy confession, unable to get a word in, just nursing her drink. Alcohol lowers your sanity, especially if you're not a regular drinker. Looking at the flood of messages and comments on her phone, she felt worse and worse. What girl doesn't dream of romance? She'd certainly fantasized about a sweet relationship with a boyfriend. But now her boyfriend was in the middle of a sweet confession with her roommate, and her phone was blowing up with people asking if Skylar knew. So what if she knows? I'm the fiancé. She looked up and met a strange gaze. Yes, that's definitely Skylar. But I don't recognize that look in her eyes. Why does she look like she wants to eat me? Human joys and sorrows are not universal. The Serenity room was perfectly quiet, but to Willow Shung, it was deafening. The alcohol had made her head fuzzy, and her mouth was moving faster than her brain. Feeling her best friend's strange stare, the first words that tumbled out of her mouth were, "So you finally found out?" She patted her chest, letting out a long sigh, as if a weight she'd been carrying for ages had finally been lifted. She brushed away Leo's hand and crawled over to Skylar, patting her friend's head. A torrent of pin-up words erupted. Even though I'm the fiancé, you can just pretend I don't exist. Willow, it's okay. I'm not upset at all. Boo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Fueled by the alcohol, Willow suddenly buried her face and began to cry. Was it the gossip from her friends that had struck a nerve? The pressure of shouldering her father's responsibilities? The guilt of backstabbing her best friend? Whatever it was, the alcohol had opened the floodgates. She clung to Skylar's shoulder and sobbed. Skylar pointed at Willow, then looked desperately at Leo. Hey, I haven't even started crying yet. What are you crying for? I wanted to cry. Leo just shrugged, helpless. He didn't know Willow well enough to guess what was going through her mind. Her appeal for help denied, Skylar chose to fight magic with magic. She started crying too. They both sobbed, talking past each other. One wiped her tears, wailing, "Guard against fire, guard against thieves, and guard against your best friend. How could you do this to me, Willow?" The other whimpered, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Okay, maybe I did. I don't know anymore." Willow mumbled to herself, a litany of self-recrimination. I have no feelings for Leo at all. I just wanted to go to the family dinner and see what it was like. I have no idea how I ended up as his fiancé. I think he's a total scumbag. I didn't even want to see him again. But somehow I ended up inviting him here. I didn't want to hide it from you, because I don't want anything to do with him. But somehow I hid it from you anyway. Don't worry, Skylar. I promise I don't like him. I absolutely won't. Skylar paused, her brain lagging. She froze for a second, then a realization dawned. She grabbed Willow's face. Do you hear yourself? Do you think that promise means anything? Can you even control what you do? Of course I can control it. Then why are you always doing things somehow? I'll never do things somehow again. Wake up. If you keep doing things somehow, a baby is going to pop out and start calling you mama. Willow shivered and swore it would never happen, begging Skylar not to be mad at her. Skylar pouted. If I secretly got engaged to the guy you like, would you be mad? Willow lowered her head in guilt, just shaking Skylar's arm frantically. But out of her line of sight, Skylar winked at Leo, a sly, mischievous glint in her eye. She motioned for him to step outside. Leo nodded and left the room. There was no way Skylar was actually angry. She paraded Dr. Shaw in front of him before and hadn't gone into a rage. It wasn't that she trusted Willow. It was that she and Leo shared a strange, unspoken understanding. The boundaries between them were clear. The secrets they truly kept from each other involved their own individual paths. Just as Leo would never ask about who she traveled with, where she was going, or when she would return. That was her private territory, and since he had no desire to interfere, why ask? Anything they could openly talk about was, by default, just for fun. It was all a game. Leo turned his back on Skylar, who was preparing to enact a small punishment on her best friend, and walked out into the lounge's courtyard. The courtyard of the Cypress Lounge was vast. During events and festivals, all the various money-making activities, it could hold at least 200 people. As it happened, there was a performance tonight. On the stage under the trees, actors were performing a classic kabuki play about a romantic adventure. Leo wasn't interested. Jesus, do those event planners ever come up with anything new? He had just stepped out for some fresh air, but his path was blocked by a man he didn't recognize. Leo, my brother. Hey, how's it going? At first, Leo thought it was a regular he'd spoken to before. Although he mostly served female clients, he occasionally chatted with the other regulars. But after a long look, he realized he had no memory of this sickly-looking man. Who are you? What? You don't remember me? The man had bleached white hair and a tall, skinny frame that made him look like a walking stick. He enthusiastically grabbed Leo's arm as if they were long-lost friends. Not cool, Leo. And after I came all the way to Riverbend just to see you, you came all the way here to find me? What's your name? You really don't remember? It's me. Seb Cole. Seb Cole? The name sounded familiar. Leo's eyes widened. He asked tentatively, the guy whose wedding I crashed? The guy whose wedding was crashed by you, Seb corrected. What are you doing here? Having second thoughts about another wedding. Not at all. I've got a girlfriend now. And this one you can't steal. I'm crazy about her. Seb enthusiastically called out toward the audience in a language Leo didn't recognize. All he saw was a massive woman walking toward them. Yes, massive. That was the only word for her. When she stood next to Seb, the sickly man looked like a toothpick. Holy Mother of God, Leo thought. These rich kids were all wild in their own ways. So this was his type. This is Latifah. Leo looked at the woman. She wasn't particularly tall, but certain parts of her were undeniably enormous. He shook her hand politely. No wonder he was so against marrying Isabella. He likes them curvy. Seb, what brings you to the lounge? I called Isabella and told her I was in Riverbend. Asked if she wanted to play host and buy me dinner. She said she was busy. I asked if there were any fun places around, and she recommended this. Well, you came to the right place. Let me get you a couple of drinks. Leo grabbed 2 glasses from a passing server and handed them to Seb. They exchanged some pleasantries. Leo mentioned that the local food wasn't great and that he should try the Boston-style cuisine on North Shing Street if he wanted something good. Seb nodded and whispered something to his girlfriend. Leo treated it as a chance encounter with an old acquaintance and didn't want to interrupt their sweet moment. He gave a wave and walked away. Seb watched Leo's retreating back and called Isabella again. Come on, I basically set you 2 up. I deserve some credit. How can you be too busy to buy me 1 meal in Riverbend? I told you we're busy. Seb snapped a picture of Leo's back and sent it to her. I just saw him at the lounge. How can he be busy? He's at work. Isabella texted back instantly. Your boy Leo works here? You're a big shot boss, and you're making your boyfriend work a job like this. Mind your own business. Seeing her icy tone, Seb sighed and put his phone down. Poor Leo, he thought. Married to a woman like that. His happiness is over. He shook his head, then turned and planted a loud kiss on Latifah's lips. Just then, he saw Leo emerging from the Serenity Room again, with a girl on each arm. Seb's eyes went wide. Dude, what are you doing? You're with Isabella, and you're cheating on her? With 2 at once? Seb felt he had to stop Leo. It was for his own good. Brother, as a man, I know lust is a natural, unavoidable thing. But the price for a moment of pleasure is too high. Aren't you afraid Isabella will chop you up in your sleep? He decided it was better not to get involved. If this blew up and Isabella accused him of covering for Leo, he'd get an earful, and it wasn't worth it. But Leo was walking right toward him, dragging a flushed Skylar and Willow with him. Seb, I'm a bit busy these days. I'll treat you to dinner some other time. You're busy, Seb said, trying to bury his face in his girlfriend's shoulder. I think I've had too much to drink. My vision's getting blurry. He waved his hands dismissively. Don't worry about dinner. You do your thing. Isabella doesn't seem too keen on treating me anyway. No way. Can't have you asking for nothing. Since he was here and had mentioned dinner, Leo had to at least make the gesture. Tell her I said yes. Make sure you tell her. Huh? Do we even see each other tonight? Leo paused, confused by the Boston rich boy's strange behavior. If we didn't meet, is it a ghost standing in front of you? You must be really drunk. You're talking nonsense. Seeing no escape, Seb shot a meaningful look at the two drunk girls. You come up with a story, and I'll tell Isabella exactly what you say. Just tell her the truth. So I'll tell her your clients got drunk, and you have to take them home. They're not really clients, but whatever. Say what you want. Leo waved and walked away, leaving a bewildered Seb standing there. After hesitating for a long time, Seb decided to do what Leo said. Better you than me, buddy. I asked if you wanted me to lie for you. He texted Isabella. Leo says we can all have dinner some other time. Are you free? He's still there. He just left. Some people got drunk, and he has to take them home. Clients? He said they're not clients. Isabella didn't reply. Seb froze. This is bad, he thought. Isabella's probably putting down her phone to go sharpen her knives. I have to prevent a tragedy. He rushed toward the lounge entrance, wanting to tell Leo, run for your life. Forget about the threesome. Luckily, Leo was still at the curb trying to hail a cab. But before Seb could shout, his own phone rang. It was Isabella. Can you still see Leo? He's not picking up his phone. Of course he can't pick up. He's got a girl on each arm. I can see him. What do you want me to say? Ask him if he's coming home to sleep. If he is, I'll pick him up. That's it. Seb didn't repeat the message. He just walked over and held the phone to Leo's ear. I don't dare say it. You two talk it out yourselves. Leo leaned in. Hello. What's up? Why aren't you answering your phone? Waiting for a cab. Two girls got drunk. I'm taking them home. Wanting to have Seb give you a ride. Nah, he's had plenty to drink himself. Okay, call me when you're done. I'll come get you. Leo thought for a moment, then grunted in agreement. Seb's jaw dropped. Holy Mother of God. The Ice Queen has turned into a doting wife? This guy is a master. He now looked at Leo with a newfound, profound respect. And just as the whole ordeal seemed to be over, Willow, tucked under Leo's arm, lifted her head groggily. Is that your mom on the phone? She murmured. If it's too late, you can sleep in the guest room of my house. My parents wouldn't mind. The scene fell into an immediate, deafening silence. The call hadn't been hung up. Seb didn't dare hang it up. A few seconds later, the sound of a door slamming shut echoed through the phone. Sitting in the taxi, Leo felt like this whole night had been a net loss. He hadn't made any money, and he'd wasted good alcohol. Aren't you worth $20 million now? He asked himself. He shook his head. It wasn't just that he didn't have the money in hand yet. Even if he did, he wouldn't feel comfortable spending it. Money was meant to be saved. One of you two is paying for this cab, he said to the girl squeezed in the back seat with him. It wasn't that he wanted to be crowded. It was because he had figured something out. Skylar was definitely not drunk. He could even hear her on his right, clutching his arm and stifling a laugh. She was up to no good. What are you laughing at? This taxi driver is so horny. Where did that come from? He's been playing porn ever since we got in. Leo glanced at the screen. The images were indeed inappropriate. Hey man, maybe not in the car. Save it for when you get home. Listen, kid, it's not what you think, the driver said, but Leo cut him off. Just turn it off first. The driver sighed heavily, a deep sadness in his eyes. Kid, he asked suddenly, what do you think the meaning of life is? It's definitely not watching porn, Leo muttered. People are so fragile these days. He watches a dirty movie and starts contemplating the meaning of life. Is he going to drive us off a bridge next? Kid, that was my home security camera. Dude, stay calm. Leo blurted out. We'll pay the fare, just let me drive. Home security footage? No wonder people were so fragile. Technology had gone too far. Why did they have to invent surveillance cameras? Leo was on high alert, his eyes glued to the driver's hands on the steering wheel. That one sentence had sent a jolt of pure terror through him. Skylar was trying so hard not to laugh, she could barely breathe. She grabbed Leo's arm. Are we going to die, Leo? No way. You underestimate a man like this driver. He's a rock. In moments like these, a man's true character is revealed by his steady composure. Leo laid on the praise, hoping to stabilize the driver's mood. They managed to reach their destination, the entrance to Northwood University, in one piece. Leo dragged the drunken Willow out of the car and motioned for Skylar to take her. Can you get her back to the dorm by yourself? Actually, I should probably take her home. Okay. Skylar didn't ask why. She just scurried off, then turned and waved back at them. Leo was about to say bye, but she stopped him. Leo, we don't say bye. All right. See you later then. No. We don't say that either. When we part, we say Hakuna Matata. As she spoke, Skylar stood under the wide gates of the campus, her hands raised above her head to form a big heart. Leo had heard it before. The Lion King. It meant no worries. And when we meet again, haven't figured that out yet. Skylar giggled, and chanting Hup, 2, 3, 4, she jogged toward her dorm building. Leo stood at the gate, watching until she disappeared inside before slowly turning and patting Willow on the shoulder. You can stop pretending now. Get up. He'd been about to take her to her dorm when she'd pinched him. Another fake drunk. A woman 3 drinks and can act her way to an Oscar. What did you two talk about in the room after I left? Nothing. Should I call Skylar and have her come back? No, no, no. She just told me to be a good fiancé. Willow explained everything. She said she felt like she'd been PUA'd, but she knew she'd done something wrong, so she had to go along with it to make it up to Skylar. Skylar had told her to use her status as the fiancé to fight the other girls, to take her place while she was gone. And you believe that? Leo was 80% sure Skylar couldn't care less about that kind of drama. She was just stirring the pot for fun. If she'd really wanted to compete, she would have stayed. Love was a game of takers and the taken. Even the most harmonious relationship was just a balance found in that mutual taking. All the other girls he knew had, at some point, tried to take love from him. This naturally made them insecure, but their experiences were irreversible, unless he could make them all lose their memories too. From his new perspective as an observer, Leo was less lost in the fog. He could see the patterns, the common threads. Each of them was trying to use him to fill a void in their lives. That wasn't a problem, really. Most of what people called love was built on that foundation. You have what I lack, so you attract me. Only Skylar was different. On the surface, she might have seemed like the weakest one, but the deep-seated confidence she possessed was something the others couldn't match, especially when it came to him. She wasn't lacking anything. So for her, love was an exploration. The others were trying to fill a void, so they were obsessed with the outcome. Skylar was just enjoying the process. Love was an instinct, but the ways of loving were endless. Maybe it had something to do with the soul. The more he dealt with people, the more Leo found himself interested in the idea. Peyton had mentioned it, how he used to talk to her about souls. But it was a question so profound he could grow a beard to the floor, studying it, and never find an answer. Standing at the entrance to Northwood University, watching Skylar's figure disappear, something clicked. She was right. He had started to care about whether the stories were true or false. That wasn't a good sign. She hadn't judged whose story was true and whose was false. She hadn't judged whether his thinking was right or wrong. She was just using her own way to give him a little courage. Because Skylar's exploratory nature was built on a foundation of parental love that told her, don't be afraid, someone loves you. No matter how many times you fail, don't be afraid. Mom and Dad are waiting for you at home. And now that she was an adult, she was passing that on to him. Who cares if they're telling the truth or not? Even if they're all lying to you, it doesn't matter. Don't worry. No matter where I go, I'll love you. The courage to explore the unknown often doesn't come from bravery. It comes from having a safety net behind you. Leo's gaze swept across the street. He still didn't understand what a soul was, but he admired Skylar's. He saw a female student get into a Range Rover, feigning surprise as she opened a Gucci bag on the seat. He saw a late-returning student squatting by the road, eating takeout from a carton, planning to go work a late shift at a delivery hub to save up for a bus ticket home for the holidays. He saw a live streamer thanking a big brother for a virtual gift before launching into a sexy dance, her boyfriend holding a ring light for her, just off camera. And he saw the taxi driver from before, parked in front of a seedy massage parlor, gathering the courage to walk through its doors. Leo witnessed it all, closed his eyes, and opened them again with a small smile. Some people daydreamed in the sun. Others danced in the dead of night. The soul, he decided, was a difficult flower to nurture. So you deliberately pretended I was your mom for Isabella's benefit? And you're not going back to your dorm because you really want me to sleep at your place? Our house is really big. My mom and dad would love to have you. Why hide it from Skylar? I was too embarrassed to just ask you to come home with me. Pretending to be drunk lets me skip that part. They had only met 3 times. The first time on the track, awkwardly relaying Skylar's silly dream. The second at the family dinner, awkwardly going from strangers to fiancés. The third was today, where her secret was exposed by her best friend, making things awkward yet again. Every time they met, the word awkward was involved. Just like right now. Willow didn't dare speak to him again. Leo was too good with words. She'd just get flustered and confused. Pro tip for avoiding scumbags: do not engage in conversation. But as they sat in a new taxi, she realized Leo wasn't as talkative as she'd imagined. She leaned over. Why aren't you talking? Do you not want to stay at my house? I'm not staying. I'll just drop you off, say hi to your parents, and leave. Willow panicked. He was going back on his word. But you didn't say no before. I didn't say yes either. Then what will it take for you to stay? What's the difference where I sleep? It's all just lying in a bed and snoring. We have cats. Isabella has a dog. I have lots of cats. Leo almost laughed at her ridiculous reasoning. He turned to ask if she was serious, but one look at her earnest eyes told him she was. He was speechless. All right, let's see if your cats can convince me to stay. They definitely can. Willow lived in a massive penthouse apartment. When they walked in, four people were sitting in the living room. Leo only recognized one of them, Winston Winsheng. Seeing the gathering, his first instinct was to say a quick hello and leave. This was either a party or a meeting, and it was better to hear as little as possible. But a man who introduced himself as Vincent Sheng stood up and called out, "My boy, what's with the old-timey talk?" Leo just nodded. "Thanks for the compliment, sir. Seeing you today," Vincent continued. "You really have your father's bearing." "Sir," Leo replied. "That almost sounds like an insult." The rapid-fire conversation gave Leo no chance to escape. He finally understood why Vincent and Winston were gathered together so late at night. "My boy," Vincent began in full-on push-relative mode, "I know you're not of age to marry yet, but this engagement party." Winston quickly jumped in. "Brother, the kids only just met. Let's give them some time to get to know each other." "Winston, time waits for no man," Vincent said, applying pressure. He ignored his younger brother and looked directly at Leo. Leo quickly analyzed the situation. The older brother applying pressure, the younger brother being ignored. The sister-in-law holding her sister-in-law's hand on the edge of the sofa, whispering quietly, staying out of the men's business. But the younger brother's wife clearly had something to say about her daughter's engagement and couldn't get a word in. There were other, more subtle details. The window in Winston's apartment was open, an ashtray on the sill. He was rubbing his hands together, but hadn't picked up a cigarette. Why would he need to smoke by the window in his own home? Probably because his older brother didn't smoke and couldn't stand the smell. My poor father-in-law isn't doing so well, Leo thought. Grandpa Miller had to have known this, yet he'd still arranged the marriage. This meant the correct play was to use Willow as a bridge to align with Vincent. He should just agree to the engagement. It was going to happen sooner or later. But Leo didn't do that. Instead, he put on a confused expression. "Mr. Sheng, I'm a bit face-blind. Which one of you is actually my father-in-law?" Willow blushed and tugged on his sleeve. How would he not tell them apart? Her uncle and her father looked nothing alike. If they were dogs, her uncle was a sleek greyhound and her dad was a fluffy Alaska Malamute. They weren't even in the same weight class. Vincent's face froze for a second before he pointed to his brother across the sofa. Leo immediately went over and threw an arm around his father-in-law's shoulders, acting completely at ease. "Dad, let's push the engagement party back a bit. My career hasn't even gotten off the ground yet." "Then you'd better get to work, you brat, so you can start calling me Dad for real. That's a long way off. I don't even call Rick Miller Dad. I just call him Big Rick. Then we'll each call each other what we want. I'll call you son-in-law, and you can call me Win. That way we're both one-upping your old man." Winston wasn't a serious person by nature, and he was clearly relishing this moment of defiance in front of his older brother. After being exiled to the north for so many years and still having to face his brother's sour expression upon his return, this felt good. Damn good. Leo smiled and waved dismissively at Vincent's scowling face. "Who are you scowling at?" "Inside the Miller family, I bow and scrape, calling this one uncle and that one grandpa. But outside the Miller family, what do you call me? You call me Young Master Miller, and you're trying to pull rank on me? Keep it up, and I'll have Big Rick materialize outside your window tonight." Leo followed Willow to her room. It was immaculate, a space that clearly belonged to someone with a rich inner life. A spiral bookshelf held flower arrangements and Lego sets. A massive display case housed a completed Disney castle, a huge undertaking that required immense patience. Her cats were hiding, peeking out from behind furniture, too shy to approach. "Looks like your dad really doesn't have much pull around here," Leo said, teasing a silver cat with a treat stick. "No wonder you had to throw yourself at me. You were too impulsive. An engagement isn't that big of a deal." Leo shook his head, attempting to give the clueless Willow a lesson in psychological warfare. Making a bad first impression is the best strategy. If you act obedient, he'll dare to go over your head next time. If you bare your teeth, next time he'll have to say, "Young master, I beg you, please tone it down." People are all like that. Only a brave silver tabby dared to approach him. Willow sat quietly to the side, watching him play with the cat. "Do you like cats?" she asked suddenly. "They're cute to play with, but I don't really like having pets." A person with no free time like Leo having a pet was a strange thought. "Then if we get married, my mom will have to take care of the cats." Willow knelt and stroked the tabby's chin, and it started to purr. "In your dreams. Who said anything about marrying you? Isn't it a strong possibility?" In this age of information, the odds of finding a truly pure, naive girl were slim to none. Willow didn't think she was naive. She understood the reality of the situation. It wasn't about whether she wanted to marry Leo. It was about whether Leo wanted to marry her. He had options. She didn't. This was the only way she could help her father. That was the real reason she had been so hesitant to tell Skylar. I may not like him, but I have to marry him. Do you feel wrong? Leo was still on the floor, successfully petting the cat that had finally let its guard down. He stood up and, in the same motion, stroked Willow's head. Maybe this is just my fate, she answered quietly. Those 4 words, "this is my fate," are the most wronged words in the world. I'm just conflicted. My life is so much better than most people's. Even if I'm forced into this, it's just marrying someone I don't like. I'll still live a good life. Logically, I shouldn't feel wronged, but sometimes I still feel like it shouldn't be this way. You don't have a choice, and neither do I. So yes, it's fate, but you're amazing. You can influence my uncle's decisions. You tell stories that trick girls. You always make the right choice. That's because we're the same. I've just moved on to the next stage. When I first found out the car crash was because of some rich family, I felt wrong too. What the hell? Why me? Why are you forcing this fate on me? I tried to run, but it was useless. When I saw the twisted history of blood and hate, I realized this was my destiny. The only difference was whether it came sooner or later. So everything I do now is just to walk through that destiny with more composure. You can too. Willow's image of Leo began to shift from a blurry scumbag to something clearer. What should I do? You take down your uncle. And me. Willow pointed at her own face, her clear eyes wide with confusion. Not now, obviously, but if we join forces, we can. Stronger together. But I don't like this stuff. You think I do? You take down your uncle, your dad takes his place, and you can spend your days here raising cats and wearing your hanfu. At the mention of hanfu, Willow's face flushed. She followed his gaze to the pile of traditional clothing on her bed she hadn't had time to put away. She scrambled to tidy them up, then glanced cautiously at Leo, trying to steer the conversation back on track. So from now on, I should just listen to you and play the part of the good fiancé, right? You also read the scripture of great peace? Are you trying to become an immortal? You know, you do have a kind of ethereal vibe. I should introduce you to the Reverend Wild. Stop looking. Willow scrambled after him, trying to hide her books. But Leo kept finding new treasures in her room. My cruel billionaire CEO. So you like angsty romance novels too? Willow felt like she was being stripped bare. Why did I bring him to my room? Leo grinned at her. Sorry, I didn't know much about you before, but I'm getting a better picture now. A literary girl who's into Taoism and angsty romance. Raises cats in her spare time. You're quite a complex character. Willow hugged her knees and fell silent. She had a feeling she knew why Leo had come home with her. You were worried about me, weren't you? Afraid I'd get too caught up in my own head. Thank you. You're thinking too much. What guy doesn't love getting a look at a girl's bedroom? It's a good view, and I'd like to see more. Her heartfelt thanks was met with a crude, dismissive comeback. For a sensitive girl, it was a devastating blow. Willow pouted, turned her face away, and sulked. She snuck a few peeks at Leo, but he wasn't even looking at her. She deliberately kicked the end of the bed, but all she got was, "Stop making faces over there. You're not dressed scantily enough for me to be interested." Scumbag. Pro tip for avoiding scumbags. Never believe their heartfelt words. He just wants to see you in less clothing. Willow bit her lip and fumed in silence. She decided to give him the cold shoulder for a while. But then her uncle's voice came from outside the door. "Willow, come out for a minute. I need to talk to you." Willow's expression soured. She could guess what he wanted to say. He was going to use her parents to pressure her into the engagement again. What could she do? "Don't yell. She's asleep," Leo shouted without turning his head. "My boy, could you wake her up? I'm asleep too." "Good night, uncle." Leo had no intention of opening the door. "You think you're my uncle?" "My uncle is the Reverend Wild. Go fight him for the title." Willow wasn't a rebellious girl. In fact, she'd always been on the conservative side, rarely defying her elders, especially not her domineering uncle. She squeezed her eyes shut, pretending to be asleep, worried he would send her Ann in a check. The nervous tension was a thrilling sensation. When she was sure the footsteps outside had faded, she opened her eyes. A human face and a cat face were hovering over her. "I promised him a can of food if he let me pet his head," Leo said. "Come on, give my buddy a treat." Willow's body stiffened. She realized her pro tips were useless. He was so close. She didn't know how it happened that night. She was always so clueless. Leo said if she ever succeeded in her spiritual cultivation, she could take the name the Clueless Fairy, a title every bit as fierce as the Reverend Wild. She had been dazedly unmasked by Skylar, dazedly brought Leo home, and dazedly chatted with him about everything and nothing. He had said you can't deny fate, but you have to walk your own path through it with composure. It felt like he had seen right through her. She was sure he was a scumbag, that he knew all her little secrets, which was why, when she blinked her eyes open in the dim room, it felt like an electric shock. Looking at the man demanding a can of cat food, she felt for the first time that her life was spinning out of her control. He had so easily freed her from her uncle's control, and now he was freeing her from her own. And she found, to her surprise, that maybe living like this would be okay. No, what am I thinking? It was okay. She had a mantra for this. The secret art for when you were on the verge of succumbing to demonic influence. She'd only read about it for fun, but she'd learn a lot. She silently chanted in her head, the highest star in constant transformation. She recited it 3 times. She opened her eyes again. She was going to say, "Scumbag, get away from me." The boy, holding the cat, leaned in closer, confused, and held out his hand for the can. He said if he didn't get the can soon, his new cat buddy was going to turn on him. As that face drew near, she found she couldn't say the word scumbag. She needed to chant the mantra again. But this time when she closed her eyes, they snapped right back open. She couldn't say the words. His eyes were like a spell, and they had silenced her resolve. The Clueless Fairy's pro tip for avoiding scumbags: don't make eye contact. Willow Shung felt she could write a book. She would use her own experiences to help other girls avoid men like him. With this thought, she closed her eyes and turned her head to face the wall, trying to avoid Leo's gaze. Her mind was racing. A typical scumbag used sweet words to break down a girl's defenses. But Leo didn't use sweet words. Where was the sweetness? Where was the honey? Right now, he was rummaging through her cabinets with her cat, looking for canned food. So how was he making her heart race like this? Willow couldn't figure it out, but she concluded that Leo was using a psychic attack. Determined not to betray her best friend, Willow knew she had to take a stand. She couldn't let him think she was a pushover. Stop your psychic attacks immediately. Stop trying to charm me. I won't accept it. She got up from the bed and, with a composed expression, walked over to her chair and picked up her Taoist scriptures. With a man in her room, she couldn't change into pajamas. She was still wearing a simple knit sweater and wool over-the-knee socks, which felt a little out of place in her cozy room. But the moonlight slanting across her desk gave her a cool, distant aura. Her high ponytail made the line of her jaw exceptionally sharp. When she wasn't flustered, she really did look ethereal. A heart of ice unmoved by the collapsing heavens. Calm amidst chaos, spirit serene, self-forgotten, mind focused, the 6 roots firmly planted. If I can't chant it in my head, I'll read it out loud. Calm, calm, calm. What's this little guy's name? Calm. His name is Pepper. Pepper, it's not that I won't feed you. It's that your owner is cheap. Pepper jumped out of Leo's arms, walked over to a cabinet under the desk, and started swishing his tail back and forth. Leo knew that a swishing tail meant the cat was annoyed. He was probably laughing at how stupid Leo was. Cats were smart. They knew where the treats were kept. Under the cat's intense gaze, Leo pulled the cabinet door open. As man and cat prepared to forage for their own food, Willow was completely oblivious. She couldn't talk to Leo. If she did, her heart would never be calm. Leo didn't try to talk to her either. An innocent girl alone in a room with her fiancé. The atmosphere was naturally charged. He could see she was flustered. Anyone would be, but he couldn't just leave now. Vincent was probably waiting for him outside. Vincent was a powerhouse, but his flaw was that he would inevitably try to seize control, to act as the benefactor from the bride's side. He could offer a lot, but he'd demand a lot of power in return. Objectively, that made sense. Subjectively, Leo didn't want that kind of liability. Winston, on the other hand, was perfect. All Leo had to do was paint him a picture. I'll take down my cousin, you take down your brother, and we'll form the Burn It All Down Boys. After years of exile, Winston was highly likely to cheer him on, but highly likely wasn't good enough. He couldn't gamble on it. He needed to find a chance to gauge Winston's attitude. If the man had gone soft in middle age, it would be a disaster. So Leo was just playing with the cat to avoid Vincent. He had no intention of having a heart-to-heart with Willow. But the moment he opened the cabinet, he knew something was wrong. Hiss! What was her underwear doing in this cabinet? Leo looked down at Pepper, trying to decipher the truth from the cat's behavior. Come on, talk. You have a mouth, don't you? But the cat was just trying to burrow into the cabinet. Leo had to stop it. A cat couldn't be crawling around in a drawer full of lingerie. Why did the cat want to get in there? Had Willow hidden the canned food in her underwear drawer? Honestly, Leo was at a disadvantage for never having owned a cat. He didn't know they just loved to crawl into any open cabinet. He hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided against rummaging through a pile of underwear to find a can of cat food. If she saw him do that, she'd think he was a total creep. She probably didn't see me, right? Hey, why did the chanting stop? Leo whipped his head around. His eyes met Willow's, which were wide with shock. Ahem. I was looking for the canned food. It's this stupid cat's fault for leading me here. What were you doing staring into the open cabinet for so long? I thought you might have put the cans in with your underwear. Leo swore he was telling the truth. But who would believe him? Willow looked at him like he was toying with her. Who keeps cat food with their underwear? It's in the cabinet above. You should have said so earlier. This is so awkward. Leo started opening another cabinet. Willow took a deep breath, turned her head away, and silently fumed. Scumbag. The mask is finally off. But you know what? The calming mantra was working. She felt she could now resist his psychic attacks. Bring it on, Leo. I can handle you. I'm heading out, he said. Huh? You're not sleeping here. I'd like to. But we're a fake couple. The day the old man kicks the bucket, we'll go our separate ways. I'm afraid your dad will see us sleeping together and then, with tears in his eyes, demand I take responsibility. Willow felt like all her Taoist studies had been for nothing. Calm heart. My ass. Listen to him. If that's not a scumbag, what is? All he talks about is sleeping with someone and not taking responsibility. Tui, if I weren't helping Skylar, who would want you to sleep here anyway? Then go. It took every ounce of Leo's strength, a full 15 minutes of struggling, and even an excuse about forgetting to turn off the gas at home, but he finally managed to escape Vincent's relentless persistence and get downstairs. The man was truly something else. No wonder he was so successful. He had the patience of a saint. Leo pushed open the main door to make his escape, but Vincent followed him, putting on his coat. In the elevator, he was like a monk chanting a sutra, droning on and on. An engagement is just a ceremony. If you really don't want one, then let's just set a time to nail down the details of our partnership, whether it's an investment or a stock transaction. Vincent was getting anxious. The verbal title of fiancé was just child's play to him. If he was going to bet on Leo, he needed a deeper bond. Either they made it official, or they merged their business interests. Leo had to pick one. This was the concession he was making after seeing Leo's cavalier attitude. If Leo had been agreeable about the engagement earlier, Vincent would never have been so eager to offer up his own money. Sacrificing his niece was one thing. Sacrificing his own cash was another matter entirely. This was the test Grandpa Miller had set for Leo. If he wanted to be the heir, his wife would likely be his social equal. Could he handle the in-laws who would inevitably want a piece of the pie? Uncle Vincent, Leo said, some things aren't a secret to a man of your stature. Why do you think I dare to show up at the family dinner? I know you have that girl from Boston with you, but you and Willow are engaged. Our relationship is much closer. I snatched her from her own wedding right in front of her parents. This statement, even for a man like Vincent Shung, required a moment of mental gymnastics to process. The implication was clear, parents aware, feelings deep. Vincent's brow furrowed, but he didn't give up. Distant water can't quench a nearby thirst. Here in Riverbend, an outsider's room to maneuver is limited. I'm a partner in the Cypress Lounge. Silas's partner? This time, the look in Vincent's eyes truly changed. To be in business with Silas had little to do with being a miller. He finally understood what Leo was saying. Don't pressure me. I don't need what you can offer. Besides, we don't know each other that well. I'd rather take from someone else than from you. Leo and the 5 members of the Shung family walked out into the apartment complex. He glanced at Winston's expression. His words had been a swift, decisive statement of his position. What happened next depended on Winston's reaction. But the old man remained silent. Even after Leo had been so blatant, he wouldn't stand up to his older brother. It seemed he was truly beaten down. Leo sighed. This Winston really was ready to lie down and give up. He waved his hand, signaling them not to walk him any further. He was leaving. Vincent was excessively polite. My driver is just up ahead. Let me give you a ride. No need, Leo said. Having been rebuffed, Vincent started to vent his frustration. Willow, are you two just playing games with the family? No, Uncle. Willow didn't know what to say. Her relationship with her fiancé had been out of control from the very beginning. Leo held all the cards. She had somehow become his fiancé. Before, she hadn't cared. She'd figured Leo, with his scheming brain, would handle everything, whether it was her family or Skylar. Even though he was a scumbag with the word bad practically tattooed on his forehead, she just had to listen to him and he'd solve her problems. But now he was just leaving. You're leaving me here alone? How am I supposed to handle this? Scumbags are so unreliable. Willow, we're family. I don't want to have to say this, but since your father was transferred back from the north, that position has been empty. Uncle, I'll marry him. I don't want to force you, but if you've decided to marry him, we need to have the engagement party quickly. Our relationship with Leo is too distant. Okay. Winston stood by, his face a mask of conflicting emotions. If he spoke up now, it would be a complete break. He hadn't dared to rebel back then, and he didn't dare now. His personality was similar to Rick Miller's. He couldn't stand this kind of situation. For him, enduring it took more courage than fighting back. What would happen if he fought? Rick's fate was a clear warning. But then, Willow spoke up. Uncle, we will get engaged. But before that, I need some time to build a relationship. Perhaps not expecting his niece to dare defy him, Vincent's face darkened. Leo's private life is a mess. You don't need to worry about feelings. Besides, what do feelings have to do with this kind of alliance? Uncle, I agree to marry him. But I can't marry someone I have absolutely no feelings for, Willow said, her voice firm. Leo's abrupt departure had forced her to face this on her own. She wanted to nod obediently, as she always had. But an annoying image popped in her head. Leo, saying smugly, I accept my fate too. So everything I do now is just to find a way to walk through that destiny with more composure. You can too. She hadn't understood what he meant in her bedroom. But after seeing how he acted, she couldn't help but feel something from those words. Marrying him was her fate. She accepted it. But how she accepted it was up to her. Vincent was already thin, with prominent cheekbones that made him look like a hunting dog when he was angry. Willow, I watched you grow up. You were always the most obedient of all the children. Have you been learning bad habits from outsiders? Brother, you can't talk to a child like that. Winston finally protested. His reward was to be scolded along with his daughter. Winston's fists clenched, his anger reaching its peak. And then, in a fit of rage, he did nothing. The situation was what it was. Even if he blew up and got it off his chest, he would still be at their mercy. After getting his fill of yelling, Vincent delivered his final ultimatum to Willow. Finalize the engagement. If we can't get on board Leo's ship, your father is going back to the north. A look of despair crossed Willow's face. It's all lies. I can't be composed. Not everyone can be like Leo. She tugged on her father's sleeve, wanting to tell him not to be rash, that she would agree. As she struggled with how to give in, she saw a head poke out from the bushes. No, two heads. One of them was Leo's. Only she had noticed them. She subtly glanced toward Leo and quietly pulled out her phone. Sure enough, a message had arrived. Stick to your guns. Argue with him. And don't stop your dad. Okay. Willow suddenly felt a backbone materialize. She lifted her head and looked her uncle straight in the eye. Uncle, I stand by my decision. We'll get engaged only after we have feelings for each other. In the bushes, father and son were crouched, listening. Big Rick, Leo commented. Win isn't very tough, is he? This is the best you could train? What? Not tough. You think he got the name Win for nothing? I think he's soft. Son, you're still young. The reason he's not tough is because he lacks firepower. Rick Miller crawled deeper into the bushes and dragged a heavy object back. He gave it a gentle roll in the direction of the group. Now, let's see how tough he is. Willow was stunned. Had a propane tank just rolled out of the bushes? She patted her father's arm and gestured for him to look. The moment Winston, who had been biting his lip in frustration, saw the propane tank, it was as if he'd seen his own father return from the dead. His hands trembled. He turned to his daughter. Honey, tell me, what do you really want? I can marry him, Willow said, her voice trembling, but we need to wait. Understand. In front of everyone, Winston waved to his wife and daughter, signaling them to get back. He took 2 steps forward and hoisted the propane tank onto his shoulder. Vincent asked him what he was doing. Winston strode up to his brother, pointed a finger in his face, and said one thing. I'm gonna blow us all to hell. You son of a bitch. Leo had been trying to think of a way to force Winston Shung's hand. Otherwise, this game was a non-starter. It was easy to provoke a hot-headed young guy, insult him, compliment his girlfriend, talk trash about his basketball skills. But provoking a middle-aged man with a family and a business, who had tasted both success and failure, was much harder, even if he had a short fuse. The core problem was that Leo couldn't give Winston enough confidence. It wasn't that Leo hadn't performed well. It was that years of oppression from Vincent had given Winston a crippling case of imposter syndrome. Who could cure him of that? Only his former idol, his big brother, Rick Miller. The propane tank was Rick's calling card. The moment it rolled out of the bushes, it was a signal that Rick Miller had arrived. In the presence of his old mentor, Winston found the confidence and dignity of his youth. Times had changed. They no longer brawled in the streets for kicks. Their focus was on their families. But Rick's appearance was a clear message. You useless bum. What did I teach you? You think playing the turtle is going to protect your family? You need to take this thing and blow him to hell. Staring at his brother, who was suddenly juiced up like he was on steroids, Vincent was dumbfounded. Are you possessed? Whoever you are, get out of him. Winston, you're being too impulsive. Wait. Is that propane tank? Vincent suddenly remembered the bizarre legend that circulated among Riverbend's elite families. Do not go gentle into that good night when a propane tank appears, for you know not if its owner watches from a window nearby. Goosebumps erupted all over Vincent's skin. He frantically scanned the area, searching for a familiar figure. "Rick, are you there?" He couldn't see him, so he made a startling decision. He ran. "Willow," he called over his shoulder. "Next time you see Leo's father, be sure to say hello for me." "Uncle, we're not at the meeting the parents stage yet." Right. Take your time. Build your relationship. No rush." Vincent didn't even wait for his wife. He sprinted toward his car. He'd heard that even Edward Miller ran when this happened. There was no shame in it. And then he saw something shocking. Someone was smashing his car. Leo was taking a tire iron to a Rolls-Royce Ghost. As he shattered the windows, he yelled, "I just asked you to help me carry a propane tank. It's not like I wasn't going to pay you." "Young Master Miller, I'm just a driver," the white-gloved chauffeur whimpered, not daring to intervene. Drivers were often their boss's most trusted confidants. They knew more than you could imagine. He recognized Leo, Rick Miller's son, which meant the propane tank he was carrying was a big problem. It was Rick Miller's propane tank. Vincent ran up, out of breath. "What's wrong, my boy?" "He wouldn't help me carry my propane tank, so I don't see the point of this car existing anymore." Vincent's face was grim as he glanced at the shattered window. He held his tongue. He knew Rick Miller was here, and he wouldn't let things escalate. This was probably just Leo letting off some steam, the kind of childish tantrum kids played. Let him smash it. "My boy, don't trouble the driver. It's my car." It was a way of giving Leo an out, a chance to say he'd made a mistake and smashed the wrong car. Then it would all be over. "I know it's your car. If I smashed someone else's, I'd have to pay for it." What? He doesn't understand the subtext. At first, Vincent thought Leo was just too inexperienced to get it. But the second sentence made it obvious. Leo was targeting him. Good. It was time for an upgrade, anyway. "And remember to take the propane tank back with you," Leo said, quietly slipping a pack of cigarettes into the driver's pocket. "When gods fight, mortals suffer." The driver was probably terrified. The cigarettes weren't worth much, but the gesture was. The subtext was clear. "I know you're just an employee. This isn't about you. Don't worry." The driver nodded at Leo, a grateful smile on his face. A stunned Vincent got into his car. He watched Leo, who made no effort to hide the fact that he was the target. The young man stood in the middle of the road, illuminated by the headlights, and waved. Leo wasn't stupid enough to smash a car just for revenge. But damn, it felt good. No wonder rich kids in movies were always doing it. He was still just a poor kid at heart, not yet used to his new status. This was a compliance test. He was targeting Vincent directly. "I'm smashing your car. What are you going to do about it? You let it go this time. Next time I smash your house, you'll let that go too." The fiancé his grandfather had found for him was both a support and a test. He had to take it, even if it was tough. But how he answered the test was up to him. As for the in-laws, Leo had to set a strict precedent. "You follow my lead, and I'll let you have a taste. You step out of line, and next time, it's your house." The race to be the family heir wasn't about who could make the most money. Any of the old-timers who had weathered the storms of the business world could out-earn him. In a massive family organization like this, individual success was built on the foundation of the family. If you brag about making money, people would just laugh and say, "Try making it without the family's name behind you." The selection criteria for the heir were more about style, charisma, and the approval of the rest of the family. The details of tonight's events would, with the Shung family's intentional help, be placed on the desks of Edward Miller, the neutral parties, and even Grandpa Miller himself. Why would the Shung family spread the news? Because as long as Leo didn't tear up the marriage contract, their interests were aligned with his. Vincent had to swallow his pride and take the hit. He had tried to pressure Leo, and in return, Leo had put him in his place. What had truly changed was the dynamic between the Shung family and Leo Miller. Leo shook his head and looked at Winston, who was coming down from his adrenaline high. He pointed toward the bushes. "Big Rick wants to talk to you." Winston straightened his collar and excitedly plunged into the shrubbery. Willow's mom tactfully retreated, leaving the young couple some space. "See, I was right. As long as you're composed, your fate will change. The more you wave my flag, the better your dad will be treated in the family." In Vincent's mind, even though the bride was his brother's daughter, he was the one who could truly help Leo. He never would have thought a guy like Leo would bother with feelings and take the harder path to help his weaker father-in-law. But Leo's actions had completely defied his expectations. Willow didn't know how to feel. The moment she saw Leo's head pop out of the bushes, she had stopped worrying. Leo was a bad boy, for sure. He'd even dared to smash her uncle's car. She couldn't look him in the eye, so she just bowed her head and muttered calm. She had found a way to resist his psychic attacks. With practice, her magic resistance would increase. Then she felt her cheek being pinched. Willow looked up in disbelief, her mouth opening and closing, unable to form words. "Your mom is watching from a distance," he said. "Even if we're not getting engaged, we can't look too fake. We have to be affectionate sometimes." "Oh, okay." As his large hand kneaded her cheek, Willow, who had spent so much time honing her mental defenses, had no idea how to counter a physical attack. So she just started patting the dirt off his clothes from where he'd been crawling in the bushes. "Well, look at that. My son and daughter-in-law are so sweet," Rick Miller said with a wide grin, climbing out of the bushes, his words dripping with mischief. Willow blushed and turned her head away. After a moment, she managed a shy greeting. "Hello, Uncle. I'm not a fan of formalities. Just call me Dad." "Huh." Leo walked over and kicked his old man, signaling him to shut his mouth. He waved, stuffed his hands in his pockets, and headed toward the complex entrance. Willow really wanted to say he could stay. Her house was big. Her cats liked him. But with both their fathers there, she was too embarrassed. So she just followed him quietly to the entrance and saw him get into a Porsche Panamera. Behind the wheel was the blue-eyed lady, Isabella Vance. Leo rolled down the window and looked at Willow, confused. "Something else?" "No, nothing." "Then you should go get some sleep." Willow turned to leave, but stopped after 2 steps. Marrying Leo was her fate, but how she accepted that fate was up to her. That's what he had taught her. She gathered her courage and walked back. But when she turned, he was already out of the car and standing in front of her. "Are you staying the night?" "No way. You're not actually trying to get a scumbag to stay, are you?" Another terrible situation. A sensitive girl's heartfelt words met with a scumbag's deflective comeback. Willow didn't know what to do. She just stood there, speechless. Letting me sleep at your place is like letting a wolf into the henhouse. You think I'm some kind of celibate monk? My private life is a mess. You don't want to step into a scumbag's private life, you hear? He finished, got back in the car, and drove away. Willow stood frozen, not knowing what to do. She stood there for 15 seconds, chanting her calming mantra, trying to clear her head. But in the end, a sob escaped her lips. "You stupid scumbag. Wawa." The final player for our little game of Mafia had arrived. The great and powerful Isabella Vance. I'd save her for last for a reason. Her attack power was off the charts. Was Dr. Shaw a supermodel? Absolutely. But that didn't mean she was a top-tier combatant. Evelyn would spend the whole game trying to twist the rules to her advantage. She'd never just play it straight. The only one who could truly go head-to-head with a powerhouse like Summer Lynn was my dear Isabella. And since I needed a favor, I put on my most supplicating face. "Isabella, you free tomorrow?" "No. Look, don't be mad. I did something big tonight, sorted out the whole Shung family mess." "Was the threesome fun?" Whoa, language. A young lady shouldn't be talking like that. Oomph. The only things on Isabella's face were disdain and the reflection of the speedometer climbing to 100 miles per hour as she tore through the city streets. I felt deeply misunderstood. In the eyes of the world, I was now a degenerate playboy with a penchant for BDSM and group activities, a modern-day Caligula. "Call your roommates," she commanded. "What for? It's so late. I need them for something." When Luke, Mike, and Dave stood blinking under the lights of the main campus gate, watching a Porsche Panamera glide to a stop, they could only stare at each other in confusion. When the Godfather summons you, you come. But what the hell for? "Don't look at me like that. I have no idea what's going on," I said, getting out and holding up my hands in surrender. I trailed helplessly behind Isabella as she gestured for me to open the trunk. "Huh? What's this?" The moment the trunk opened, I felt like I was about to be blinded by a rave. My eyes were assaulted by a massive bouquet of roses wrapped in twinkling fairy lights, surrounded by a mountain of Hermes shopping bags. I was completely baffled. I just could not compute the logic here. The only wild guess I could venture was that Isabella loved the romantic fantasy of being confessed to, but knew I'd never do something so cliché. So, did she pay for everything herself and was now going to make me perform the confession? But if that was the case, why not call her own friends? Why were my roommates the designated audience? Luke and the guys, however, saw the scene and instantly understood. Leo was trying to pull off some grand romantic gesture for the beautiful girl, but needed a hype crew. Our job was simple. Clap our hands and start chanting, "Kiss her, kiss her." Should have said so earlier, Luke thought. I would have rounded up half the dorm. "Do you like it?" Isabella asked, looking at my stunned face. She seemed to think she'd made the right move. "Me? Do I like it? I got it for you. Of course I'm asking if you like it." I read online that atmosphere is crucial when you're chasing a girl. and a friend's cheer is worth more than 1,000 sweet nothings. Coming from Isabella, the line had a certain condescending air to it. But that was just how she talked. I was used to it. The heavy-handed dominant CEO vibe was so thick I couldn't even bring myself to comment on it. So, you set all this up because you're chasing me. I fought to keep a straight face. Isn't it obvious? Isabella looked from my face to the others, sensing the atmosphere wasn't quite right. On the internet, girls melted into puddles of tears at scenes like this. Why did I look like I was trying not to laugh? The whole situation felt bizarre. The hype crew of 3, unable to hear our conversation, could only whisper among themselves. The vibe feels weird. This is definitely not Leo's style. They could feel it. There wasn't a shred of romance in the air. This couldn't be my A-game, could it? Isabella was self-assured, but not immune to embarrassment. Seeing how frozen the scene had become, she bit her lip and moved to close the trunk. She messed it up again. I looked weird. My roommates looked weird. No one was moved. The only one moved was her, after days of planning. If I ever try this again, I'll throw myself in the river. But just as the trunk lid was about to close, a hand shot out and stopped it. Don't close it. I haven't even had a chance to flex yet. Under Isabella's confused gaze, I reached in, hoisted the giant bouquet of roses, and strode right up to my roommates. I clear my throat theatrically. Ahem, man, these roses are heavy. You guys think we have room for them on the balcony in our suite? The trio of stooges turned their heads in unison, their faces blank. It took a solid second for the reality to sink in. Holy shit, the flowers are for him. No wonder his game seems so off. He's the one being confessed to. Their gazes shifted from me to the mixed-race beauty and her Panamera, their expressions turning grim. You called us to the campus gate to watch you get showered with gifts by a rich girl? Seriously? Who gives a damn if the atmosphere is romantic or not? Buddy, you're living a little too well. How is this fair? In a single, unified voice, they declared, there's no room. In our hearts, we acknowledge you as the Godfather. If you were down on your luck, we'd wish you the best. But when you're living this good, it honestly hurts to watch. But I never flexed just once. My flexing had to be targeted. Mike, has a girl ever bought you flowers? No. Dave, have you ever even held a girl's hand? Leo, I'm begging you shut up. You're about to trigger my antisocial personality. Luke, what are you supposed to say to me right about now? Luke was a smooth operator, unlike Mike, the recent inductee to romance, and Dave, the lifelong virgin. He didn't look hurt or defeated. His eyes held only a thirst for knowledge. Teach me, Leo. I'd sell my soul to learn. Please, master, teach me your ways. Big bro, sis-in-law, 100 years of happiness. May you have a beautiful baby soon. Ah, I really envy you guys living in the dorms. I miss those innocent college days so much. I sighed, swinging the roses back and forth, making no move to leave. Mike, if I punch someone for showing off like this, how many days do I get in jail? Dave grumbled. Dave, who cares how many days? I can't take it anymore. Luke threw his arms around his 2 brothers' shoulders. Don't be rash. While you guys are crying behind bars, he'll be sleeping with his head in a beautiful woman's lap. You'll only feel worse. Isabella leaned against her car, not saying a word. But she was smiling, a smile she couldn't contain. She was smiling at my roommate's shattered egos, at my smug expression as I preened. She was smiling because she was, in fact, a master of romance. She casually grabbed 3 bags from the trunk, intending to give them to my roommates. As she walked over, I intercepted her. You're giving those to them? For their trouble, coming out so late. No, those are all for me. I look like a hamster guarding its winter stash. Isabella's expression was a little exasperated, but the smile in her eyes was impossible to hide. The dominant CEO loved seeing her little trophy husband act this way. She leaned in and whispered in my ear, there were just things I had to buy to hit my spending quota for the good stuff. They're useless to me. Then, louder, she added, you can only give them 1 each. The 3 brothers accepted the gifts from their new sister-in-law, their faces beaming. Thanks, sis. You're the best. You're welcome. Isabella patted me on the back, as if I were still sulking about the gifts. She smiled. All right, next time I'll take you to the boutique myself. Then she took my arm, ready to get back in the car. But my expression froze. Shit, I overacted. She wants to buy me more. I'd only been putting on a show to save her from embarrassment. At its core, her gesture was just a clumsy attempt to show she liked me. There was no need to make the whole thing ugly. Before I'd heard her story, I never would have played along. But after hearing it, my perspective had shifted. She was relentless, chasing me in every way she knew how. And honestly, her methods were still all wrong. But I wasn't so petty anymore. The right method was just a vehicle for expressing the right feelings. And through her wrong methods, I could see her heart. So, in a way, wasn't her wrong kind of right? Back at Isabella's place, my brain was still spinning at high speed. I had saved her for last for a reason. There were things I needed to say. If the truth behind the car crash was the catalyst that started this whole game of mafia, the emotional push that had urged me to set it up so quickly was Isabella. Yes, she had moved me. Peyton and Dr. Shaw were too complicated, their motives too tangled. Even if I found ways to verify their stories, I couldn't get too close to them. It was too dangerous. Only Isabella's story had struck a truly deep chord. So much so that I wanted to find a way to convince myself. Don't doubt it. She's real. Maybe there really was someone in this world who, despite every incompatibility, would relentlessly chase after you, just for the simple goal of being with you. Isabella, I said, if you lied to me about anything, you could tell me now. I won't be mad. Why are you suddenly saying this? It's nothing. I resisted the urge to tell her about the mafia game. I just take her to the office in the morning. The reason was simple. I was afraid she'd rehearse her lines. And I was afraid I'd doubt her honesty, even if she told the truth. If her story was proven true without her knowing she was being tested, then it would be 24-karat, certified truth. Because the others were definitely hiding something. I knew Peyton was holding back, Dr. Shaw was a habitual liar, and Summerlin was bottling something up. They were all playing their own games. I was more curious about the content of their lies than the act of lying itself. If I couldn't stop it, why let it bother me? But I wanted Isabella to be pure. The amnesia had made me suspicious. It was unavoidable. You can only get played so many times before you learn your lesson. This was my last chance to willingly trust someone. I needed the unadulterated truth. As long as your story has no lies or omissions. As long as you don't lie to me. I'll come home every night, having a beautiful, mixed-race woman around all the time. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't tempted. Her dominant CEO personality, her self-centeredness, I didn't care. I had my own issues. We'd have to actually try to see if we could tolerate each other. As long as her story was true, I was willing to give us both a fresh start. Why did Summerlin want her dog back today? Isabella asked out of the blue, sitting on the sofa. We ran into each other downstairs. She asked, so you just gave it to her? Leo, what do I have to do to be the only one in your heart? Isabella pulled off her socks and angrily threw one at me. We just ran into each other downstairs, that's all. And Summerlin didn't chase you down to tell you her story? I'm not curious about her story. Why not? Because we broke up before the amnesia. I felt it was pointless to be jealous over Summerlin. I'd choose anyone over her. The reason I was willing to listen to the other stories was because we weren't a couple. Their unique connections to me were what made me curious. I wanted to know what things were like before. But Summerlin was different. Before the amnesia, we had already established a relationship and gone our separate ways. The others were special connections that had never begun. With Summer, it had begun and already ended. What was there to dwell on? My logic was crystal clear. I trust that the me before the amnesia made the right decision. You have that much faith in your past self? What else? Wait, you're implying something, aren't you? The you before the amnesia also left me behind. You can only blame my younger self for not recognizing a good thing when he saw it. Isabella looked me straight in the eye. After a long moment, she wrapped her arms around my neck. Leo, can you clear your heart and make it so there's only me? I'm never going back to an ex. I'm not just talking about Summerlin. Isabella bit down hard on my shoulder, her voice fierce. You saw Summerlin this morning. In the afternoon, Sebastian Cole sent me photos of you with Skylar Reed and Willow Shung. I was the last one, and even then, I had to be the one to come and get you. I saved you for last because I have something to say to you. And what did you say to them? I can't tell you now, but you'll find out tomorrow. Clearly unsatisfied with my answer, Isabella turned and stormed upstairs. I followed her like a puppy. Trust me, just put up with it for one night. Get lost. You really think I can't handle you, don't you? I was discovering that you couldn't spoil this woman. Give her an inch, and she'd take a mile. I strode forward and scooped her up in my arms. Put me down. We're starting over. No physical contact. You can try to brainwash yourself with that, but don't try it on me. I tossed her onto the bed, a cruel smile on my face. But tonight, the usually compliant Isabella kicked her legs and fought back fiercely. She yelled, I'm still mad at you. How many times do I have to explain? The past is in the past. I don't believe you. How about this? I'll make you a promise. I suddenly realized she had a point. A guy like me, surrounded by women, really did need to make some changes. I rolled over and lay down beside her, my expression serious. First, you promised me there are no lies or omissions in your story. If you don't believe me, then forget it. Just promise. It's easy, just say the words. I promise. But you have to promise, too. Isabella suddenly climbed on top of me. Our two young bodies pressed together. Promise what? Promise that your heart will only belong to me. You know, I can actually promise you that. This wasn't some playboy lie. It was a decision I had made after careful consideration. I love being with Skylar, but we were on different paths. It made no sense for me to wait around while she went off to live her life. I saw her now as a soulmate, a kindred spirit. The others had ulterior motives. Only Isabella's story had truly touched me. I was willing to take the risk. As for Willow, the ditzy fairy wasn't even on my radar. That's what I truly thought. But the hardest part of human interaction is that you can never truly see into another person's heart. My inner monologue was destined to remain my own. When Isabella heard my answer, she burst out laughing. I don't believe you, she said. Believe it or not, I'm ready. What if one day Summer Lynn runs to you and tells you how deeply in love you two were? I already told you. We broke up before the amnesia. No matter how in love we were, it didn't stop me from ending it. Fine. You set yourself. The topic was closed. My mind had already drifted back to the woman on top of me. To be honest, I wanted to sleep with her. No joke. After preparing myself mentally, after truly deciding I wanted to start over with Isabella, I had inevitably fallen into a state where my smaller head was in control. What 20-year-old doesn't think about this stuff? Everything was in place. We just needed to get past this one hurdle of, I don't believe you. Once we did, we could officially be together. And then, doing the deed wouldn't be a problem, right? But Isabella's complicated expression was unreadable. A sense of unease settled in my stomach for no reason. Your face is so serious. Did you actually lie to me? I'm warning you one last time. If you confess now, I can still forgive you. You can't keep your heart just for me. Is that what you're still hung up on? Words are useless for this kind of thing. Just watch what I do from now on. I puffed out my chest. But my grand promise was met with a single, light sentence from Isabella. I don't believe your heart can ever be just mine. But I can make damn sure your body is. Isabella launched her attack. But now, I felt like maybe I was being too hasty. One more day wouldn't hurt. Maybe we should wait until tomorrow. I still feel a little unsettled. Can't get it up? Those 3 words echoed in my head like a demonic chant. Who are you calling limp? That's it. I don't care anymore. Lips are funny things. Some are cold, some are warm. But it doesn't matter. When they meet, the heat finds a way to transfer. Isabella was still wearing the Lululemon she'd had on earlier. Besides outlining the tight curves of her upper body, the outfit gave her lower half an excellent stage to perform on. If you had great legs, you looked amazing. If you didn't, you were better off in a regular jacket. And Isabella had legs for days. A light rain began to fall outside. The security guard on patrol looked up at the window, still lit at 3 in the morning, and couldn't help but sigh with admiration. No wonder they lived in a villa at such a young age. Kids these days work so hard. At the same moment I was drifting off to sleep, a client arrived at Shaw Psychology and Consulting. Ethan Miller walked into the studio, looking around curiously. The light was bright but soft. A Monstera plant sat in the corner. The sound of Bach's Goldberg variations filled the air. Warm. It was so warm. He felt his body and soul being purified. Ethan had never thought he had any psychological issues, so he'd never paid attention to this sort of thing. So this is what a therapist's office looked like. Dr. Shaw. I don't know why, but I felt comfortable the moment I walked in. It's a sensory effect. Using light and environment to put you at ease is a basic part of the process. Dr. Shaw, you're such a warm and considerate doctor. Everyone who knows me says that. Dr. Evelyn Shaw lit some incense, a strange feeling prickling at her heart. She had just tried to call me to report Ethan's arrival, but the calls wouldn't go through. Her sixth sense was usually spot on, and she had a vague, nagging feeling that she was being cheated on. Please sit. Okay. Dr. Shaw, when does our treatment begin? Don't think of it as treatment. Think of it as a casual chat. We can talk about your career, your love life, any small difficulties you've run into recently. But Dr. Shaw, I feel like my life is going very smoothly. I don't have any problems. Evelyn put on her gold-rimmed, half-frame glasses and nodded gently. It's fine that you think your life is smooth. I'm about to make you feel, from the bottom of your heart, that it's anything but. A life of simple contentment is better than one of absolute perfection. Being too successful can be a huge hidden danger for one's mental health. So my success is a mistake. Success isn't a mistake. But what if that success has been artificially manipulated? Evelyn had been lurking in Ethan's online confession pages and private forums for days. From his posts, she could sense the complex feelings he had for his father, a rich kid who had lived a charmed life. The greatest hardship he'd ever faced was buying the most expensive grade of cherries online, only to have the seller secretly swap them for the second most expensive grade. The fact that he still had such complicated feelings about his father meant their relationship was truly troubled. As for the phrase artificially manipulated success, it was intentionally vague and grand, applicable to any ambitious heir. The specific meaning was for Ethan to figure out on his own. Yes, he had to figure it out himself. Evelyn hadn't assigned any concrete meaning to the phrase. She was leaving it for Ethan to interpret. His answer would determine the direction she would guide him in next. The phrase was just a screening tool, one of many in her arsenal, tailored to the patient. I admit, my smooth sailing comes from my father. Ethan nodded, but he looked confused. But what's wrong with that? Your father can easily let you bask in success, and just as easily plunge you into failure and pain. He wouldn't. My father is very good to me. Hearing this, Evelyn quickly understood Ethan's feelings about his father. She ended that line of questioning and moved on. Can you describe this smooth sailing of yours? Aside from the privileged life your father has given you, isn't a privileged life a form of smooth sailing? For an ordinary person, yes. But for you, clearly not. Let's talk about your love life. My love life is great. My father found me a fiancé. And your relationship with your fiancé, is it sustained by deep emotional connection or by money? Ethan froze. He didn't know. Because of his condition, he truly cherished Peyton. Anyone who wasn't bothered by his infertility wasn't as good as Peyton overall. And anyone as good as Peyton definitely wouldn't want to marry an infertile man. But if he really had to say what sustained their engagement, he couldn't answer. They rarely talked. Peyton handled all the household affairs impeccably. He couldn't find any fault. As for feelings, to say it was based on a long-term emotional bond felt like he was lying to himself. Money? She never asked him for cars or bags. As he struggled with the question, an answer suddenly flashed in his mind, an answer so absurd he immediately dismissed it. He shook his head, silently asking if he could skip the question. Impossible. Whatever he tried to avoid was exactly what Evelyn would press on. What you're avoiding might be the real heart of the problem. Ethan struggled, hesitating. He looked at the gentle lights around him, bowed his head, and thought for a long, heavy moment. Finally, he began to speak slowly. Our relationship is sustained by my cousin. Evelyn knew who the cousin was. Leo, of course, but she couldn't let on that she knew. She had to keep guiding him. And what about your career? I work in the family business. Under my father's protection, my position as the family heir is secure. I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with these so-called family dynamics, but I have heard that the position of a wealthy heir is full of competition. Yes, my competitor is my cousin. It seems you and your cousin are enemies. I've never really seen him as an enemy. He's an outcast, but he's a good guy. But this is just how these family struggles work. Evelyn quietly took a sip of water, hiding the glint in her eyes. She knew the cousin was Leo, but this Leo guy was truly strange. Whether you were his rival for the family fortune, a spurned admirer, or even his ex-girlfriend, everyone seemed to say the same thing. He's a good guy. Does a family outcast even qualify to be your enemy? It's my dad's fault. He's the one who insisted on bringing him into the family. So, your cousin is your rival in both love and career? You could say that. Evelyn's smile was gentle, her voice soft and warm, but her words sent a chill down Ethan's spine. But if your career and your love life are both controlled by your father, why would he allow your cousin to be your rival? You can't say that. My fiancé situation. Ethan trailed off, because it seemed that Peyton's involvement with Leo was also happening with his father's permission. So why? In an instant, it felt like 1,000 train tracks were converging in Ethan's brain. It wasn't that clues were connecting. It was like a freight train was repeatedly running over his brainstem. Why can't Dad just let me find a wife and inherit the family business in peace, right? Because I can't have children. This is the only way. The gears in Ethan's head turned. My dad is probably helpless too. Because I'm infertile. You can still inherit the family, even if you're infertile. My dad said, as long as we wait until my grandfather passes away. Ethan stopped mid-sentence. Some things were open secrets. Saying them wasn't a big deal. But other things were confidential. He couldn't say more. Evelyn smiled at the opportune moment. It's all right. Everyone has secrets they can't tell. In that case, let's end our pleasant chat here. It's over? Do you have any conclusions? I have a few, mostly about your father. But I have too little information to support my theories, and making a rash conclusion might mislead you. Dr. Shaw, why did you seek me out? Was it to save a soul drowning in pain? Or to make money? Evelyn said bluntly. Ethan had come here hoping to have his soul saved. He gritted his teeth and decided to say it. They were strangers, after all. He nodded grimly and chose to continue. It's not hard for me to have a non-biological son. As long as my grandfather passes away, no one will question the child's bloodline. I see. So as long as you quietly wait for the old patriarch to pass on, your position is secure. Evelyn felt she was getting close to a clue. Leo said the car crash was his cousin's doing. But what was Ethan's motive? In such a secure position, why would he try to kill Leo? If you just waited for the old man to die, wouldn't all your problems be solved? Why stir up trouble? Something was wrong. Evelyn noted the valuable information, but didn't press further. Pushing now would only raise his guard, a foolish move. Instead, she let out a soft sigh. A graceful woman's sigh was also elegant, like a delicate beauty from a watercolor painting. But to Ethan, that sigh was like seeing a doctor shake his head in a hospital room. What's wrong with me? Why are you sighing? Is there such a thing as psychological cancer? Doctor, what's wrong with me? Is there enough information for a conclusion now? Before I answer, let me clarify that I am a psychologist. I only consider your psychological issues. If I say something wrong, you can refute it. Just tell me. From information you've given me, your father controls the entire situation, and that includes controlling you. Evelyn adjusted her glasses, mastering her speaking rhythm, and continued her gentle explanation. So let me ask, how is your cousin's development going? He's thriving. That already proves my point. When a situation is completely in your father's hands, yet an outcast cousin suddenly appears and is thriving. Are you still important to your father? No, my father is compromising. Would a man in total control of the situation compromise to the point of creating a thriving cousin? No. His thriving also comes from my father's compromise. Is it a compromise, or is it help? Ethan was a little stunned. He had prepared 100 arguments in his mind to refute her. He was the one involved. He knew Dr. Shaw was wrong. What does a psychologist know about the feuds of the wealthy? But Evelyn simply handed him a glass of water and smiled faintly. My apologies. Perhaps I don't understand the ways of great families. You're right. Ethan's mouth opened and closed. I haven't even said anything yet. How am I right? Ethan was getting anxious. Evelyn wasn't anxious at all, because she had just been talking nonsense. Of course, she knew Leo's rise was likely due to compromise. But that was the magic of an information gap. The dialogue in this session was pitifully sparse. The advantage was she could use that information for endless reorganizations and permutations. It was basically rationalized guessing, swapping concepts at will, using logical but untrue reasoning to make Ethan feel the need to prove himself right. At the same time, she was planting a seed in his mind, a seed that no one would be there to argue against. Just planting a seed. An easy task. Seeing how flustered Ethan was now, she knew. He wasn't just trying to refute her. He was trying to convince himself. And Evelyn deliberately wouldn't give him the chance. Go ahead, talk to yourself. No one else wants to hear it. Let's go back to your relationship with your father. In the group chat, you mentioned that you have a high-pressure relationship with him. Your exact words were, my father puts pressure on me at the drop of a hat. So whatever he says, I burn it into my memory and try to prove myself in extreme ways. Yes, but I still want to refute your last point. You need to follow the doctor's rhythm. Evelyn interrupted, continuing smoothly. So, in his daily interactions with others, is your father also someone who likes to apply pressure? He often gives my uncles and the others a sour face too. That's not a valid comparison. We need someone whose relationship with him mirrors yours. For example, your cousin. Ethan started to recall how his dad acted around his cousin. The first time was at Skylar Reed's birthday party. His dad had defended his cousin, loudly proclaiming, "This is my nephew," and even invited him home, smiling the whole time. His dad's attitude towards him then was, "Ethan, shut up." The second time was at the family dinner. His cousin had walked away with 20 million in company shares and had even gotten him exiled to Apex Media. His dad's attitude towards him then was, "Ethan, show some backbone." A sense of absurdity began to creep into his heart. Evelyn watched his fascinating micro-expressions. She realized the seed was taking root. With no one to argue with, Ethan was starting to actively search for suspicious points to convince himself. Once you fall into the trap of self-justification, things only get worse. My dad's attitude towards me and my cousin is different, Ethan muttered. Evelyn continued. So, can I crudely interpret this as the difference in attitude being specifically expressed by giving your career and your love life to your cousin? Evelyn was blatantly swapping concepts. The two things were not the same at all, but she said it anyway. She was deepening the impression of the difference in the father's attitude and branding it. This way, Whenever Ethan thought about his relationship with his cousin, he would unconsciously use his father's different attitudes as a starting point. Anything involving himself and his cousin would now be viewed through that lens. Ethan was stunned. This time, he actually felt she was kind of right. It seemed like using different treatment really could explain everything. This time, Evelyn gave Ethan a full 5 minutes to think. Only when he had come back to his senses did she continue her questioning. I assume you've reached some kind of conclusion about this matter. I have. Ethan nodded hesitantly. Why don't you share it? Even if you're not sure, it can serve as a sample for our discussion. Then I'll really say it. Speak boldly. Hearing the doctor's encouragement, Ethan's gaze became firm. He snapped his head up. I think my cousin might be my father's son. This time, it was Evelyn's turn to be stunned. Being a psychologist wasn't as simple as people thought. This was the conclusion Evelyn had drawn from years of experience. Most of the time, she served as an emotional dumping ground. Everyone was just one step away from a mental illness. She constantly urged people to take their mental health seriously, trying to explain it in simple terms. Anxiety is a complex emotional state related to abnormal activity in several neural circuits in the brain, including the amygdala, hippocampus, and hypothalamus. Frequent abnormal activity leads to excessive consumption of neurotransmitters. Neurons need neurotransmitters to communicate, and when they're depleted, you experience abnormal symptoms. This was the simplest possible version of the explanation, but it was still hard to explain. The last person who didn't need this explanation was Leo. He didn't care how the illness came about, only how to get better quickly. Not getting bogged down in internal conflict was, in itself, a crucial way to solve psychological problems. The second person who didn't need this explanation was the man in front of her, Ethan, because he would find his own solutions. Assuming my cousin is my biological brother, doesn't that free me? Wait, how did you conclude that he's your biological brother? Even Evelyn, who was used to twisted thinking, couldn't help but ask. This was the conclusion you led me to, doctor. My dad is compensating my brother. Evelyn sighed helplessly. She was starting to think there was something truly strange about the Miller family bloodline. Maybe there was a problem with their ancestral graves. You don't need to get hung up on this. We could just do a DNA test and find out. No need for a test. I've already solved the case. Ethan felt a sense of relief. This was the truth. Frank wanted to hide this even from me, the old fool. You should have told me earlier. Dr. Shaw, you're a capable and good doctor. I now know why my father puts so much pressure on me. What reason? You want me to be a role model for my brother. The older brother has to set an example. You're not worried about your cousin competing with you for the family fortune? If he can fulfill my father's wishes, then why should I compete? Are you saying you're not greedy for the family fortune? Ethan nodded, then shook his head. The first words out of his mouth completely blindsided Dr. Shaw. He said, Dr. Shaw, have you heard of TS? Transgender. Wait, your inability to have children is a personal choice. Yes. Ethan's expression was calm. He said the idea had come to him while he was studying abroad. He told his father, Frank, about his wishes. Of course, Frank disagreed, even ordering him to come home. He resisted fiercely, but Frank cut off all his financial support. He knew that if he went back to Riverbend, under his father's thumb, he'd never be able to go through with it. But he needed a lot of money. What could he do? He called his third uncle, Rick Miller. His relationship with his uncle wasn't as bad as one might think. The hatred between the older generation hadn't really trickled down to the younger one. As the youngest of the elders, his third uncle was very popular among the younger Millers. Think of your cool, fashionable, and not at all stingy youngest uncle or aunt. After he told his uncle everything, Rick was silent for a moment, then said, all right, let's meet in Thailand. I'll show you how these people really live, and then you can decide if you really want to become a woman. They might not be as glamorous as you think. His uncle took him to Pattaya. He showed him a lot and told him earnestly, I don't know what your tastes are, kid, but you better think this through. If you make this decision, you might get what you want for the first half of your life, but you might regret it in the second half. Then his uncle clapped him on the shoulder and told him he'd arrange some entertainment that suited his tastes. Go have some fun, and then get your ass back to school tomorrow. But that night, Ethan disappeared in Pattaya, leaving only a message for his uncle. Don't look for me. He had run off with a transgender person he'd met. He had arranged for gender reassignment surgery through their channels at an extremely low price. The surgery was actually very complex, but he, completely clueless, was put under anesthesia and had his genitals removed. They told him that's all the price covered. He, so focused on his goal, had been scammed. When his uncle Frank, after much searching, finally found him in Bangkok, Ethan's face showed little regret. He even patted his uncle on the shoulder and said, this is what I wanted. His uncle kicked him. Do you have any idea how much this is going to ruin my reputation? The whole Miller family is going to think I'm the one who had you castrated. I'll explain it to my dad, Ethan said, and started to dial his father. His uncle snatched the phone from him and yelled into it, "Frank, you son of a bitch, I took care of your son for you. I had him castrated." Ethan didn't know why his uncle would do that. His uncle didn't explain. After a few days of recovery, when his uncle was dropping him off at the airport, he finally couldn't help but ask Uncle Rick, "Cut the crap. Once you cut that thing off, you start acting all girly." "Uncle, I'll explain it properly to my dad when I get home." "Kid, when you get home, you just say I kidnapped you. Your dad will know how to handle it. Otherwise, all those old traditionalists in the family will be pointing fingers at you for the rest of your life, and you'll never be able to hold your head up." Ethan didn't understand the convoluted logic, but he knew his uncle and his dad had been fighting their whole lives. Is my uncle planning something? Is he trying to mess with me? Rick didn't say much more. He just stuffed a pack of Marlboro Fusions into his pocket. "Now that you're going to be a woman, you should smoke some girly cigarettes." "Thank you, Uncle Rick." "Don't thank me. I'm the one who's stressing out. What if, when Leo grows up, he suddenly stands in front of me and says he doesn't want to be a man anymore? I don't even know how I'd face that. I need to go pray. I'd rather he marry a whole house full of wives than ever become a woman." Rick gave him a casual wave, leaving him with one last sentence before he left. "Don't worry about me screwing you over. Do as I say, it'll do you good. If I really wanted to get revenge on the Miller family, you useless kids would be dropping like flies the second you went abroad." Ethan didn't say anything, but he knew that the man in front of him, at this moment, was not his father's rival. He was Ethan's uncle. Evelyn was confused again. Their family relationships weren't as cold as she'd imagined. There were still elements of warmth. That ruled out a profit motive for the car crash. It also ruled out emotional hatred. So why on earth did he try to kill Leo? After finishing his story, Ethan sat silently in the chair for a quarter of an hour. Then he smiled, as if a great weight had been lifted. "Leo might be my father's son, but it's a bit impossible for Leo to be my father's son." 1,000 question marks appeared in Evelyn's mind. "Do you hear what you're saying? My father doesn't need a son. He just needs a family heir. It doesn't matter whether my cousin is his son or not. Only a family heir under his control is his son." So, Evelyn suddenly felt she was very close to the root of Ethan's psychological issues. Only the one who survives is worthy of being the father's son. So I must become the family heir. Ethan adjusted his glasses, slumping into the chair as if all his energy had drained away. The root of your illness is right there. The clash between your father's oppressive control and your own self-awareness. So, I should escape my father's control. No, because that's very difficult. Your finances, your actions, are all under your father's control. You can't completely escape it, but you can try to resist in your actions. For example, in the things your father arranges, find a more independent way to handle them. That's too complicated, Dr. Shaw. I don't quite understand. Rebel. Like a rebellious teenager. Evelyn switched to a simpler explanation. A person can never completely escape the influence of their family. The teenage rebellion phase is a person's first attempt at finding themselves after their self-awareness emerges. So, the rebellious phase is an indispensable part of life. Under the influence of Confucian culture, it's difficult for people to go through this process of self-discovery again. This applies to you as well. With a domineering father who suppresses everything, you never had a rebellious phase. Your one rare act of rebellion was incomplete. A complete rebellion requires experiencing the thrill of rebellion and suffering the consequences. For example, if you beat up a classmate during your rebellious phase, only by truly experiencing the consequence of being expelled or sent to juvie can you correctly understand your own self. The two are complementary. Without a painful price, you can't realize the value of your true self. Unfortunately, the price of your rebellion was paid for by your uncle's love. So it's time to rebel again. Evelyn revealed her true intentions. After a whole night of talking, she had finally reached the crucial point. Go and rebel, Ethan. The sun rose, and the world came back to life as busy office workers flooded into the skyscraper. A brand new sign hung on the 17th floor. Apex Media. Although Apex Media was a dumpster fire, it still had a basic organizational structure. Jenny, the receptionist, clutched a paper bag with a breakfast sandwich, clocked in, and took her post. Her daily routine consisted of sitting at the front desk, texting her best friend. There was nothing else to do. Anyway, she was complaining that the company had a new boss, last name Miller, but she couldn't remember his first name. She'd seen him a few times, seemed like a quiet, scholarly type. Her friend texted back, "A new boss isn't going to stop you from slacking. It's not like you're getting a raise." "No, you're wrong," Jenny typed furiously. "I have to work hard now. The new boss might not seem like much, but his fiancée is a force of nature. She's gorgeous, and when she bats her eyes, she can steal your soul. She's talked to every single employee in the company over the last few days. Her friend was curious. Did she say she'd give you a raise? No, but she gave out Starbucks gift cards and gas cards. And when she found out I don't have a car, she gave me the cash equivalent. That's just a classic boss buys your loyalty trick. I know, but I'm fired up now. She said a woman my age should be hustling, that I need to strive to be an independent woman. Jenny, now full of adrenaline, sat bolt upright at her desk. She wanted to achieve something. But what could a receptionist achieve? Obvious. Guard the door. Everyone who comes in must be registered. 8 o'clock sharp. The elevator doors opened. Summer Lynn, her face half hidden by her hand, stepped out. Normally, she would be wearing a mask and sunglasses, fully protected. But not today. Today required full makeup and a show-stopping outfit. Summer was about 5'6", but perhaps because she was always on the cutting edge of fashion, her outfit elongated her frame. A headband held back her hair, and she wore a black baseball jacket over a tight black bodysuit. Jenny's eyes lit up when she saw someone approaching. Register. Must register. Hello, do you have an appointment? I'm a new artist, here to sign a contract. At first, Jenny was taken aback by the title. But then she thought, what big star would sign with our crappy company? The few we have now are basically just TikTok influencers. You still need to register. Summer Lynn. Is that Lynn as in? Wait, Summer Lynn. Jenny looked up, startled, and studied her face. Holy crap, it's a celebrity. Can we get a picture? Sure. Summer Lynn nodded. After the photo, she pointed toward the back offices. Is Leo here yet? You mean the boss? Yes. You can wait in the guest lounge. The boss's wife usually gets here a bit earlier. The boss's wife. A giant question mark appeared in Summer Lynn's eyes. Where did a boss's wife come from? But she didn't argue with the receptionist. She just quietly filed that piece of information away. Arguing now was pointless. She needed to watch and learn. The real war was about to begin. In the elevator on the way to the 16th floor, one floor below Apex Media, Willow Shung was poking her best friend in the butt, complaining. Why do you have to drag me here? You're his fiancé. How could you be absent for a scene like this? What good is a fake fiancé? Skylar Reed replied, checking her face in a compact mirror, exasperated. Fine, I'll admit it. I'm a little nervous. Dr. Shaw's presence last time had been overwhelming. She felt a little intimidated. She needed her fiancé trump card to feel secure. She had even rehearsed the scene in her head. Willow was her secret weapon. The moment Dr. Shaw dared to challenge her, she would unleash Willow. No matter how sharp your tongue, you had to bow before the official pairing. What? You're asking how I can be so happy when Leo has a fiancé? Because I know she's fake. Willow, you guys are really fake, right? Of course. Only you would like that scumbag. Then you'd better be my strategic weapon later. You fire where I tell you to fire. Skylar didn't care about the details. She was going to enjoy this. Just thinking about a shell-shocked Dr. Shaw, covered in soot after being bombarded by her strategic weapon, made her heart sing with glee. Sickly women are always the most conniving. I'll blow you to bits. The elevator arrived at the 16th floor. Skylar curiously examined the large sign and asked Willow to take a picture of her with it. What's so special about this sign? This company will be mine one day. Huh? Willow couldn't follow her best friend's logic. How could it ever be yours? You're the one who's leaving. Willow, it's not over till it's over. In the end, I'll be the boss's wife. Good luck with that. Looking at the confident, smiling eyes under Skylar's platinum blonde hair, Willow wanted to argue, but she couldn't find a point of contention. Skylar always radiated confidence. But when it came to Leo, Willow really couldn't understand where that confidence came from. Jenny felt like she was under immense pressure. She desperately wished the boss's wife would arrive soon. Girls, who understands my pain? Who has to deal with someone watching the receptionist work? Summer Lynn was a future colleague, so she had to at least look busy. The usually lazy Jenny was now sitting on pins and needles. Finally, she heard the ding of the elevator and the sound of footsteps. My savior is here. She stood up to greet them at the door, but to her surprise, Summer Lynn got up and walked over with her. Is it your boss's wife? Summer asked. Jenny glanced at the time, a little confused. At this hour, it's probably her. She's usually early. And then, around the corner, Summer Lynn saw the grinning face of Skylar Reed. Skylar, I'm a little scared. You're the fiancé. What are you scared of? Even if his ex-girlfriend shows up, you can crush her. Aren't they all Leo's ex-girlfriends here today? Do you think Leo is some kind of breeding hog? He only has one ex-girlfriend. At the Cypress Lounge, Willow had overheard Leo and Skylar's conversation, but she didn't know who was who. She had just lumped them all together as Leo's exes. It was normal for a scumbag to have a lot of exes, right? And now you're telling me the super scumbag only has one ex? Oh no, that sounds dangerously like true love. Willow had secretly watched enough tragic romance dramas at home to get caught by Leo that one night. She knew that many scumbags only became scumbags after being hurt by an ex. A woman who could hurt the great scumbag Leo must have a combat level over 9,000. Willow's face paled. She hesitated and took a few steps back. Wake up, Skylar, we can't win this. I brought you here to crush everyone. How can you retreat before the battle even starts? Why don't you go in first? I have to use the restroom. Are we best friends or not? Skylar looked at Willow, her disappointment palpable. She held up her compact mirror to her friend's face. Look at this little face. Look at these weapons of mass destruction. Look at this aura of a lotus blooming from the mud. You could tie your hair in a high ponytail, wear a white dress, have no makeup on, and you'd still look like a goddess. Stop talking nonsense. Skylar held her face, giving her a pep talk. I'm not scared of her, and my status is higher than hers. Why are you so afraid to fight her? Skylar had transformed into General Patton, ready to storm the beaches of Normandy. Willow was her artillery, but right now, the artillery was refusing to fire. The moment Summer Lynn saw Skylar, she understood everything. Huh, of course. The boss's wife. Who else could it be? She motioned for Jenny to go back to her desk. She composed herself, straightened her clothes, and walked out, slowly approaching General Patton, who had her back to her. After clearing her throat, she asked tentatively, Skylar Reed, Yo, Grandpa's here. Skylar replied instinctively without turning around. A second later, she realized something was off and slowly turned. In the corridor, two young women of similar age and height, but with vastly different demeanors, stood face to face. Skylar Reed and Summer Lynn. The platinum-haired girl straightened her pleated skirt and stepped forward to hug Summer. Summer smiled and returned the hug. I knew I'd see you. Skylar patted her on the back. You don't seem too happy to see me. Why would you say that? Because you weren't very happy the last time you saw me. And who is this lovely lady? Summer Lynn asked, pointing to Willow, who was cowering in a corner. She's my best friend. You can call her Willow. Summer Lynn let out a long breath. Good, not a new rival. She graciously stood between them, linking her arms with both of theirs as they walked in together. They looked like a trio of close friends. Willow could only be passively led along. She wanted to ask why Skylar didn't just say she was the fiancé, but since they were separated, she couldn't. She had to follow General Patton's lead. As for General Patton, her plan was simple. Willow was the cannon, and she had to be aimed at Dr. Shaw. Firing her at Summer Lynn would be like using a cannon to shoot a mosquito. Overall, the battle between the youthful Besties Brigade was not intense. General Patton, her mind on other enemies, ran off to inspect the corners of the company. Summer Lynn, with a secret weapon up her sleeve, continued to wait quietly. And Willow was purely there for show, chugging water from a cup, try to create an excuse to escape to the bathroom. While the youthful group was busy playing nice and pretending to be best friends, the mature women's division was about to go to war. In the underground parking garage, I sat in the driver's seat, watching three figures waving at me from a distance. I couldn't help but think the world was far too small. Let's rewind to this morning. After working almost until dawn, I had barely managed to wake up. I had practically dragged Isabella out of bed. I knew a thing or two about makeup. You can't deal with female clients for years without picking some things up, but everyone has their own style, and I didn't dare experiment. I just managed to get her to wash her face, still swaying on her feet, and threw a few random pieces of clothing on her. Then I carried her to the car like she was a critical patient. I followed the location Peyton had sent me and pulled into the building's underground garage, which led to this moment. I saw Ethan and Peyton waving at me. Their presence wasn't a surprise. But why was Dr. Evelyn Shaw standing with them? The whole picture was just weird. I turned to wake up my co-pilot. Isabella's eyes fluttered open as she took in the dark surroundings of the garage. The sun's not even up yet. Let me sleep a little longer. We're downstairs from the office. What's so important today that I have to be here? I called everyone over to talk, to see who's lying. I wasn't hiding it anymore. We were here. What was the point? After I spoke, I tried to read her expression. She still looked half unconscious. After a long pause, she mumbled, "Carry me up. You think you're 4'7" lowly? You're huge. How am I supposed to carry you? You can't handle it." Resigned, I got out of the car, opened her door, and scooped her up, coming face to face with the trio. They were stunned to see me carrying someone out of the car. Ethan was the first to break the awkward silence. "Cousin, is your girlfriend?" "She was up too late last night. She's in a semi-comatose state." As I answered Ethan, I felt two resentful glares from my sides. Peyton was impassive, but her eyes were a drama in themselves. She perfectly embodied a resentful wife who had waited all night for her man to come home. I couldn't quite make out Evelyn's eyes because something else on her face had captured my attention. Dr. Evelyn Shaw was licking her lips at me. I wasn't one to back down. I met her gaze head on. Just then, Ethan, a bit slow on the uptake, finally made the introductions. Cousin, this is Dr. Shaw. I've hired her as our media company's psychological consultant. Hello, Dr. Shaw. Please call me Evelyn. Mr. Miller and his girlfriend are so sweet. The moment Ethan turned his head, the smile on Evelyn's face became warm and bright again. She still looked frail, but her traditional Chinese-style side bun with a hairpin and embroidered jacket gave her an air of Eastern elegance. Ethan was beaming. This Dr. Shaw is a dedicated and good doctor, warm and considerate. I feel like my whole world has brightened up after talking to her. You've seen too little of the world, my boy, I thought. Wait until she lets some of your blood. Then you'll know what warm and bright really means. When I have time, I'll have to ask Dr. Shaw to take a look at me, I said, playing along for now. I couldn't ask her what kind of poison she'd been feeding my cousin just yet. But Evelyn didn't play along. Psychological issues should indeed be discussed during our free time. But I've also dabbled in traditional Chinese medicine. Looking at your face, Mr. Miller, I don't know if I should say this or not. I knew from her tone that this woman was about to start something. But Ethan didn't. In his eyes, Dr. Shaw was a goddess. If he could, he'd probably build a shrine to her. Now was the perfect opportunity to prove her divinity to his cousin. Health is no small matter, Dr. Shaw. Please speak freely. Ethan puffed out his chest and even shot me a look that said, don't worry, this doctor is legit. This condition is rather private. Perhaps Mr. Miller and I should speak alone. Of course, of course. Ethan actively took a few steps back. Peyton's eyes darted between Evelyn and me. She keenly sensed something was off about this doctor, but she could only passively retreat. Evelyn, with the expression of a master physician reading a face, slowly leaned in closer to me. She looked me up and down before whispering, Mr. Miller, you haven't been resting well recently. I looked at her dead serious expression and felt the awkwardness of watching an acquaintance put on a play. But she had her back to Ethan, and I was facing him, so I had to keep my face as neutral as possible to avoid tipping him off. I could only nod helplessly. Your complexion is dull. Your eyes are listless. Your lips are pale. Mr. Miller, you've been overindulging. Indeed, although you are young and vigorous, you shouldn't be so reckless. How can this be treated? I have two treatment plans. The first is a traditional herbal remedy with Schisandra berries, Rehmannia root. And the other one, share some with me. The ridiculous turn of phrase stunned me. What do you mean, share some with you? Share what? Mr. Miller, your girlfriend has an excellent figure, but forgive me for being blunt. If you don't practice restraint, you'll be drained dry by her sooner or later. Evelyn, with her gentle face, was spouting words like restraint and drain dry. But that was just the appetizer. It got worse. But I'm different. With me, I'd be the one on my knees begging for mercy. So, when are you going to share some with me? You are unbelievably horny today. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Miller. It looked like only two people were talking, but in reality, three people were listening. Isabella, who had been treated as a sleeping sack of potatoes, suddenly let out a sleepy moan, her eyes fluttering open. She drowsily shook her arms and then wrapped them tightly around my neck. Why isn't it morning yet? Carrying you is killing me. Want to get down and walk? No, I'll ask for it again tomorrow night. This time, I really couldn't hold back a laugh. At first, her answer seemed nonsensical, but on second listen, it was a clear counterattack from Isabella. So, you heard everything, huh? Evelyn's face was expressionless. She had said all that specifically for Isabella to hear. What are you pretending for? You need to be carried to walk? If your legs are useless, just cut them off. As for this little counterattack, to her, it was child's play. Isabella, using my neck as a support, adjusted her position slightly. Then she narrowed her eyes. Leo, did you hear a lamb bleating? What lamb? You must be dreaming. I really heard it just now. A lamb saw someone else eating grass and got jealous. It wants to eat too. It took me a second to get it. Goddamn wants to eat grass. I was starting to see that my own dirty mind was nothing compared to these women. All right, get down and walk yourself. Wait, isn't that Dr. Shaw? Isabella had no intention of getting down. Instead, she tilted her head and looked at Evelyn. Dr. Shaw, since you're here, why don't you analyze this for me? When a lamb can't get any grass, does its heart start to itch? Evelyn couldn't take that. She was about to retaliate, but I stopped her. All right, that's enough. Ethan is going to figure out something's wrong. Playing favorites, are we? Evelyn shot me a glare. I rolled my eyes at her and put Isabella down, making her walk on her own. It hurts. It's hard to walk. I'll support you then. I walked with her like I was escorting a drunk. I was still being relatively patient with her today. It was just, she seemed different. It was like she was transforming from a powerful businesswoman into a clingy girlfriend right before my eyes. Could the transition really be this smooth? A woman's heart is an ocean of secrets. I couldn't figure out what she was thinking, but I had to play favorites when it was necessary. I had promised her I'd give us a try as long as she didn't lie. It still felt weird, but I had clearly stated my position. For Evelyn, however, the feeling was completely different. Isabella's words had only managed to slightly pierce her defenses. But my attitude was what truly baffled her. Did Isabella really just steal home base? No. You can have a snack on the side, I don't care. But if you steal home base, doesn't that mean the game is over for everyone else? The group reassembled and got on the elevator. The five of us stood there, each with a different expression. Ethan and Peyton kept trying to ask about my health, which was a normal thing to be concerned about. I just said I hadn't rested well and needed some conditioning. Evelyn immediately interjected. Mr. Miller, you misunderstand. This is a problem of overindulgence. If you don't practice restraint, the consequences will be dire. I'm afraid even having children could become a major issue. I got it. I'll get the prescription you mentioned later. My skin was as thick as a castle wall. I didn't care about this stuff. But someone did. Peyton, standing in the corner of the elevator, heard the words, having children could become a major issue, and her head started buzzing. Wait, he's so young, and he's already having fertility problems? She nervously glanced at everyone. Ethan was looking at his phone by the elevator buttons. Leo had a completely unbothered expression on his face. He's young. Of course he doesn't take this seriously. What if it's true? Dr. Shaw. I'm also a bit curious about traditional medicine. Could a professional like you educate me a little? I only read a bit out of interest in college. I'm far from professional. You sound very knowledgeable. When I go to an apothecary, I get confused just looking at the names of the herbs. I've always thought I should learn about it someday. There are no herbs here. You wouldn't remember them even if I told you. Then what herbs did you prescribe for my cousin-in-law? Peyton's gradual approach was reasonable enough, but Evelyn easily saw through her little scheme. After all, she was looking at Peyton from a God's eye view. Although I hadn't told her the full story of the cousin and the country wife's mountain tryst, I had given her a vivid description, my sister-in-law who lusts after my body. So the great Dr. Shaw coughed lightly. The prescription isn't important. Mr. Miller is very vigorous. As long as he learns restraint, there won't be any major problems. Restraint? Peyton looked at Isabella, who was practically draped over me. 1,000 thoughts swirled in her head. She had to do something about this, but how? Tell Isabella to ask for it less? Definitely not. She had to work on Leo. Upstairs, the youthful besties brigade had been waiting so long they were about to wilt. Finally, they heard the elevator door open. They lined up in a welcoming formation, making Jenny wonder who the real receptionist was. Putting aside the various schemes, Willow was the most nervous of all. She wanted to look, but she didn't dare, because she felt like an outsider. Her psychology could probably be best explained by the tribe effect. The people she had been in contact with most recently were me and Skylar, a scumbag fiancé and a best friend. They occupied almost all of her daily life. But these two people she was closest to both belonged to the same circle. This bizarre mafia circle right in front of her. These women, with their different temperaments and styles, looked unfamiliar, but they all belonged to this circle. But she didn't. And yet here she was. This difference in identity created a complex feeling of not being able to rationally integrate, but still wanting to deep down. Integrating into the circle to gain acceptance is a program hardwired into human DNA. And she had her own reasons. She clearly wasn't going to be free of me anytime soon. So why not take the initiative to integrate? But in the gap as everyone walked into the lounge, I pulled her aside. What are you doing here? Skylar brought me. This bloodbath isn't for you. Go home and sleep. No. Willow suddenly pouted. She didn't know what she was saying no to. She just wasn't leaving. Suit yourself. I don't have time for you. Talk less, drink more water, and if things get heated, escape to the bathroom. I had to take care of business first. There was a mountain of company paperwork waiting for my signature. I didn't pay much more attention to Willow and followed Ethan to an office in the back. Also leaving were the money bags, the paperwork handler Peyton, and the artist Summerlin. 52% of the company's shares were held by the family office. The remaining shares were held by Ethan and me, with 24% each. This little company wasn't publicly traded. It was all in the family. It wasn't that complicated. I had no problem with the equity distribution. The family office's stake was necessary, not just for family control, but also to have someone to take the fall if things went south. Out of my 20 million, only 2 million actually went into purchasing the equity. And that was after the family office had wildly inflated the price. This place really wasn't worth much. Incidentally, the family office, or SFO, was a private institution. It specifically handled internal matters like wealth management and family affairs for the family. The whole point was to avoid situations like, "Uncle, it's me, your nephew, give me a little discount." When an organization gets this big, you need professional institutions to handle things. Everyone follows procedure. I just signed where I needed to sign. Peyton handled the rest. I wasn't worried about any foul play. Not only did I have my money bags with me, but the family wouldn't scheme over such a small amount. This much money was pocket change to them. After getting the 18 million in cash, I suddenly felt a strange sensation. Normally, I should have been happy. Becoming a person with 18 million in cash was a big deal. But I didn't really care about the money. What am I going to do with all this money? Is it a lot? Isabella asked, her eyes still drowsy. It's over 10 million. What can you even buy with that? The house we live in. And then, that's it. It wasn't like I was completely clueless. I had seen the Miller family estate, which was basically a national park, but I had no desire to possess it. Even my so-called family struggle wasn't about fighting for inheritance. It was just about gaining some agency. I'd just gotten used to being poor. I muttered, "I suggest you find a reliable investment firm. The media company will need more funding later on. Any money that goes into my pocket, I might not know how to spend it, but you can't make me take it out." Once money was in my pocket, it wasn't coming out. The media company's funding could come from Ethan. I might not know how to spend money, and I might not be as good at making it as others, but I was great at swindling the rich and only the rich. "Aren't you in finance? I'll just deposit the money with you. You'd better think about it. This is a huge sum of money for you. I don't have anything to spend it on. Unless my mom gets seriously ill, then I'll take it out. What if I run off with your money? Don't come crying to me." I was living just fine before the Miller family came along. I shrugged, an indescribable confidence in my eyes. I really didn't care that much about the money. I had seen money flow like water at the Cypress Lounge. I knew that all seemingly free gifts had a price tag attached in the dark. "Leo, why aren't you greedy?" "Because I was playing top lane Darius and died for first blood because I got greedy for 1 minion. Greed comes from wanting to win. You have your family to fall back on, so it doesn't matter if you lose from being greedy. But I can't afford to lose." I didn't want to argue about this. It was just a difference in our upbringings. I got up to leave, heading to another office to observe Summer Lynn's contract signing. I had to. I was a boss now too. But before I left, I didn't forget to give Isabella one last warning. I'll repeat myself one more time. If you lied, you can tell me now. I can still forgive you. I am greedy, so I didn't lie. Isabella was being stubborn. "Isabella, I'm telling you very seriously, don't lie to me." "MMM. Isabella suddenly stood up, wrapped her arms around mine, and rested her head on my shoulder. "Do you remember you promised me one thing? I promised that if you accompanied me to the family dinner, I'd grant you one request. I want to cash in that request now. The request is, today, in front of all these women, you can only have me in your heart." I said it had to be a work-related request, and wasn't your job at the Cypress Lounge to be at the beck and call of women. "Damn, you play dirty." Willow finally understood what I meant by a bloodbath. This lounge was impossible to stay in. Skylar and DR. Shaw clashing was like Mars crashing into Earth. The aftershocks alone were enough to shatter Willow. Skylar sat with her legs crossed, provocation written all over her face. Well, DR. Shaw, it's only been a few days, and you've already been demoted to ex-girlfriend." "Indeed. I'm just curious why the sweet campus queen hasn't even managed to earn the title of ex-girlfriend. Because I'm only ever the current girlfriend, never the ex. But the current girlfriend is Isabella Vance, and Willow is still her fiancée. With no other ammo, the outgunned Skylar quickly deployed her strategic weapon. Willow, in a daze, shot up from her seat. Me, you're Leo's fiancée." Evelyn's expression finally changed, her eyes full of doubt as she looked at Willow. How did you two become engaged?" Willow's little brain started turning. She wanted to start from a confusing family dinner, but she was cut off by Skylar, who quickly answered for her. "Because they're truly in love." "If they're truly in love, what are you so happy about? Is it a contract marriage?" Evelyn quickly found the loophole. "Of course not. What proof do you have that they're not? Leo isn't the type to be tied down." "Willow, she's kissed Leo." Willow was stunned by Skylar's wild claims. "What did I kiss him? At most, he pinched my cheek. Kissing doesn't mean anything these days. Willow, they call each other hubby and wifey every day. You can buy that kind of service on Etsy for $5. Skylar was really getting desperate now. How was this Dr. Shaw so powerful? Willow's first time was with Leo. This time, it was Willow's turn to get desperate. What nonsense are you spouting? Evelyn glanced at Willow's expression out of the corner of her eye and said with a grin, "Then let me ask you, is she pregnant?" "She is. 2 months." Evelyn shook her head and said no more, because she didn't need to. The battlefield could be left to the 2 people who had just arrived at the door. Isabella and Peyton walked into the lounge. Summerlin's contract signing was being handled by a professional team. Leo and Ethan had to be there as equity holders. The 2 of them, with no official roles, naturally came back. They had heard what Skylar said. So what if I heard it? Peyton thought weakly. These people can at least get together and argue. I don't even have the right to enter the battlefield. But Peyton was cunning. She had to play the long game. The ultimate winner of the harem death match was still decided by the Emperor. Yes, in Peyton's eyes, this lounge was a battlefield of concubines. Forget all that nonsense about pure love warriors competing for love. She had the most life experience here. She had seen people from every social class. She saw things for what they were. So, if she wanted to have a child, she had to work on Leo. As for Isabella, she didn't have to say a word. She just had to walk towards the bestie duo with an oppressive aura, take out her phone, and say, "You 2 little girls, show me your IDs. If you're over 18, I'll show you a 40-minute video." The youthful maiden brigade was utterly crushed by the mature woman alliance. They were routed without any ability to fight back. The imagined scenario of using an Italian cannon to subdue Dr. Shaw had not come to pass. Dr. Shaw silently took in the scene. When Leo wasn't around, she was the one in control. The lounge was tastefully decorated, and the cream-colored aviation sofa provided excellent neck support, allowing her to survey the women in the room. She mostly understood what Leo was up to. He just wanted everyone to speak their minds. She was willing to help him with that. It had been so long since the car crash. She believed that whatever could be said had surely been said already, probably in a storytelling session just like hers. Because if you didn't speak, you were out, and you wouldn't even have the right to be in this room. It was easy to understand why people hid things in their hearts. Who would want to tell only the good parts? Even without the intention to deceive, could you really describe the details of years of getting along in just a few words? So how to make them talk? You had to provoke their emotions. Thinking this, Evelyn smiled and reached out to stop Isabella from showing her phone. It's not good to watch these things out in the open. I want to see. Skylar stretched out her hand. Isabella ignored her, turned around, found a spot, and went back to sleep. Dr. Shaw, have you seen that video? Skylar switched to a flanking maneuver, sitting next to Evelyn and shaking her arm. I've seen it, but it's private content, so it's not right for me to talk about. Please, Dr. Shaw, please. Skylar hugged her arm, her eyes full of pleading, like a puppy begging for treats. Oh my, weren't you just fighting with me a moment ago? Dr. Shaw, I actually like you the best. Your heart is this big. A pair of delicate white hands suddenly appeared on Evelyn's chest, tracing a large circle along her curves. The hands even gave a little squeeze, followed by a loud gasp of surprise. Wow, you're not even wearing push-up padding. What do you eat to grow like this? Evelyn looked at the girl's animated face and sighed helplessly. Even a creature of darkness would be overwhelmed by a warrior of sunshine. All right, I'll tell you quietly. Okay, can I quietly tell Willow later? Then I might as well just shout it out. True, sorry about that. Evelyn looked at Skylar with exasperation. She really had no way to deal with her. Even her usual trick of observing micro-expressions was useless. There was no need to observe. All her thoughts were written on her face for the world to see. All Dr. Shaw's skills were useless. Skylar leaned in, listening to Evelyn's whispers. 5 seconds later, her ears turned bright red, and she stared at Evelyn in disbelief. 40 minutes. Quiet down. Skylar, as if she had thought of something, leaned back in and started whispering in Evelyn's ear. Dr. Shaw, you done it too, right? Did it hurt? Evelyn's face looked like she had just eaten something foul. She had no desire to answer that question. Isn't that question just poking at a sore spot? She was about to find a way to change the subject, but when she saw Skylar's eyes, clear and without a hint of impurity, she helplessly turned her head away. Sigh. Dr. Shaw, why are you turning away? Please stop talking to me. Dr. Shaw, can I touch you then? I didn't get enough earlier. I need to use the restroom. We're best friends. Let's go to the restroom together. Who's best friends with you? The psychologist, who was like a surveillance camera, had finally left. Peyton finally breathed a sigh of relief. An open secret was still a secret. She couldn't let an outsider see that there was something between her and Leo. She smoothed down her pencil skirt and sat down next to Willow. She was still worried about the rumored 2-month pregnancy, even though she knew it hadn't even been 2 months since the family dinner. And at that time, Willow and Leo didn't even know each other. But she had to ask to be sure. After all, Willow was the rightful fiancé. If she gave birth to the firstborn son, that would be disastrous. It's Willow, right? We met at the family dinner. Hello, sister-in-law. Willow nodded politely at Peyton. The two of them sitting together was a bit of an abstract picture. Despite only being a few years apart, they felt like they were from different generations. Peyton's hair was piled high. Her pencil skirt revealed hints of black stockings, and her signature shawl was draped over her shoulders, the epitome of a sophisticated young madam. Willow had a high ponytail, and her pale yellow jacket made her face look incredibly fair, more like a naive girl who sat in the front row and was always half a beat behind in conversation. Looking at such a simple girl, Peyton felt the pressure wasn't too great. It should be easy to probe her relationship with Leo, right? How are things with you and my cousin-in-law recently? Very good. The fake fiancé business was a secret she could only share with Skylar and Leo. She still had her duties as a fiancé. Have you thought about when you'll get engaged? We want to cultivate our feelings a bit more, so we're waiting. Cultivating feelings is a good thing. There's no rush to get engaged. Thank you for your understanding, sister-in-law. Willow clearly thought Peyton was an elder and nagging her about marriage. Do you have any plans to try for a baby? Not yet. So how far have you two gone? Sister-in-law, you mean? Willow, don't be shy. We'll be sisters-in-law in the future. It's perfectly normal for us to talk about women's private matters. We're just like a normal couple. But there are many kinds of normal couples. Going on dates, holding hands, hugging and kissing, going to hotels. Peyton felt this little girl was too docile. Leo would walk all over her. She answered whatever you asked and never talked back. But I, your dear sister-in-law, have the heart of serpent. Willow's words interrupted her thoughts. Sister-in-law, you seem very concerned about our relationship status. I'm the sister-in-law. It's normal to be concerned. Then why are you here, and not with my cousin-in-law Ethan? Peyton smiled, pursing her lips. This question was easy to answer. The two brothers have work to discuss, so I came over to keep you company. Then, for the Mafia game later, will you be with us too? What Mafia game? Peyton was stunned. No one had told her about any Mafia game. Didn't Leo just call yesterday and say he wanted to talk about something? She had been wondering why all these women were gathered together. Willow thought for a moment and decided to keep her mouth shut. Since you're not a player, I shouldn't tell you. Willow, tell me, what is this Mafia game? Sister-in-law, it's probably a meeting of a group of people who aren't Leo's ex-girlfriends, but are pretty much the same as his ex-girlfriends. Willow, after much deliberation, skipped over important keywords like lies and racked her brain to categorize these women. Then she explained the current situation. Peyton's eyes flickered, and she thought for a moment. She definitely had a spot in this Mafia game. Leo must have arranged it at the company after their phone call yesterday. Do I really have to participate? She had to. Peyton quickly understood the stakes. If she backed out now, she would never see Leo again. Sigh. Then let's sit together later. Sister-in-law, you're participating too? Are you also Leo's ex-girl? Willow felt her worldview collapsing. You, with your innocent face, you've been up to this behind our backs? When Peyton heard this, she mentally screamed. Oh no, how was she supposed to explain this? To put this scene into abstract terms, the two cousins were in another office, listening to a presentation from management team. The younger cousin's fiancé was now questioning the older cousin's fiancé, and the question was, did you have a thing with my man in the past? Peyton's palms started to sweat. This was not a small problem. If the clueless Willow went home and mentioned this to her parents, and her parents got angry and went to complain to the Miller patriarch, and the patriarch, trying to give the Shung family an explanation, started investigating, he might uncover a shocking piece of news. Holy hell, she's borrowing a stud. Leo might not get into too much trouble, just pay a price, kneel in a family crypt for a few days. But Peyton's fate would be much worse. Willow, don't overthink it. It was a slip of the tongue. How could I participate in a gathering of ex-girlfriends? Oh, Willow had indeed been overthinking it. The thought of such a shocking ethical drama playing out in front of her made her brain spin. But thankfully, Leo's image in her mind was never that of a pure and innocent man. He was audacious. It wasn't strange that he could do something like this. But what Willow was thinking now was, thank goodness I don't have any particularly beautiful cousins. Otherwise, poor me would have a tough life ahead. Willow, you're not overthinking it, are you? No, sister-in-law thinks you're too innocent. How could you let Leo gather them all together? It's okay. He doesn't like me anyway, Willow replied weakly. You can't think like that. Why don't I stay and help you out? Thank you for your trouble, sister-in-law. Peyton felt a little guilty for deceiving the girl and thought about inviting her to a spa day or something. Then she saw it. Willow was also looking up at her. From those clear, watery eyes, Peyton saw a hidden message. Sister-in-law, you don't have to bother making things up. I won't expose you. Peyton smiled wryly and turned her head away, just in time to meet the gaze of Evelyn, who was returning from the restroom. Skylar was still buzzing around her, asking a million questions. Evelyn truly didn't know where she got all her energy. The two mature women looked at each other, their eyes full of helplessness. There was a faint sense of shared misery between them. You got counterattacked by the youthful maiden too? What a coincidence, me too. They simultaneously looked over at Isabella, who was curled up on the side, catching up on sleep. Isabella was the last hope of the Mature Woman Alliance. She also represented the pinnacle of combat strength among them all. At that moment, Summer Lynn, having finished her contract discussion, pushed open the door. She looked at the strange atmosphere in the lounge, feeling a bit bewildered. What were you guys talking about? No one answered her. This was what Leo had been worried about. Since Summer Lynn might be an enemy to everyone, it would lead to a lopsided mafia game, preventing the desired outcome. It was precisely because he had anticipated this that he had arranged for Skylar, who was unbiased towards everyone, to be there. Skylar cautiously leaned in and whispered in her ear, "We were discussing Leo's first time. It lasted a full 40 minutes. I could finish a whole round of a game, and he still wouldn't be done." "He's full of it," Summer Lynn said dismissively. "There's video evidence," Skylar declared confidently. Summer Lynn took off her baseball jacket, sat down on the sofa, crossed her legs, and rubbed her tired wrists. She said, "Leo's first time was maybe a minute. He was so embarrassed he couldn't face me. I had to comfort him for ages." "Only a minute? I don't believe you." Skylar voiced her doubt. "Go look it up and educate yourself. It seems men are always like that the first time." "How would you know?" The doubt in Skylar's voice sounded like an amusing joke to Summer. She applied some hand cream and replied lightly, "We were childhood sweethearts. We knew each other since we were 12 and started dating early on. The first time was definitely me." Everyone's attention was drawn to Summer Lynn, including Isabella, who had woken up at some point. Summer Lynn looked around, not understanding why their expressions were so strange. "Is this really that hard to understand? Is this really that hard to understand? You're shameless," Skylar yelled, hands on her hips. "But I was just continuing your conversation." Summer Lynn was genuinely confused. "Weren't you guys the ones who started it? Now I'm the bad guy corrupting the atmosphere. You're just making things up." Isabella's voice cut in, denying the claim. "What would be my motive for making this up? A little trick to try and get back together with him." "Huh." Summer Lynn looked as if she'd heard something from another dimension, a giant question mark on her face. "Is it really that easy to get back together? The first time is very significant." "Of course it is. Then I'll try it later." "It couldn't have been you." Summer Lynn turned her head, puzzled. She could hear the conviction in Isabella's voice. She might not know about other things, but was there anyone who knew more about this than her? "Believe it or not. Where's Leo?" "He's talking to his cousin about something." "In the hallway. I thought Ethan was acting particularly strange today." "Cousin, why do you keep trying to pat my head?" Just wanted to compare our heights. See who's taller. Your shoes have at least a 2-inch sole. If you want to compare, take them off." "Fine." Ethan bent down to take off his shoes, still talking about the company's future. The company's existing management team is barely enough to support Summer Lynn, but thankfully we've taken over her originally scheduled New Year's concert. But we have to pay for the original management company's marketing, venue, and other fees. You pay for it." "Cousin, that's not right. The company has no money in its account. We'll definitely need to put some in. You hired Summer Lynn to piss me off, and now you want me to pay for it." "Cousin, you can't let your personal feelings affect things. Business is business. Personal is personal. No money. Do it or don't." I stuck my hands in my pockets and turned to leave. I had no time for this nonsense with Ethan. Technically, I should pay, but signing Summer Lynn behind my back had to be punished. If you wanted to sign her, you could pay for it yourself. What did it have to do with me? Ethan hesitated for a long time. Seeing my departing figure, he suddenly called out, "Cousin, I'll pay for everything. But I have one condition." "Let's hear it." "From now on, I'll pay for everything for the company. But can you keep your distance from Peyton?" I felt like my ears were broken. I turned around, walked back, and tapped my cousin on the head. "Are you out of your mind? Just say yes or no." Ethan was uncharacteristically firm, because he was rebelling. Dr. Shaw had taught him yesterday. She said he should try to escape his father's control. And escaping control had to start from the basics. Like the two things he had just mentioned. Giving up the fight with his cousin and protecting his fiancée. Coming to Apex Media to fight his cousin was his father's arrangement. Borrowing a stud from Peyton also came from his father's pressure. Rebellion was doing the opposite. So, I won't fight my cousin. And Peyton shouldn't borrow a stud. Ethan hadn't felt this thrill of rebellion in a long time. Damn, this feels good. I agree. But you have to talk to Peyton yourself. I can't convince her. This was a gift from heaven for me. I had no reason to refuse. The only thing I was curious about was Ethan's thinking. Are you waving the white flag at me? I want to be myself. Ethan gritted his teeth, full of heroic passion. What about your dad? In response to my question, Ethan made a hand gesture. He raised his hand, palm up, then flipped it and brought it down. Does that gesture mean you're going to be crushed by your dad's five-fingered mountain? The old man? I have him wrapped around my little finger. Impressive. Good luck with that. I left with a small laugh. My good luck wishes weren't for Ethan's success in being himself. They were wishes that he would get slapped a few fewer times by his father. What a joke. Everything he ate, drank, thought, and wore. His sun-kissed skin, his vacations without worrying about overtime, even his independent thoughts. They were all built on a foundation of privilege. All of it was piled up for him with the family's money, just because he had a good dad. And now he was clamoring for independence. Doesn't independence come with a price? Sooner or later, you have to pay for what you've consumed. Cousin, could you call Peyton and Dr. Shaw for me? If there's nothing else, we'll be leaving first. I'm borrowing the psychologist. You can go by yourself. What about Peyton? I'm borrowing your wife, too. Cousin, that doesn't sound right. Sorry, slip of the tongue. I'm borrowing my sister-in-law. That's better. Be careful next time. I finally pushed open the door to the lounge. I was actually quite anxious. If a fight had broken out, it would have been a mess. I opened the door and saw a room full of women, each in her own territory. Well, look at this. Quite peaceful, but the groupings were a little strange. Willow and Peyton chatting happily was understandable. Besides their shared status as Miller fiancés, Peyton could talk to anyone. But Skylar and Evelyn? What kind of combo was that? What's going on with you two? What's going on with you two? Leo, tell me the truth. How long was your first time? Skylar had apparently become the official judge of the first-time ownership dispute. Was it 1 minute or 40 minutes? Why don't you come and find out? Insolent. How dare an unchaste man provoke a virtuous maiden? Confess. It was 40 minutes. No big deal, elite. The first time in my mind was the one from Isabella's security footage. It was indeed a video of just over a minute. But can I say that out loud? But my words sent the little judge into a fit of glee. Samalin lit. Vote her out. We villagers win. What are you talking about? I tugged on her arm. This is how you play mafia. Find the liar and vote them out. Tell me what happened. Basically, Summer Lynn and Isabella started fighting over your first time. I frowned. Seriously? Is this important? Summer Lynn, who had been scrolling through videos on her phone, looked up, confused by Skylar's declaration, and pointed at herself. I'm out already? No. I need to speak. I want to prove myself. He has amnesia, so of course he doesn't remember. But on my 18th birthday, and I really... Liar. Isabella cut in immediately. She only spoke up when it came to this topic. I stepped in to stop things from escalating, trying to get the situation back on track, and was promptly met with 2 sharp glares. Oh no, they seem to really care about this. Isabella pointed at her phone, then at my face. I have evidence, and he's seen it. You have nothing but your word. But I'm his only ex-girlfriend. It's perfectly normal for something like this to happen, right? I believe in evidence. I actually have evidence, Summer Lynn said, thinking for a moment. She decided to go for a human witness. Leo, you can call Aunt Diane and ask her if I slept over your house on my birthday during the summer after graduation. You're not embarrassed, but I am. I forcibly ended the topic, giving Summer a look that said, shut up. Then I walked over to Isabella and patted her back. I'm a good, chaste man. But I just searched online. A man's first time is very short. So that proves it, right? The security footage you showed me was only a minute or so. That was the edited version. The original is over 40 minutes. Isabella's hand snaked around my back and twisted my flesh viciously. I yelped in pain. Isabella, I knew you lied to me. So what if you eat? When we get home, I'll cut that thing of yours off. I felt a cold breeze in my pants. I shook my head and pulled up a chair to sit next to her. I could accept this little lie. It was even a little flattering. Why did she edit it? Clearly, her little woman's body couldn't handle it, so she had to rely on editing to save some face. Women. Let's end this topic. I feel like my personal privacy has been violated. Your personal privacy was about to be distributed as obscene material by Isabella. What do you mean? Isabella wanted to show Skylar the video. This was Evelyn's contribution. A true supermodel-level combatant only strikes when there's an opening. She had also been a victim of this video at the Northwood University gate. She had to get her revenge. This also gave Summer Lynn an opening to counterattack. So, you recorded it? What's the point of showing it to him after he lost his memory? Trying to tie him down with it? The speaker was careless, but the listener was not. Isabella, who had been very sensitive about this point, felt her defenses crumble. At the Afterglow Lounge, I had asked her the same thing. I had questioned her. Are you trying to tie me down with this? Isabella quickly retaliated. An ex-girlfriend showing up in front of the current girlfriend is just asking for a beating. Leo and I are already in a relationship. Summer Lynn stared at them in shock. Her mouth opened and closed, but no words came out. And just as shocked was Skylar, who had been grinning foolishly the whole time. At first, she thought the scene was fun. All the bickering. But what did interrelationship mean? Aren't we here to play Mafia? The kind of game where everyone is nice at first, and then starts tearing each other apart. You guys are the villagers and the wolves, and I'm a hunter. How come it feels like I'm the only one taking the game seriously? Why are you guys talking about love? No, if we're talking about love, then I don't want to be the hunter anymore. Skylar stuck out her tongue, ran over, and pulled Willow up. Isabella, this is Leo's fiancée. They're gonna get married, you know? I know about her. She's a fake. Skylar's brow furrowed. She felt a little disdain for Willow's status. I was counting on you as my strategic weapon, and no one even takes the fiancé seriously? Looks like I have to do it myself. Skylar didn't attack anyone. Instead, she ran towards me, her big eyes blinking with confusion. I wanted to tell her to stop making trouble, but she pretended not to see my hand gesture. She propped her hands on my shoulders, her platinum blonde hair flying. She said, Leo, tell me, are you and her dating?